Section 21 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bryan Applegate. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 13. Barbados. Barbados is a very respectable little island, and it makes a great deal of sugar. It is not picturesquely beautiful, as are almost all the other Antilles, and therefore has but few attractions for strangers. But this very absence of scenic beauty has saved it from the fate of its neighbors. A country that is broken into landscapes, that boasts of its mountains, woods, and waterfalls, that is regarded for its wild loveliness, is seldom propitious to agriculture. A portion of the surface in all such regions defies the improving farmer, but beyond this, such ground under the tropics offers every inducement to the Negro squatter. In Jamaica, Dominica, St. Lucia, and Grenada, the Negro, when emancipated, could squat and make himself happy. But in Barbados there was not an inch for him. When emancipation came, there was no squatting ground for the poor Barbadian. He still had to work and make sugar. Work quite as hard as he had done while yet a slave. He had to do that or to starve. Consequently, labor has been abundant in this island, and in this island only. And in all the West Indian troubles it has kept its head above water, and made sugar respectably, not indeed showing much sugar genius, or going ahead in the way of improvements, but paying 20 shillings in the pound, supporting itself, and earning its bread decently by the sweat of its brow. The pity is that the Barbadians themselves should think so much of their own achievements. The story runs that when Europe was convulsed by revolutions and wars, when continental sovereigns were flying hither and thither, and there was so strong a rumor that Napoleon was going to eat us, the great Napoleon, I mean, that then, I say, the Barbadians sent word over to poor King George III, bidding him fear nothing. If England could not protect him, Barbados would. Let him come to them. If things looked really blue on his side of the channel, it was a fine-spirited message, but perhaps a little self-glorious. That, I should say, is the character of the island in general. As to its appearance, it is, as I have said, totally different from any of the other islands, and to an English eye, much less attractive in its character. But for the heat, its appearance would not strike with any surprise an Englishman accustomed to an ordinary, but ugly, agricultural country. It has not the thick tropical foliage which is so abundant in other islands, nor the wild grassy dells. Happily for the Barbadians, every inch of it will produce canes, and, to the credit of the Barbadians, every inch of it does so. A Barbadian has the right to be proud of this, but it does not make the island interesting. It is the waste land of the world that makes it picturesque. But there is not a rood of waste land in Barbados. It certainly is not the country for a gypsy immigration. Indeed, I doubt whether there is even room for a picnic. The island is something over 20 miles long, and something over 12 broad. The roads are excellent, but so white that they sadly hurt the eye of a stranger. The authorities have been very particular about their milestones, and the inhabitants talk much about their journeys. I found myself constantly being impressed with ideas of distance, till I was impelled to suggest a rather extended system of railroads, a proposition which was taken in very good part. I was informed that the population was larger than that of China, but my informant of course meant by the square foot. He could hardly have counted by the square mile in Barbados. And thus I was irresistibly made to think of the frog that would blow itself out and look as large as an ox. Bridgetown, the metropolis of the island, is much like a second or third-rate English town. It has none of the general peculiarities of the West Indies, except the heat. The streets are narrow, irregular, and crooked, so that at first a stranger is apt to miss his way. They all, however, converge at Trafalgar Square, a spot which, in Barbados, is presumed to compete with the open space at Charing Cross bearing the same name. They have this resemblance, that each contains a statue of Nelson. The Barbadian Trafalgar Square contains also a tree, which is more than can be said for its namesake. It can make also this boast, that no attempt has been made within it which has failed so grievously as our picture gallery. In saying this, however, I speak of the building only, by no means of the pictures. There are good shops in Bridgetown, good, respectable, well-to-do shops that sell everything, from a candle down to a coffin, including wedding rings, corals, and widows' caps. But they are hot, fusty, crowded places, as are such places in third-rate English towns. But then the question of heat here is of such vital moment. A purchase of a pair of gloves in Barbados drives one at once into the ice-house. And here it may be well to explain this very peculiar, delightful, but too dangerous West Indian institution. By the by, I do not know that there was any ice-house in Kingston, Jamaica. If there be one, my friends were peculiarly backward, for I certainly was not made acquainted with it. But everywhere else, at Demerara, Trinidad, Barbados, and St. Thomas, I was duly introduced to the ice-house. There is something cool and mild in the name which makes one fancy that ladies would delight to frequent it. But alas, a West Indian ice-house is but a drinking shop, a place where one goes to liquor, as the Americans call it, without the knowledge of the feminine creation. It is a drinking shop at which the draughts are all cool, are all ice, but at which, alas, they are also all strong. The brandy, I fear, is as essential as the ice. A man may, it is true, drink iced soda water without any concomitant, or he may simply have a few drops of raspberry vinegar to flavor it. No doubt many an easy-tempered wife so imagines. But if so, I fear that they are deceived. Now the ice-house in Bridgetown seemed to me to be peculiarly well attended. I looked upon this as the effect of the white streets and the fusty shops. Barbados claims, I believe, but then it claims everything, to have a lower thermometer than any other West Indian island, to be, in fact, cooler than any of her sisters. As far as the thermometer goes, it may be possible, but as regards the human body, it is not the fact. Let any man walk from his hotel to morning church and back, and then judge. There is a mystery about hotels in the British West Indies. They are always kept by fat, middle-aged colored ladies who have no husbands. I never found an exception except at Berbice, where my friend Paris Brittain keeps open doors in the city of the sleepers. These ladies are generally called Miss So-and-so, Miss Jenny this, or Miss Jessie that, but they invariably seem to have a knowledge of the world, especially of the male hotel-frequenting world, hardly compatible with a retiring maiden state of life. I only mention this. I cannot solve the riddle. Davus sum, non Oedipus. But it did strike me as singular that the profession should always be in the hands of these ladies, and that they should never get husbands. As a rule, there is not much to be said against these hotels, though they will not come up to the ideas of a traveler who has been used to the inns of Switzerland. The table is always plentifully supplied, and the viands generally good. Of that at Barbados I can make no complaint, except this, that the people over the way kept a gray parrot, which never ceased screaming day or night. I was deep in my Jamaica theory of races, and this wretched bird nearly drove me wild. Can anything be done to stop it, James? No, massa. Nothing? Wouldn't they hang a cloth over it for a shilling? No, massa, him only make him scream de more to speak to him. I took this as final, though whether the him was the man or the parrot, I did not know. But such a bird I never heard before, and the street was no more than 12 feet broad. He was, in fact, just under my window. Thrice I had to put aside my theory of races. Otherwise than on this score, Miss Caroline Lee's hotel at Barbados is very fair, and as for hot pickles, she is the very queen of them. Whether or no my informant was right in saying that the population of Barbados is more dense than that of China, I cannot say, but undoubtedly it is very great, and hence, as the Negroes cannot get their living without working, has come the prosperity of the island. The inhabitants are, I believe, very nearly 150,000 in number. This is a greater population than that of the whole of Guyana. The consequence is that the cane pieces are cultivated very closely, and that all is done that manual labor can do. The Negroes here differ much, I think, from those in the other islands, not only in manner, but even in form and physiognomy. They are of heavier build, broader in the face, and higher in the forehead. They are also certainly less good-humored and more inclined to insolence, so that if anything be gained in intelligence, it is lost in conduct. On the whole, I do think that the Barbados Negroes are more intelligent than others that I have met. It is probable that this may come from more continual occupation. But if the black people differ from their brethren of the other islands, so certainly do the white people. One soon learns to know a bim. That is the name in which they themselves delight, and therefore, though there is a sound of slang about it, I give here. One certainly soon learns to know a bim. The most peculiar distinction is in his voice. There is always a nasal twang about it, but quite distinct from the nasality of a Yankee. The Yankee's words ring sharp through his nose, not so that of the first-class bim. There is a soft drawl about it, and the sound is seldom completely formed. The effect on the ear is the same as that on the hand when a man gives you his to shake, and instead of shaking yours, holds his own still. When a man does so to me, I always wish to kick him. I had never any wish to kick the Barbadian, more especially as they are all stout men, but I cannot but think that if he were well shaken, a more perfect ring would come out of him. The Bims, as I have said, are generally stout fellows. As a rule, they are larger and fairer than other West Indian Creoles, less delicate in their limbs and more clumsy in their gait. The male graces are not much studied in Barbados, but it is not only by their form or voice that you may know them, not only by the voice, but by the words. No people ever praised themselves so constantly. No set of men were ever so assured that they and their occupations are the main pegs on which the world hangs. Their general law to men would be this: thou shalt make sugar in the sweat of thy brow, and make it as it is made in Barbados. Any deviation from that law would be a deviation from the highest duty of man. Of many of his sister colonies, a Barbadian can speak with temper. When Jamaica is mentioned, philanthropic compassion lights up his face, and he tells you how much he feels for the poor wretches there who call themselves planters. St. Lucia also he pities, and Grenada, and of St. Vincent he has some hope. Their little efforts, he says, are praiseworthy. Only, alas, they are so little. He does not think much of Antigua, and turns up his nose at Nevis and St. Kitts, which in a small way are doing a fair stroke of business. The French islands he does not love, but that is probably patriotism. As the French islands are successful sugar growers, such patriotism is natural. But do not speak to him of Trinidad. That subject is very sore. And as for Guyana, one knows what to expect if one holds a red rag up to a bull. Praise Guyana sugar-making in Bridgetown, and you will be holding up a red rag to a dozen bulls, no one of which will refuse the challenge, and thus you may always know a bim. When I have met 4 or 5 together, I have not dared to try this experiment, for they are wrathy men, and have rough sides to their tongues, but I have so encountered 2 at a time. Yes, I have said, the superiority of Barbados cannot be doubted. We all grant that. But which colony is second in the race? "It is impossible to say," said A. "They are none of them well circumstanced." "None of them have got any labor," said B. "They can't make returns," said A. "Just look at their clearances," said B, "and then look at ours." "Jamaica sugar is paying now," I remarked. "Jamaica, sir, has been destroyed root and branch," said A, well pleased, for they delight to talk of Jamaica. "And no one can lament it more than I do," said B. "Jamaica is a fine island, only utterly ruined." "Magnificent! Such scenery!" I replied. "But it can't make sugar," said B. "What of Trinidad?" I asked. "Trinidad, sir, is a fine wild island, and perhaps some day we may get our coal there." "But Demerara makes a little sugar," I ventured to remark. "It makes deuced little money, I know," said A. "Every inch of it is mortgaged," said B. "But they're steam engines," said I. "Look at their clearances," said A. "They have none," said B. "At any rate, they have got beyond windmills," I remarked with considerable courage. "Because they have got no wind," said A. "A low bank of mud below the sea level," said B. "But a fine country for sugar," said I. "They don't know what sugar is," said A. "Look at their vacuum pans," said I. "All my eye," said B. "And their filtering bags," said I. "Filtering bags said A. "Centrifugal machines," said I, now nearly exhausted. "We've tried them and abandoned them long ago," said B, only now coming well on to the fight. "Their sugar is nearly white," said I, "and yours is a dirty brown." "This sugar don't pay," said A, "and ours does." "Look at the price of our land," said B. "Yes, and the extent of it," said I. "Our clearances, sir, the clearances, sir, are the thing," said A. "The year's income," said B. "A hogshead to the acre," said I, "and that only got from guano." This was my last shot at them. They both came at me open-mouthed together, and I confess that I retired vanquished from the field. It is certainly the fact that they do make their sugar in a very old-fashioned way in Barbados, using windmills instead of steam, and that you see less here of the improved machinery for the manufacture than in Demerara, or Cuba, or Trinidad, or even Jamaica. The great answer given to objections is that the old system pays best. It may perhaps do so for the present moment, though I should doubt even that. But I am certain that it cannot continue to do so. No trade and no agriculture can afford to dispense with the improvements of science. I found some here who acknowledged that the mere produce of the cane from the land had been pressed too far by means of guano. A great crop is thus procured, but it appears that the soil is injured, and that the sugar is injured also. The canes, moreover, will not ratoon as they used to do, and as they still do in other parts of the West Indies. The cane is planted, and when ripe is cut. If allowed, another cane will grow from the same plant, and that is a ratoon, and again a third will grow, giving a third crop from the same plant, and in many soils a fourth, and in some few many more. One hears of canes ratooning for 20 years. If the same amount and quality of sugar be produced, of course the system of ratooning must be by far the cheapest and most profitable. In, I believe, most of our colonies, the second crop is as good as the first, and I understand that it used to be so in Barbados. But it is not so now. The ratoon almost always looks poor, and the second ratoons appear to be hardly worth cutting. I believe that this is so much the case that many Barbados planters now look to get but one crop only from each planting. This falling off in the real fertility of the soil is, I think, owing to the use of artificial manure, such as guano. There is a system all through these sugar-growing countries of burning the magas, or trash. This is the stalk of the cane, or remnant of the stalk after it comes through the mill. What would be said of an English agriculturist who burnt his straw? It is, I believe, one of the soundest laws of agriculture that the refuse of the crop should return to the ground which gave it. To this it will be answered that the English agriculturist is not called on by the necessity of his position to burn his straw. He has not to boil his wheat, nor yet his beef and mutton, whereas the Barbados farmer is obliged to boil his crop. At the present moment the Barbados farmer is under this obligation, but he is not obliged to do it with the refuse produce of his fields. He cannot perhaps use coals immediately under his boilers, but he can heat them with steam which comes pretty much to the same thing. All this applies not to Barbados only, but to Guiana, Jamaica, and the other islands also. At all of them the magas or trash is burnt, but at none of them is manure so much needed as at Barbados. They cannot there take into cultivation new fresh virgin soil when they wish it, as they can in Guiana. And then one is tempted to ask the question whether every owner of land is obliged to undertake all the complete duties which now are joined together at a sugar estate. It certainly is the case that no single individual could successfully set himself against the system, but I do not see why a collection of individuals should not do so. A farmer in England does not grow the wheat, then grind it, and then make the bread. The growing is enough for him. Then comes the miller and the baker. But on a sugar estate, one and the same man grows the cane, makes the sugar, and distills the rum, thus altogether opposing the salutary principle of the division of labor. I cannot see why the grower should not sell his canes to a sugar manufacturer. There can, I believe, be no doubt of this, that sugar can be made better and cheaper in large quantities than in small. But the clearance, sir, that is the question. How would this affect the clearance? The sugar manufacturer would want his profit. Of course he would, as do the miller and the baker. They complain greatly at Barbados, as they do indeed elsewhere, that they are compelled to make bad sugar by the differential duty. The duty on good sugar is so much higher than that on bad sugar that the bad or coarse sugar pays them best. This is the excuse they give for not making a finer article, and I believe that the excuse is true. I made 1 or 2 excursions in the island, and was allowed the privilege of attending an agricultural breakfast at which there were some 20 or 30 planters. It seems that a certain number of gentlemen living in the same locality had formed themselves into a society with the object of inspecting each other's estates. A committee of 3 was named in each case by the president, and this committee, after surveying the estate in question and looking at the works and stock, drew up a paper, either laudatory or the reverse, which paper was afterwards read to the society. The readings took place after the breakfast, and the breakfast was held monthly. To the planter, probably the reading of the documents was the main object. It may not be surprising that I gave the preference to the breakfast, which of its kind was good. But this was not the only breakfast of the sort at which I was allowed to be a guest. The society has always its one great monthly breakfast, but the absolute inspection gives occasions for further breakfasts. I was also at one of these, and assisted in inspecting the estate. There were, however, too many Barbadians present to permit of my producing my individual views respecting the Guiana improvements. The report is made at the time of the inspection, but it is read in public at the monthly meeting. The effect, no doubt, is good, and the publicity of the approval or disapproval stimulates the planter. But I was amused with the true Barbadian firmness with which the gentlemen criticized declared that they would not the less take their own way, and declined to follow the advice offered to them in the report. I heard 2 such reports read, and in both cases this occurred. All this took place at Hookleton Cliff, which the Barbadians regard as the finest point for scenery in the island. The breakfast, I own, was good, and the discourse useful and argumentative. But as regards the scenery, there is little to be said for it, considering that I had seen Jamaica and was going to see Trinidad. Even in Barbados, numerous as are the Negroes, they certainly live an easier life than that of an English laborer, earn their money with more facility, and are more independent of their masters. A gentleman having 150 families living on his property would not expect to obtain from them the labor of above 90 men at the usual rate of pay, and that for not more than 5 days a week. They live in great comfort, and in some things are beyond measure extravagant. "Do you observe," said a lady to me, "that the women, when they walk, never hold up their dresses?" "I certainly have," I answered. "Probably they are but ill-shod, and do not care to show their feet." "Not at all. Their feet have nothing to do with it. But they think it economical to hold up their petticoats. It betokens a stingy, saving disposition, and they prefer to show that they do not regard a few yards of muslin more or less." This is perfectly true of them. As the shopman in Jamaica said to me, in this part of the world we must never think of little economies. The very Negroes are ashamed to do so. Of the colored people I saw nothing, except that the shops are generally attended by them. They seemed not to be so numerous as they are elsewhere, and are, I think, never met with in the society of white people. In no instance did I meet one, and I am told that in Barbados there is a very rigid adherence to this rule. Indeed, one never seems to have the alternative of seeing them, whereas in Jamaica one has not the alternative of avoiding them. As regards myself, I would much rather have been thrown among them. I think that in all probability the white settlers in Barbados have kept themselves more distinct from the Negro race, and have not at any time been themselves so burdened with colored children as is the case elsewhere. If this be so, they certainly deserve credit for their prudence. Here also there is a king, lords, and commons, or a governor, a council, and an assembly. The council consists of 12, and are either chosen by the crown, or enjoy their seat by virtue of office held by appointment from the crown. The governor in person sits in the council. The assembly consists of 22, who are annually elected by the parishes. None but white men do vote at these elections, though no doubt a black man could vote, if a black man were allowed to obtain a freehold. Of course, therefore, none but white men can be elected. How it is decided, whether a man be white or not, that I did not hear. The greater part of the legislative business of the island is done by committees, who are chosen from these bodies. Here, as elsewhere, through the West Indies, one meets with unbounded hospitality. A man who dines out on Monday will receive probably 3 invitations for Tuesday, and 6 for Wednesday, and they entertain very well. That haunch of mutton and turkey, which are now the bugbear of the English dinner-giver, do not seem to trouble the minds or haunt the tables of West Indian hosts. And after all, Barbados, Little England, as it delights to call itself, is and should be respected among islands. It owes no man anything, pays its own way, and never makes a poor mouth. Let us say what we will, self-respect is a fine quality, and the Barbadians certainly enjoy that. It is a very fine quality, and generally leads to respect from others. They who have nothing to say for themselves will seldom find others to say much for them. I therefore repeat what I said at first. Barbados is a very respectable little island, and considering the limited extent of its acreage, it does make a great deal of sugar. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 14, Trinidad, Part 1. No scenery can be more picturesque than that afforded by the entrance to Port of Spain, the chief town in the island of Trinidad. Trinidad, as all men doubtless know, is the southernmost of the West Indian islands and lies across the delta of the Orinoco River. The western portion of the island is so placed that it nearly reaches with two horns two different parts of the mainland of Venezuela, one of the South American republics. And thus a bay is formed closed in between the island and the mainland, somewhat as is the Gulf of Mexico by the island of Cuba, only that the proportions here are much less in size. This enclosed sea is called the Gulf of Paria. The two chief towns, I believe I may say the two only towns in Trinidad, are situated in this bay. That which is the larger, and the seat of government, is called the Port of Spain, and lies near to the northern horn. San Fernando, the other, which is surrounded by the finest sugar districts of the island, and which therefore devotes its best energies to the export of that article, is on the other side of the bay, and near the other horn. The passages into the enclosed sea on either side are called the bocas, or mouths. Those nearest to the delta of the Orinoco are the serpents' mouths. The ordinary approach from England or the other islands is by the more northern entrance. Here there are three passages, of which the middle is the largest one, the Boca Grande. That between the mainland and a small island is used by the steamers in fine weather and is by far the prettiest. Through this, the Boca di Mona, or Monkey's Mouth, we approached Port of Spain. These northern entrances are called the Dragon's Mouths. What may be the nautical difference between the mouth of a dragon and that of a serpent, I did not learn. On the mainland, that is the land of the main island, the coast is precipitous, but clothed to the very top with the thickest and most magnificent foliage. With an opera glass one can distinctly see the trees coming forth from the sides of the rocks, as though no soil were necessary for them, and not even a shelf of stone needed for their support. And these are not shrubs, but forest trees, with grand spreading branches, huge trunks, and brilliant coloured foliage. The small island on the other side is almost equally wooded, but is less precipitous. Here, however, there are open glades and grassy enclosures, which tempt one to wish that it was one's lot to lie there in the green shade and eat bananas and mangoes. This little island in the good old days, regretted by not a few, when planters were planters and slaves were slaves, produced cotton up to its very hilltops. Now I believe it yields nothing but the grass for a few cattle. Our steamer, as she got well into the Boca, drew near to the shore of the large island, and as we passed along, we had a succession of lovely scenes. Soft green, smiling nooks made themselves visible below the rocks, the very spots for picnics. One could not but long to be there, with straw hats and crinoline, pigeon pies and champagne baskets. There was one narrow, shady valley into which a creek of the sea ran up, that must have been made for such purposes, either for that, or for the less noisy joys of some Paul of Trinidad with his Creole Virginia. As we steamed on a little further, we came to a whaling establishment. Ideas of whaling establishments naturally connect themselves with icebergs and the North Pole, but it seems that there are races of whales as there are of men, proper to the tropics as well as to the poles, and some of the former here render up their oily tributes. From the look of the place, I should not say that the trade was flourishing. The whaling huts are very picturesque, but do not say much for the commercial enterprise of the proprietors. From then we went on through many smaller islands to Port of Spain. This is a large town, excellently well laid out, with the streets running all at right angles to each other, as is now so common in new towns. The spaces have been prepared for a much larger population than that now existing, so that it is at present straggling, unfilled, and full of gaps. But the time will come, and that before long, when it will be the best town in the British West Indies. There is at present in Port of Spain a degree of commercial enterprise quite unlike the sleepiness of Jamaica or the apathy of the smaller islands. I have now before me at the present moment of writing a debate which took place in the House of Commons the other day. It is only the other day as I now write, on a motion made by Mr. Buxton for a committee to inquire into the British West Indies. And though somewhat afraid of being tedious on the subject of immigration to these parts, I will say a few words as to this motion in as far as it affects not only Trinidad, but all those colonies. Of all subjects, this is the one that is of real importance to the West Indies, and it may be expected that the sugar colonies will or will not prosper, as that subject is or is not understood by its rulers. I think I may assume that the intended purport of Mr. Buxton's motion was to throw impediments in the way of the immigration of coolies into Jamaica, and that in making it he was acting as the parliamentary mouthpiece of the Anti-Slavery Society. The legislature of Jamaica has at length passed a law with the object of promoting this immigration, as it has been promoted at the Mauritius and in a lesser degree in British Guiana and Trinidad. But the Anti-Slavery Society have wished to induce the Crown to use its authority and abstain from sanctioning this law, urging that it will be injurious to the interests of the Negro labourers. The peculiar institution of slavery is, I imagine, quite as little likely to find friends in England now as it was when the question of its abolition was so hotly pressed some 30 years since. And God forbid that I should use either the strength or the weakness of my pen in saying a word in favour of a system so abhorrent to the feelings of a Christian Englishman. But may we not say that that giant has been killed? Is it not the case that the Anti-Slavery Society has done its work? Has done its work at any rate as regards the British West Indies? What should we have said of the Anti-Corn Law League had it chosen to sit in permanence after the repeal of the obnoxious tax, with the view of regulating the fixed price of bread? Such is the attempt now being made by the Anti-Slavery Society with reference to the West Indian Negroes. If any men are free, these men are so. They have been left without the slightest constraint or bond over them. In the sense in which they are free, no English labourer is free. In England, a man cannot select whether he will work or whether he will let it alone. He, the poor Englishman, has that freedom which God seems to have intended as good for man. But work he must. If he do not do so willingly, compulsion is in some sort brought to bear upon him. He is not free to be idle, and I presume that no English philanthropists will go so far as to wish to endow him with that freedom. But that is the freedom which the Negro has in Jamaica, which he still has in many parts of Trinidad, and which the Anti-Slavery Society is so anxious to secure for him. But no, I will give the Society no monopoly of such honour. We Englishmen, have made our Negroes free. If by further efforts we can do anything towards making other black men free, if we can assist in driving slavery from the earth, in God's name let us still be doing. Here may be scope enough for an anti-slavery society, but I maintain that these men are going beyond their mark, that they are minding other than their own business in attempting to interfere with the labour of the West Indian colonies. Gentlemen in the West Indies see at once that the society is discussing matters which it has not studied, and that interests of the utmost importance to them are being played with in the dark. Mr. Buxton grounded his motion on these two pleas. Firstly, that the distress of the West Indian planters had been brought about by their own apathy and indiscretion, and secondly, that that distress was in course of relief, would quickly be relieved, without any further special measures for its mitigation. I think that he was substantially wrong in both these allegations. That there were apathetic and indiscreet planters, that there were absentees whose property was not sufficient to entitle them to the luxury of living away from it, may doubtless have been true, but the tremendous distress which came upon these colonies fell on them in too sure a manner, with too sudden a blow, to leave any doubt as to its cause. Slavery was first abolished, and the protective duty on slave-grown sugar was then withdrawn. The second measure brought down almost to nothing the property of the most industrious as well as that of the most idle of the planters. Except in Barbados, where the nature of the soil made labour compulsory, where the Negro could no more be idle and exist than the poor man can do in England, it became impossible to produce sugar with a profit on which the grower could live. It was not only the small men who fell, or they who may be supposed to have been hitherto living on an income raised to an unjustly high pitch. Ask the Gladstone family what proceeds have come from their Jamaica property since the protective duty was abolished. Let Lord Howard de Walden say how he has fared. Mr. Buxton has drawn a parallel between the state of Ireland at and after the famine, and that of the West Indies at and after the fall in the price of sugar, of which I can by no means admit the truth. In the one case, that of Ireland, the blow instantly effected the remedy. A tribe of pauper landlords had grown up by slow degrees who, by their poverty, their numbers, their rapacity, and their idleness, had eaten up and laid waste the fairest parts of the country. Then came the potato rot, bringing after it pestilence, famine, and the encumbered estates court. And lo! In 3 years the air was cleared, the cloud had passed away, and Ireland was again prosperous. Land bought at £15 the acre was worth 30 before 3 crops had been taken from it. The absentees to whom Mr. Buxton alludes were comparatively little affected. They were rich men whose backs were broad enough to bear the burden for a while, and they stood their ground. It is not their property which as a rule has changed hands, but that of the small, grasping, profit-rent landlords, whose lives had been passed in exacting the last farthing of rent from the cottiers. When no farthing of rent could any longer be exacted, they went to the wall at once. There was nothing like this in the case of the West Indies. Indiscretion and extravagance there may have been. These are vices which will always be more or less found among men living with the thermometer at 80 in the shade. But in these colonies, long and painful efforts were made, year after year, to bear against the weight which had fallen on them. In the West Indies the blow came from man, and it was withstood on the whole manfully. In Ireland the blow came from God, and submission to it was instantaneous. Mr. Buxton then argues that everything in the West Indies is already righting itself, and that therefore nothing further need be done. The facts of the case exactly refute this allegation. The 4 chief of these colonies are Barbados, British Guiana, Trinidad, and Jamaica. In Barbados, as has been explained, there was no distress, and of course no relief has been necessary. In British Guiana and Trinidad, very special measures have been taken. Immigration of coolies to a great extent has been brought about, to so great an extent that the tide of human beings across the 2 oceans will now run on in an increasing current. But in Jamaica, little or nothing has yet been done. And in Jamaica, the fairest, the most extensive, the most attractive of them all, in Jamaica, of all the islands on God's earth, the one most favoured by beauty, fertility, and natural gifts, in Jamaica, the earth can hardly be made to yield its natural produce. All this was excellently answered by Sir Edward Lytton, who, whatever may have been his general merits as a Secretary of State, seems at any rate to have understood this matter. He disposed altogether of the absurdly erroneous allegations which had been made as to the mortality of these immigrants on their passage. As is too usual in such cases, arguments have been drawn from 1 or 2 specially unhealthy trips. 99 ships ride safe to port, while the 100th unfortunately comes to grief. But we cannot on that account afford to dispense with the navigation of the seas. Sir Edward showed that the coolies themselves, for the Anti-Slavery Society is as anxious to prevent this immigration on behalf of the coolies, who in their own country can hardly earn 2d a day, as it is on the part of the Negroes, who could with ease, though they won't, earn 2 shillings a day. He showed that these coolies, after having lived for a few years on plenty in these colonies, return to their own country with that which is for them great wealth. And he showed also that the present system, present as regards Trinidad, and proposed as regards Jamaica, of indenturing the immigrant on his first arrival, is the only one to which we can safely trust for the good usage of the labourer. For the present this is clearly the case. When the coolies are as numerous in these islands as the Negroes, and that time will come, such rules and restrictions will no doubt be withdrawn. And when these different people have learned to mix their blood, which in time will also come, then mankind will hear no more of a lack of labour, and the fertility of these islands will cease to be their greatest curse. I feel that I owe an apology to my reader for introducing him to an old, forgotten, and perhaps dull debate. In England the question is one not generally of great interest, but here in the West Indies it is vital. The Negro will never work unless compelled to do so. That is, the Negro who can boast of pure, unmixed African blood. He is as strong as a bull, hardy as a mule, docile as a dog when conscious of a master, a salamander as regards heat. He can work without pain and without annoyance, but he will never work as long as he can eat and sleep without it. Place the coolie or Chinaman alongside of him, and he must work in his own defence. If he do not, he will gradually cease to have an existence. End of section 22. Section 23 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 14, Trinidad, Part 2. We are now speaking more especially of Trinidad. It is a large island, great portions of which are but very imperfectly known, of which but comparatively a very small part has been cultivated. During the last 8 or 10 years, 10 or 12,000 immigrants, chiefly coolies from Madras and Calcutta, have been brought into Trinidad, forming now above an 1/8 part of its entire population. And the consequence has been that in 2 years, from 1855, namely, to 1857, its imports were increased by 1/3 and its exports by 2/3. In other words, it produced, with its coolies, 3 hogsheads of sugar, where without them it only produced 1. The difference is, of course, that between absolute distress and absolute prosperity. Such having hitherto been the result of immigration into Trinidad, such also having been the result in British Guiana, it does appear singular that men should congregate in Exeter Hall with the view of preventing similar immigration into Jamaica. This would be altogether unintelligible were it not that similar causes have produced similar effects in so many other cases. Men cannot have enough of a good thing. Exactly the same process has taken place with reference to criminals in England. Some few years since we ill-used them, stowed them away in unwholesome holes, gave them bad food for their bodies and none for their minds, and did our best to send them devilwards rather than godwards. Philanthropists have now remedied this, and we are very much obliged to them. But the philanthropists will not be content unless they be allowed to pack all their criminals up in lavender. They must be treated not only as men, but much better than men of their own class who are not criminal. In this matter of the Negroes, the good thing is Negro protection, and our friends cannot have enough of that. The Negroes, in being slaves, were ill used, and now it is not enough that they should all be made free, but each should be put upon his own soft couch, with rose leaves on which to lie. Now your sybarite Negro, when closely looked at, is not a pleasing object. Distance may doubtless lend enchantment to the view. As my sojourn in Trinidad did not amount to 2 entire days, I do not feel myself qualified to give a detailed description of the whole island. Very few, I imagine, are so qualified, for much of it is unknown. There is a great want of roads, and a large proportion of it has, I believe, never been properly surveyed. Immediately round Port of Spain, the country is magnificent, and the views from the town itself are very lovely. Exactly behind the town, presuming the sea to be the front, is the Savannah, a large enclosed park-like piece of common, the racecourse and Hyde Park of Trinidad. I was told that the drive round it was 3 English miles in length, but if it be so much, the little pony which took me that drive in a hired buggy must have been a fast trotter. On the further side of this lives the governor of the island, immediately under the hills. When I was there, the governor's real house was being repaired, and the great man was living in a cottage hard by. Were I that great man, I should be tempted to wish that my great house might always be under repair, for I never saw a more perfect specimen of a pretty, spacious cottage, opening as a cottage should do on all sides and in every direction, with a great complexity as to doors and windows, and a delicious facility of losing one's way. And then the necessary freedom from boredom, etiquette, and governor's grandeur, so hated by governors themselves, which must necessarily be brought about by such a residence. I could almost wish to be a governor myself if I might be allowed to live in such a cottage. On the other side of the savannah, nearest to the town, and directly opposite to those lovely hills, are a lot of villa residences, and it would be impossible, I imagine, to find a more lovely site in which to fix one's house. With the savannah for a foreground, the rising gardens behind the governor's house in the middle distance, and a panorama of magnificent hills in the back of the picture, it is hardly within the compass of a man's eye and imagination to add anything to the scene. I had promised to call on Major —, who was then, and perhaps is still, in command of the detachment of white troops in Trinidad, and I found him and his young wife living in this spot. "And yet you abuse Trinidad," I said, pointing to the view. "Oh, people can't live altogether upon views," she answered. "And besides, we have to go back to the barracks. The yellow fever is over now." The only place at which I came across any vestiges of the yellow fever was at Trinidad. There it had been making dreadful havoc, and chiefly among the white soldiers. My visit was in March, and the virulence of the disease was then just over. It had been raging, therefore, not in the summer, but during the winter months. Indeed, as far as I could learn, summer and winter had very little to do with the matter. The yellow fever pays its visit in some sort periodically, though its periods are by no means understood, but it pays them at any time of the year that may suit itself. At this time a part of the savannah was covered with tents, to which the soldiers had been moved out of their barracks. The barracks are lower down, near the shore, at a place called St. James, and the locality is said to be wretchedly unhealthy. At any rate, the men were stricken with fever there, and the proportion of them that died was very great. I believe, indeed, that hardly any recovered of those on whom the fever fell with any violence. They were then removed into these tents, and matters began to mend. They were now about to return to their barracks, and were, I was told, as unwilling to do so as my fair friend was to leave her pretty house. If it be necessary to send white troops to the West Indies, and I take it for granted that it is necessary, care at any rate should be taken to select for their barracks sites as healthy as may be found. It certainly seems that this has not been done at Trinidad. They are placed very low and with hills immediately around them. The good effect produced by removing them to the savannah, a very inconsiderable distance, not, as I think, much exceeding a mile, proves what may be done by choosing a healthy situation. But why should not the men be taken up to the mountains, as has been done with the white soldiers in Jamaica? There they are placed in barracks some 3,000 or 4,000 feet above the sea, and are perfectly healthy. This cannot be done in Barbados, for there are no mountains to which to take them. But in Trinidad it may be done quite as easily, and indeed at a lesser distance, and therefore with less cost for conveyance, than in Jamaica. At the first glance one would be inclined to say that white troops would not be necessary in the West Indies, as we have regiments of black soldiers, negroes dressed in zouave costume, specially trained for the service. But it seems that there is great difficulty in getting these regiments filled. Why should a negro enlist any more than work? Are there not white men enough, men and brothers, to do the somewhat disagreeable work of soldiering for him? Consequently, except in Barbados, it is difficult to get recruits. Some men have been procured from the coast of Africa, but our philanthropy is interfering even with this supply. Then the recruiting officers enlisted coolies, and these men made excellent soldiers, but when interfered with or punished, they had a nasty habit of committing suicide, a habit which it was quite possible the negro soldier might himself assume, and therefore no more coolies are to be enlisted. Under such circumstances white men must, I presume, do the work. A shilling a day is an object to them, and they are slow to blow out their own brains, but they should not be barracked in swamps, or made to live in an air more pestilential than necessary. My hostess, the lady to whom I have alluded, had been attacked most virulently by the yellow fever, and I had heard in the other islands that she was dead. Her case had indeed been given up as hopeless. On the morning after my arrival I took a ride of some 16 miles through the country before breakfast, and the same lady accompanied me. "We must start very early," she said, "so as to avoid the heat. I will have coffee at 4:30, and we will be on horseback at 5. I have had something to say as to early hours in the West Indies before, and hardly credited this. A morning start at 5 usually means 7:30, and 6 o'clock is a generic term for moving before 9. So I meekly asked whether 4:30 meant 4:30. "No," said the husband. "Yes," said the wife. So I went away declaring that I would present myself at the house at any rate not after 5. And so I did, according to my own very excellent watch, which had been set the day before by the ship's chronometer. I rode up to the door 2 minutes before 5, perfectly certain that I should have the pleasure of watching the sun's early manoeuvres for at least an hour. But, alas! My friend had been waiting for me in her riding habit for more than that time. Our watches were frightfully at variance. It was perfectly clear to me that the Trinidadians do not take the sun for their guide as to time. But in such a plight as was then mine, a man cannot go into his evidence and his justification. My only plea was for mercy, and I hereby take it on myself to say that I do not know that I ever kept any lady waiting before, except my wife. At 5 to the moment, by my watch, we started, and I certainly never rode for 3 hours through more lovely scenery. At first also it was deliciously cool, and as our road lay entirely through woods, it was in every way delightful. We went back into the hills and returned again towards the seashore over a break in one of the spurs of the mountain called the Saddle, from whence we had a distant view into the island, as fine as any view I ever saw without the adjunct of water. I should imagine that a tour through the whole of Trinidad would richly repay the trouble, though, indeed, it would be troublesome. The tourist must take his own provisions, unless, indeed, he provided himself by means of his gun, and must take also his bed. The mosquitoes, too, are very vexatious in Trinidad, though I hardly think that they come up in venom to their brethren in British Guiana. The first portion of our ride was delightful, but on our return we came down upon a hot, dusty road, and then the loss of that hour in the morning was deeply felt. I think that up to that time I had never encountered such heat, and certainly had never met with a more disagreeable, troublesome amount of dust, all of which would have been avoided had I inquired overnight into the circumstances of the Trinidad watches. But the lady said never a word, and so heaped coals of fire on my head, in addition to the consuming flames of that ever-to-be-remembered sun. As Trinidad is an English colony, one's first idea is that the people speak English, and one's second idea, when that other one as to the English has fallen to the ground, is that they should speak Spanish, seeing that the name of the place is Spanish. But the fact is that they all speak French, and, out of the town, but few of the natives speak anything else. Whether a Parisian would admit this may be doubted, but he would have to acknowledge that it was a French patois. And the religion is Roman Catholic. The island, of course, did belong to France, and in manners, habits, language, and religion is still French. There is a Roman Catholic archbishop resident in Trinidad, who is, I believe, at present an Italian. We pay him, I have been told, some salary, which he declines to take for his own use, but applies to purposes of charity. There is a Roman Catholic cathedral in Port of Spain, and a very ugly building it is. The form of government also is different from that, or rather those, which have been adopted in the other West Indian colonies, such as Jamaica, Barbados, and British Guiana. As this was a conquered colony, the people of the island are not allowed to have so potent a voice in their own management. They have no House of Commons or Legislative Assembly, but take such rules or laws as may be necessary for their guidance direct from the Crown. The governor, however, is assisted by a council, in which sit the chief executive officers in the island. That the fact of the colony having been conquered need preclude it from the benefit, of self-government, one does not clearly see, but one does see clearly enough that as they are French in language and habits, and Roman Catholic in religion, they would make even a worse hash of it than the Jamaicans do in Jamaica. And it is devoutly to be hoped, for the island's sake, that it may be long before it is endowed with a constitution. It would be impossible nowadays to commence a legislature in the system of electing which all but white men should be excluded from voting, nor would there be white men enough to carry on an election. And may Providence defend my friends there from such an assembly as would be returned by French Negroes and hybrid mulattoes. A scientific survey has just been completed of this island, with reference to its mineral productions, and the result has been to show that it contains a very large quantity of coal. I was fortunate enough to meet one of the gentlemen by whom this was done, and he was kind enough to put into my hand a paper showing the exact result of their investigation. But, unfortunately, the paper was so learned, and I was so ignorant, that I could not understand one word of it. The whole matter also was explained to me verbally, but not in language adapted to my childlike simplicity. So I am not able to say whether the coal be good or bad, whether it would make a nice hot crackling Christmas fire, or fly away in slaty flakes and dirty dust. It is a pity that science cannot be made to recognize the depth of unscientific ignorance. There is also here in Trinidad a great pitch lake, of which all the world has heard, and out of which that indefatigable old hero, Lord Dundonald, tried hard to make wax candles and oil for burning. The oil and candles indeed he did make, but not, I fear, the money which should have been consequent upon their fabrication. I have no doubt, however, that in time we shall all have our wax candles from thence, for Lord Dundonald is one of those men who are born to do great deeds of which others shall reap the advantages. One of these days his name will be duly honoured for his conquests as well as for his candles. And so I speedily took my departure and threaded my way back again through the Bocas in that most horrid of all steam vessels, the Prince. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 15. St. Thomas. All persons traveling in the West Indies have so much to do with the island of St. Thomas that I must devote a short chapter to it. My circumstances with reference to it were such that I was compelled to remain there a longer time, putting all my visits together, than in any other of the islands except Jamaica. The place belongs to the Danes, who possess also the larger and much more valuable island of Santa Cruz, as they do also the small island of St. Martin. These all lie among the Virgin Islands and are considered as belonging to that thick cluster. As St. Thomas at present exists, it is of considerable importance. It is an emporium not only for many of the islands, but for many also of the places on the coast of South and Central America. Guyana, Venezuela, and New Granada deal there largely. It is the depot for cigars, light dresses, brandy, boots, and eau de cologne. Many men, therefore, of many nations go thither to make money, and they do make it. These are men, generally not of the tenderest class, or who have probably been nursed in much early refinement. Few men will select St. Thomas as a place of residence from mere unbiased choice and love of the locale. A wine merchant in London, doing a good trade there, would hardly give up that business with the object of personally opening an establishment in this island, nor would a well-to-do milliner leave Paris with the same object. Men who settle at St. Thomas have most probably roughed it elsewhere unsuccessfully. These St. Thomas tradesmen do make money, I believe, and it is certainly due to them that they should do so. Things ought not, if possible, to be all bad with any man, and I cannot imagine what good can accrue to a man of St. Thomas if it be not the good of amassing money. It is one of the hottest and one of the most unhealthy spots among all these hot and unhealthy regions. I do not know whether I should not be justified in saying that of all such spots it is the most hot and the most unhealthy. I have said in a previous chapter that the people one meets there may be described as an Hispano-Dano niggery Yankee Doodle population. In this I referred not only to the settlers, but to those also who are constantly passing through it. In the shops and stores and at the hotels one meets the same mixture. The Spanish element is of course strong, for Venezuela, New Granada, Central America, and Mexico are all Spanish, as also is Cuba. The people of these lands speak Spanish, and hereabouts are called Spaniards. To the Danes the island belongs. The soldiers, officials, and custom house people are Danes. They do not, however, mix much with their customers. They affect, I believe, to say that the island is overrun and destroyed by these strange comers, and that they would be as lief be without such visitors. If they are altogether indifferent to money making, such may be the case. The laboring people are all black, if these blacks can be called a laboring people. They do coal the vessels at about $1 a day each, that is, when they are so circumstanced as to require $1. As to the American element, that is by no means the slightest or most retiring. Dollars are going there, and therefore it is of course natural that Americans should be going also. I saw the other day a map, the United States as they now are and in perspective, and it included all these places, Mexico, Central America, Cuba, St. Domingo, and even poor Jamaica. It may be that the man who made the map understood the destiny of his country. At any rate, he understood the tastes of his countrymen. All these people are assembled together at St. Thomas, because St. Thomas is the meeting place and the central depot of the West Indian steam packets. That reason can be given easily enough, but why St. Thomas should be the meeting place of these packets, I do not know who can give me the reason for that arrangement. Tortola and Virgin Gorda, two of the Virgin Islands, both belong to ourselves and are situated equally well for the required purpose as is St. Thomas. I am told also that at any rate one, probably at both, good harbor accommodation is to be found. It is certain that in other respects they are preferable. They are not unhealthy, as is St. Thomas, and as I have said above, they belong to ourselves. My own opinion is that Jamaica should be the headquarters of these packets, but the question is one which will not probably be interesting to the reader of these pages. They cannot understand at home why we dislike the intercolonial work so much, said the captain of one of the steamships to me. By intercolonial work he meant the different branch services from St. Thomas. They do not comprehend at home what it is for a man to be burying one young officer after another, to have them sent out, and then to see them mown down in that accursed hole of a harbor by yellow fever. Such a work is not a very pleasant one. Indeed, this was true. The life cannot be a very pleasant one. These captains themselves and their senior officers are doubtless acclimated. The yellow fever may reach them, but their chance of escape is tolerably good. But the young lads who join the service, and who do so at an early age, have at the first commencement of their career to make St. Thomas their residence as far as they have any residence. They live of course on board their ships, but the peculiarity of St. Thomas is this, that the harbor is 10 times more fatal than the town. It is that hole up by the coaling wharves which sends so many English lads to the grave. If this be so, this alone, I think, constitutes a strong reason why St. Thomas should not be so favored. These vessels now form a considerable fleet, and some of them spend nearly a third of their time at this place. The number of Englishmen so collected and endangered is sufficient to warrant us in regarding this as a great drawback on any utility which the island may have, if such utility there be. But we must give even the devil his due. Seen from the water, St. Thomas is very pretty. It is not so much the scenery of the island that pleases as the aspect of the town itself. It stands on 3 hills or mounts, with higher hills, green to their summit, rising behind them. Each mount is topped by a pleasant, cleanly edifice, and pretty-looking houses stretch down the sides to the water's edge. The buildings do look pretty and nice, and as though chance had arranged them for a picture. Indeed, as seen from the harbor, the town looks like a panorama exquisitely painted. The air is thin and transparent, and every line shows itself clearly. As so seen, the town of St. Thomas is certainly attractive, but it is like the Dead Sea fruit. All the charm is gone when it is tasted. Land there, and the beauty vanishes. The hotel at St. Thomas is quite a thing of itself. There is no fair ground for complaint as regards the accommodation, considering where one is, and that people do not visit St. Thomas for pleasure, but the people that one meets there form as strange a collection as may perhaps be found anywhere. In the first place, all languages seem alike to them. One hears English, French, German, and Spanish spoken all around one, and apparently it is indifferent which. The waiters seem to speak them all. The most of these guests, I take it, certainly a large proportion of them, are residents of the place, who board at the inn. I have been there for a week at a time, and it seemed that all then around me were so. There were ladies among them who always came punctually to their meals, and went through the long course of breakfast and long course of dinner with admirable perseverance. I never saw eating to equal that eating. When I was there the house was always full, but the landlord told me that he found it very hard to make money, and I can believe it. A hot climate, it is generally thought, interferes with the appetite, affects the gastric juices with lassitude, gives to the stomach some of the apathy of the body, and lessens at any rate the consumption of animal food. That charge cannot be made against the air of St. Thomas. To whatever sudden changes the health may be subject, no lingering disinclination for food affects it. Men eat there as though it were the only solace of their life, and women also. Probably it is so. They never talk at meals. A man and his wife may interchange a word or two as to the dishes, or men coming from the same store may whisper a syllable as to their culinary desires, but in an ordinary way there is no talking. I myself generally am not a mute person at my meals, and having dined at sundry tables d'hote, have got over in a great degree that disinclination to speak to my neighbor, which is attributed, I believe wrongly, to Englishmen. But at St. Thomas I took it into my head to wait till I was spoken to, and for a week I sat, twice daily, between the same persons, without receiving or speaking a single word. I shall not soon forget the stout lady who sat opposite to me, and who was married to a little hook-nosed Jew who always accompanied her. Soup, fish, and then meat is the ordinary rule at such banquets, but here the fashion is for the guests, having curried favor with the waiters, to get their plates of food brought in and put round before them in little circles, so that a man, while taking his soup, may contemplate his fish and his roast beef, his wing of fowl, his allotment of salad, his peas and potatoes, his pudding, pie, and custard, and whatever other good things a benevolent and well-feed waiter may be able to collect for him. This somewhat crowds the table, and occasionally it becomes necessary for the guest to guard his treasures with an eagle's eye, hers also with an eagle's eye, and sometimes with an eagle's talon. This stout lady was great on such occasions. "A bit of that," she would exclaim, with head half turned round, as a man would pass behind her with a dish, while she was in the very act of unloading within her throat a whole knifeful charged to the hilt. The efforts which at first affected me as almost ridiculous advanced to the sublime as dinner went on. There was no shirking, no half measures, no slackened pace as the breath became short. The work was daily done to the final half pound of cheese. Cheese and jelly, guava jelly, were always eaten together. This I found to be the general fashion of St. Thomas. Some men dipped their cheese in jelly, some ate a bit of jelly and then a bit of cheese, some topped up with jelly and some topped up with cheese, all having it on their plates together. But this lady, she must have spent years in acquiring the exercise, had a knack of involving her cheese in jelly, covering up by a rapid twirl of her knife a bit about an inch thick, so that no cheesy surface should touch her palate, and then depositing the parcel, oh, ever so far down, without dropping above a globule or two of the covering of her bosom. Her lord, the Israelite, used to fight hard too, but the battle was always over with him long before the lady showed even a sign of distress. He was one of those flashy, weedy animals that make good running for a few yards and are then choked off. She was game up to the winning post. There were many animals running at those races, but she might have given all the others the odds of a pound of solid food and yet have beaten them. But then, to see her rise from the table, well, pace and extra weight together will distress the best horse that ever was shod. Over and above this, I found nothing of any general interest at St. Thomas. End of section 24. Section 25 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 16. New Granada and the Isthmus of Panama. It is probably known to all that New Granada is the most northern of the republics of South America, or it should rather be said that it is the state nearest to the Isthmus, of which indeed it comprehends a considerable portion, the territory of the Gulf of Darien and the district of Panama all being within the limits of New Granada. It was, however, but the other day that New Granada formed only a part of the Republic of Colombia, the republic of which Bolivar was the hero. As the inhabitants of Central America found it necessary to break up their state into different republics, so also did the people of Colombia. The heroes and patriots of Caracas and Quito could not consent to be governed from Bogota, and therefore three states were formed out of one. They are New Granada, with its capital of Bogota; Venezuela, with its capital of Caracas, lying exactly to the east of New Granada; and Ecuador, the state, that is, of Ecuador, lying to the south of New Granada, having its seaport at Guayaquil on the Pacific, with Quito, its chief city, exactly on the line. The District of Columbia was one of the grandest appanages of the Spanish throne, when the appanages of the Spanish throne were grand indeed. The town and port of Cartagena on the Atlantic were admirably fortified, as was also Panama on the Pacific. Its interior cities were populous, flourishing, and for that age fairly civilized. Now the whole country has received the boon of utopian freedom, and the mind loses itself in contemplating to what lowest pitch of human degradation the people will gradually fall. Civilization here is retrograding. Men are becoming more ignorant than their fathers, are learning to read less, to know less, to have fewer aspirations of a high order, to care less for truth and justice, to have more and more of the contentment of a brute, the contentment which comes from a full belly and untaxed sinews, or even from an empty belly, so long as the sinews be left idle. To what this will tend to profit in these days can hardly see, or rather none less than a prophet can pretend to see. That those lands which the Spaniards have occupied, and to a great extent made Spanish, should have no higher destiny than that which they have already accomplished, I can hardly bring myself to think. That their unlimited fertility and magnificent rivers should be given for nothing, that their power of producing all that man wants should be intended for no use, I cannot believe. At present, however, it would seem that Providence has abandoned it. It is making no progress. Land that was cultivated is receding from cultivation. Cities that were populous are falling into ruins, and men are going back into animals, under the influence of unlimited liberty and universal suffrage. In 1851 emancipation from slavery was finally established in New Granada, and so far, doubtless, a good deed was done. But it was established at the same time that every man, emancipated slave or other, let him be an industrial occupier of land or idle occupier of nothing, should have an equal vote in electing presidents and members of the Federal Congress, and members of the Congress of the different states; that, in short, all men should be equal for all state purposes. And the result, as may be supposed, is not gratifying. As far as I am able to judge, a Negro has not generally those gifts of God which enable one man to exercise rule and masterdom over his fellow men. I myself should object strongly to be represented, say in the city of London, by any black man that I ever saw. The unfortunate "nigger gone masterless," whom Carlyle so tenderly commiserates, has not strong ideas of the duties even of self-government, much less of the government of others. Universal suffrage in such hands can hardly lead to good results. Let him at any rate have first saved some £60 in a savings bank, or made himself undoubted owner, an easy thing in New Granada, of a 40-shilling freehold. Not that pure-blooded Negroes are common through the whole of New Granada. At Panama and the adjacent districts they are so, but in the other parts of the Republic they are, I believe, few in number. At Santa Martha, where I first landed, I saw few, if any, and yet the trace of the Negroes, the woolly hair and flat nose, were common enough, mixed always with Indian blood, and of course to a great extent with Spanish blood also. This Santa Martha is a wretched village. A city it is there called, at which we, with intense cruelty, maintain a British consul and a British post office. There is a cathedral there of the old Spanish order, with the choir removed from the altar down towards the western door. And there is, I was informed, a bishop. But neither bishop nor cathedral were in any way remarkable. There is there a governor of the province, some small tradesmen, who seem to exercise very few governing functions. It may also be said that no trade exists in the place, which seem indeed to be nearly dead. A few black or nearly black children run about the streets in a state almost of nudity, and there are shops, from the extremities of which, as I was told, crinoline and hats laden with bugles may be extracted. Every one of my predecessors here died of fever, said the consul to me in a tone of triumph. What could a man say to him on so terribly mortal a subject? And my wife has been down in fever 13 times. Heavens, what a life! That is, as long as it is life. I rode some 4 or 5 miles into the country to visit the house in which Bolivar died. It is a deserted little country villa, or chateau, called San Pedro, standing in a farmyard, and now containing no other furniture than a marble bust of the dictator, with a few wretchedly colored French prints with cracked glass plates. The bust is not a bad one, and seems to have a solemn and sad meaning in its melancholy face, standing there in its solitary niche in the very room in which the would-be liberator died. For Bolivar had grand ideas of freedom, though doubtless he had grand ideas also of personal power and preeminence, as has been the case with most of those who have moved or professed to move in the vanguard of liberty. To free mankind from all injurious thraldom is the aspiration of such men. But whoever thought that obedience to himself was a thraldom that could be injurious? And here in this house on the 17th December, 1830, Bolivar died, broken-hearted, owing his shelter to charity, and relieved in his last wants by the hands of strangers to his country. When the breath was out of him and he was well dead, so that on such a matter he himself could probably have no strong wish in any direction, they took away his body, of course with all honor to the district that gave him birth, and that could afford to be proud of him now that he was dead, into Venezuela, and reburied him at Caracas. But dying poverty and funeral honors have been the fate of great men in other countries besides Colombia. And why did you come to visit such a region as this? Asked Bolivar, when dying, of a Frenchman to whom in his last days he was indebted for much. For freedom, said the Frenchman. For freedom, said Bolivar. Then let me tell you that you have missed your mark altogether. You could hardly have turned in a worse direction. Our ride from Santa Martha to the house had been altogether between bushes, among which we saw but small signs of cultivation. Round the house I saw none. On my return I learnt that the place was the property of a rich man who possessed a large estate in its vicinity. But will nothing grow there? I asked. Grow there? Yes. Anything would grow there. Some years since the whole district was covered with sugar canes. But since the emancipation in 1851, it had become impossible to procure labor. Men could not be got to work, and so bush had grown up, and the earth gave none of her increase, except indeed where half-caste Indians squatted here and there and made provision grounds. I then went on to Cartagena. This is a much better town than Santa Martha, though even this is in its decadence. It was once a flourishing city, great in commerce and strong in war. It was taken by the English, not however without signal reverses on our part, and by the special valor, so the story goes, of certain sailors who dragged a single gun to the summit of a high abrupt hill called the Papa, which commands the town. If the thermometer stood in those days as high as Cartagena as it does now, pretty nearly through the whole of the year, these sailors ought to have had the Victoria Cross. But these deeds were done long years ago, in the time of Drake and his followers, and Victoria Crosses were then chiefly kept for the officers. The harbor at Cartagena is singularly circumstanced. There are 2 entrances to it, one some 10 miles from the city and the other close to it. This nearer aperture was blocked up by the Spaniards who sank ships across the mouth, and it has never been used or usable since. The present entrance is very strongly fortified. The fortifications are still there, bristling down to the water's edge, or they would bristle were it not that all the guns have been sold for the value of the brass metal. Cartagena was hotter even than Santa Martha, but the place is by no means so desolate and deathlike. The shops there are open to the streets, as shops are in other towns. Men and women may occasionally be seen about the square, and there is a trade in poultry, if in nothing else. There is a cathedral here also, and I presume a bishop. The former is built after the Spanish fashion, and boasts a so-called handsome, large marble pulpit. That it is large and marble I confess, but I venture to question its claim to the other epithet. There are pictures also in the cathedral of spirits in a state of torture certainly, and if I rightly remember of beatified spirits also. But in such pictures the agonies of the damned always excite more attention and a keener remembrance than the ecstasies of the blessed. I cannot say that the artist had come up either to the spirit of Fra Angelico or to the strength of Orcagna. At Cartagena I encountered a family of native ladies and gentlemen who were journeying from Bogota to Peru. Looking at the map, one would say that the route from Bogota to Buenaventura on the Pacific was both easy and short. The distance, as the crow flies, the condor I should perhaps more properly say, would not be much over 200 miles. And yet this family, of whom one was an old woman, had come down to Cartagena, having been 20 days on the road, having from thence a long sea journey to the Isthmus, thence the passage over to Panama, and then the journey down the Pacific. The fact, of course, is that there are no means of transit in the country except on certain tracts, very few in number, and that even on these all motion is very difficult. Bogota is about 370 miles from Cartagena, and the journey can hardly be made in less than 14 days. From Cartagena I went on to the Isthmus of Panama, as it is called by all the world, though the American town of Aspinwall will gradually become the name best known in connection with the passage between the two oceans. This passage is now made by a railway which has been opened by an American company between the town of Aspinwall, or Colon, as it is called in England, and the city of Panama. Colon is the local name for this place, which also bears the denomination of Navy Bay in the language of sailors. But our friends from Yankee Land like to carry things with a high hand, and to have a nomenclature of their own. Here, as their energy and their money and their habits are undoubtedly in the ascendant, they will probably be successful, and the place will be called Aspinwall in spite of the disgust of the New Grenadians, and the propriety of the English who choose to adhere to the names of the existing government of the country. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, and Colon or Aspinwall will be equally vile, however you may call it. It is a wretched, unhealthy, miserably situated, but thriving little American town, created by and for the railway and the passenger traffic which comes here both from Southampton and New York. That from New York is of course immensely the greatest, for this is at present the main route to San Francisco and California. I visited the place 3 times, for I passed over the isthmus on my way to Costa Rica, and on my return from that country I went again to Panama, and of course back to Colon. I can say nothing in its favor. My only dealing there was with a washerwoman, and I wish I could place before my readers a picture of my linen in the condition in which it came back from that artist's hands. I confess that I sat down and shed bitter tears. In these localities there are but 2 luxuries of life, iced soda water and clean shirts, and now I was debarred from any true enjoyment of the latter for more than a fortnight. The Panama Railway is certainly a great fact, as men nowadays say when anything of importance is accomplished. The necessity of some means of passing the isthmus, and the question as to the best means, has been debated since, I may say the days of Cortez. Men have foreseen that it would become a necessity to the world that there should be some such transit, and every conceivable point of the Isthmus has, at some period or by some nation, been selected as the best for the purpose. This railway is certainly the first that can be regarded as a properly organized means of traveling, and it may be doubted whether it will not remain as the best, if not the only permanent mode of transit. Very great difficulty was experienced in erecting this line. In the first place, it was necessary that terms should be made with the government of the country through which the line should pass, and to effect this it was expedient to hold out great inducements. Among the chief of these is an understanding that the whole line shall become the absolute property of the new Granadian government when it shall have been open for 49 years. But who can tell what government will prevail in New Granada in 49 years? It is not impossible that the whole district may then be an outlying territory belonging to the United States. At any rate, I should imagine that it is very far from the intention of the American company to adhere with rigid strictness to this part of the bargain. Who knows what may occur between this and the end of the century? And when these terms were made, there was great difficulty in obtaining labor. The road had to be cut through one continuous forest, and for the greater part of the way along the course of the Chagres River. Nothing could be more unhealthy than such work, and in consequence the men died very rapidly. The high rate of wages enticed many Irishmen here, but most of them found their graves amidst the works. Chinese were tried, but they were quite inefficacious for such labor, and when distressed had a habit of hanging themselves. The most useful men were to be got from the coast round Cartagena, but they were enticed thither only by very high pay. The whole road lies through trees and bushes of thick tropical growth, and is in this way pretty and interesting. But there is nothing wonderful in the scenery, unless to one who has never before witnessed tropical forest scenery. The growth here is so quick that the strip of ground closely adjacent to the line, some 20 yards perhaps on each side, has to be cleared of timber and foliage every 6 months. If left for 12 months, the whole would be covered with thick bushes 12 feet high. At intervals of 4½ miles there are large wooden houses, pretty looking houses they are, built with much taste, in each of which a superintendent with a certain number of laborers resides. These men are supplied with provisions and all necessaries by the company, for there are no villages here in which workmen can live, no shops from which they can supply themselves, no labor which can be hired as it may be wanted. From this it may be imagined that the line is maintained at a great cost, but nevertheless it already pays a dividend of 12½ per cent. So much at least is acknowledged, but those who pretend to understand the matter declare that the real profit accruing to the shareholders is hardly less than 25 per cent. The sum charged for the passage is extremely high, being $25, or £5 for a single ticket. The distance is under 50 miles, and there is no class but the one. Everybody passing over the isthmus, if he pay his fare, must pay $25. Steerage passengers from New York to San Francisco are at present booked through for $50. This includes their food on the 2 sea voyages, which are on an average of about 11 days each, and yet out of this $50, 25 are paid to the railway for this conveyance over 50 miles. The charge for luggage, too, is commensurately high. The ordinary kit of a traveling Englishman, a portmanteau, bag, desk, and hat box, would cost £2 10s. Over and above his own fare. But at the same time, nothing can be more liberal than the general management of the line. On passengers journeying from New York to California, or from Southampton to Chile and Peru, their demand no doubt is very high, but to men of all classes, merely traveling from Aspinwall to Panama for pleasure, or apparently on business, if traveling only between those 2 places, free tickets are given almost without restriction. One train goes each way daily, and as a rule most of the passengers are carried free, except on those days when packets have arrived at either terminus. On my first passage over I paid my fare, for I went across with other passengers out of the mail packet, but on my return the superintendent not only gave me a ticket, but asked me whether I wanted others for any friends. The line is a single line throughout. Panama has doubtless become a place of importance to Englishmen and Americans, and its name is very familiar to our ears, but nevertheless it is a place whose glory has passed away. It was a large Spanish town, strongly fortified, with some 30,000 inhabitants. Now its fortifications are mostly gone, its churches are tumbling to the ground, its old houses have so tumbled, and its old Spanish population has vanished. It is still the chief city of a state, and a Congress sits there. There is a governor and a judge, and there are elections, but were it not for the passengers of the Isthmus, there would soon be but little left of the city of Panama. Here the Negro race abounds, and among the common people the Negro traits are stronger and more marked than those either of the Indians or Spaniards. Of Spanish blood among the natives of the surrounding country there seems to be but little. The Negroes here are of course free to vote for their own governors and make their own laws, and consequently they are often very troublesome, the country people attacking those in the town and so on. And is justice ultimately done on the offenders, I ask? Well, sir, perhaps not justice, but some notice is taken and the matter is smoothed over. Such was the answer. There is a Spanish cathedral here also, in which I heard a very sweet-toned organ and one magnificent tenor voice. The old church buildings still standing here are not without pretense, and are interesting from the dark tawny color of the stone. If from no other cause, I should guess them to be some 2 centuries old. Their style in many respects resembles that which is so generally odious to an Englishman's eye and ear, under the title of Renaissance. It is probably an offshoot of that which is called Plateresque in the south of Spain. During the whole time that I was at Panama the thermometer stood at something above 90. In Calcutta I believe it is often as high as 110, so that I have no right to speak of the extreme heat. But nevertheless, Panama is supposed to be one of the hottest places in the Western world, and I was assured while there that weather so continuously hot for the 24 hours had not been known during the last 9 years. The rainy season should have commenced by this time, the early part of May, but it had not done so, and it appeared that when the rain is late, that is the hottest period of the whole year. The heat made me uncomfortable, but never made me ill. I lost all pleasure in eating, and indeed in everything else. I used to feel a craving for my food, but no appetite when it came. I was lethargic, as though from repletion, when I did eat, and was always glad when my watch would allow me to go to bed. But yet I was never ill. The country round the town is pretty and very well adapted for riding. There are large open savannas which stretch away for miles and miles, and which are kept as grazing farms for cattle. These are not flat and plain, but are broken into undulations, and covered here and there with forest bushes. The horses here are taught to pace, that is, move with the 2 off legs together, and then with the 2 near legs. The motion is exceedingly gentle, and well fitted for this hot climate, in which the rougher work of trotting would be almost too much for the energies of debilitated mankind. The same pace is common in Cuba, Costa Rica, and other Spanish countries in the West. Off from Panama, a few miles distant in the Western Ocean, there are various picturesque islands. On 2 of these are the depots of 2 great steam packet companies, that belonging to the Americans which carries on the trade to California, and an English company whose vessels run down the Pacific to Peru and Chile. I visited Toboga, in which are the headquarters of the latter. Here I found a small English maritime colony with a little town of their own, composed of captains, doctors, engineers, officers, artificers, and sailors living together on the company's wages, and as regards the upper classes, at tables provided by the company. But I saw there no women of any description. I beg therefore to suggest to the company that their servants would probably be much more comfortable if the institution partook less of the monastic order. If, as is probable, this becomes one of the high roads to Australia, then another large ship company will have to fix its quarters here. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 17. Central America, Panama to San Jose, Part 1. I had intended to embark at Panama in the American steamship Columbus for the coast of Central America. In that case, I should have gone to San Juan del Sur, a port in Nicaragua, and made my way from thence across the lake, down the river San Juan to San Juan del Norte, now called Greytown, on the Atlantic. But I learned that the means of transit through Nicaragua had been so utterly destroyed, as I shall by and by explain, that I should encounter great delay in getting across the lake, and as I found that one of our men-of-war steamers, the Vixen, was immediately about to start from Panama to Punta Arenas on the coast of Costa Rica, I changed my mind and resolved on riding through Costa Rica to Greytown. And accordingly, I did ride through Costa Rica. My first work was to make petition for a passage in the Vixen, which was accorded to me without difficulty. But even had I failed here, I should have adhered to the same plan. The more I heard of Costa Rica, the more I was convinced that that republic was better worth a visit than Nicaragua. At this time I had in my hands a pamphlet written by M. Bailey, a Frenchman, who is, or says that he is, going to make a ship canal from the Atlantic to the Pacific. According to him, the only paradise now left on earth is in this Republic of Costa Rica. So I shipped myself on board the Vixen. I had never before been on the waters of the Pacific. Now, when one premeditates one's travels, sitting by the domestic fireside, one is apt to think that all those advancing steps into new worlds will be taken with some little awe, some feeling of amazement at finding oneself in very truth so far distant from Hyde Park Corner. The Pacific. I was absolutely there, on the ocean in which lie the Sandwich Islands, Queen Pomar, and the Cannibals. But no, I had no such feeling. My only solicitude was whether my clean shirts would last me on to the capital of Costa Rica. And in traveling these are the things which really occupy the mind. Where shall I sleep? Is there anything to eat? Can I have my clothes washed? At Panama, I did have my clothes washed in a very short space of time, but I had to pay $1 apiece for them all round. In all these ports, in New Granada, Central America, and even throughout the West Indies, the luxury which is the most expensive in proportion to its cost in Europe is the washing of clothes, the most expensive as it is also the most essential. But I must not omit to say that before shipping myself in the Vixen, I called on the officers on board the United States frigate Merrimac and was shown over that vessel. I am not a very good judge of ships and can only say that the officers were extremely civil, the sherry very good, and the guns very large. They were coaling, the captain told me, and he professed to be very much ashamed of the dirt. Had I not been told so, I should not have known that the ship was dirty. The Merrimac, though rated only as a frigate, having guns on one covered deck only, is one of their largest men-of-war and has been regarded by them and by us as a show vessel. But according to their own account, she fails altogether as a steamer. The greatest pace her engines will give is 7 knots an hour, and this is felt to be so insufficient for the wants of the present time that it is intended to take them out of her and replace them by a new set as soon as an opportunity will allow. This will be done although the vessel and the engines are new. I mention this not as reflecting in any way disgracefully on the dockyard from whence she came, but to show that our Admiralty is not the only one which may have to chop and change his vessels after they are built. we hear much, too much perhaps, of the misfortunes which attend our own navy, but of the misfortunes of other navies we hear very little. It is a pity that we cannot have some record of all the blunders committed at Cherbourg. The Merrimac carries the flag of Flag Officer Long, on whom also we called. He is a fine old gentleman with a magnificent head and forehead, looking, I should say, much more like an English nobleman than a Yankee sailor. Flag Officer Long, who will explain to us why the Americans of the United States should persist in calling their senior naval officers by so awkward an appellation, seeing that the well-known and well-sounding title of Admiral is very much at their disposal. When I returned to the shore from the Merrimac, I had half an hour to pack before I again started for the Vixen. As it would be necessary that I should return to Panama, and as whatever luggage I now took with me would have to be carried through the whole of Costa Rica on mules' backs, it became expedient that I should leave the greater part of my kit behind me. Then came the painful task of selection, to be carried out with the thermometer at 90 and to be completed in 30 minutes. To go or not to go had to be asked and answered as to every shirt and pair of trousers. Oh, those very clothes! If a man could travel as a dog, how delightful it would be to keep moving from year's end to year's end. We steamed up the coast for 2 days quietly, placidly, and steadily. I cannot say that the trip was a pleasant one, remembering how intense was the heat. On one occasion we stopped for practice shooting, and it behoved me, of course, to mount the paddle box and see what was going on. This was at 11 in the morning, and though it did not last for above an hour, I was brought almost to fainting by the power of the sun. Punta Arenas, Sandy Point, is a small town and harbor situated in Costa Rica near the top of the Bay of Nicoya. The sail up the bay is very pretty, through almost endless woods stretching away from the shores to the hills. There is, however, nothing majestic or grand about this scenery here. There are no Andes in sight, no stupendous mountains such as one might expect to see after coming so far to see them. It is all pretty quiet and ordinary, and on the whole perhaps superior to the views from the sea at Hearn Bay. The captain of the Vixen had decided on going up to San Jose with me, as at the last moment did also the master, San Jose being the capital of Costa Rica. Our first object, therefore, was to hire a guide and mules, which, with the assistance of the acting English consul, we soon found. For even at Punta Arenas the English flag flies, and a distressed British subject can claim protection. It is a small village lying around a creek of the sea, inside the sandy point from whence it is named. Considerable business is done here in the exportation of coffee, which is the staple produce of Costa Rica. It is sent chiefly to England, but it seemed to me that the money-making inhabitants of Punta Arenas were mostly Americans, men who either had been to California or who had got so far on the road thither and they changed their minds. It is a hot, dusty, unattractive spot, with a Yankee inn at which men may liquor, and a tram railroad running for 12 miles into the country. It abounds in oysters and beer, on which we dined before we started on our journey. I was thus for the first time in Central America. The continent, if it may be so called, comprises the 5 republics of Guatemala, Honduras, San Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. When this country first broke away from Spanish rule in 1821, it was for a while content to exist as one state under the name of the Republic of Guatemala, as it had been known for nearly 300 years as a Spanish province under the same denomination, that of Guatemala. After a hard tussle with Mexico, which endeavored to devour it, and which 40 years ago was more prone to annex than to be annexed, this republic set itself fairly going, with the city of Guatemala for its capital. But the energies and ambition of the different races comprised among the 2 million inhabitants of Central America would not allow them to be governed except each in its own province. Some 10 years since, therefore, the 5 states broke asunder. Each claimed to be sovereign and independent. Each chose its own president and had its own capital, and consequently As might be expected, no part of the district in question has been able to enjoy those natural advantages with which Providence has certainly endowed it. To these states must be added, in counting up the countries of Central America, British Honduras, consisting of Belize, and the adjacent district, and the Mosquito Coast, which so lately was under British protection, and which is... But here I must be silent, or I may possibly trench upon diplomatic subjects still unsettled. My visit was solely to Costa Rica, which has in some respects done better than its neighbors. But this has been owing to the circumstances of its soil and climate, rather than to those of its government, which seems to me to be as bad as any can be, which deserves that name. In Costa Rica there certainly is a government, and a very despotic one it is. I am not much given to the sins of dandyism, but I must own I was not a little proud of my costume as I left Punta Arenas. We had been told that according to the weather, our ride would be either dusty or muddy in no ordinary degree, and that any clothes which we might wear during the journey would be utterly useless as soon as the journey was over. Consequently, we purchased for ourselves, in an American store, short canvas smock frocks, which would not come below the saddle, and coarse Holland trousers. What class of men may usually wear these garments in Costa Rica I cannot say, but in England I have seen navvies look exactly as my naval friends looked, and I flatter myself that my appearance was quite equal to theirs. I had procured at Panamá a light straw hat with an amazing brim, and had covered the whole with white calico. I have before said that my beard had become poblada, so that on the whole I was rather gratified than otherwise when I was assured by the storekeeper that we should certainly be taken for 3 filibusters. Now the name of filibuster means something serious in these localities, as I shall in a few pages have to explain. We started on our journey by railroad, for there is a tramway that runs for 12 miles through the forest. We were dragged along on this by an excellent mule, till our course was suddenly impeded by a tree which had fallen across the road. But in course of time this was removed, and in something less than 3 hours we found ourselves at a sawmill in the middle of the forest. The first thing that met my view on stepping out of the truck was a solitary Englishman seated on a half-sawn log of wood. Those who remember Hood's whims and oddities may bear in mind a heart-rending picture of the last man. Only that the times do not agree, I should have said that this poor fellow must have sat for the picture. He was undeniably an English labourer. No man of any other nation would have had that face, or worn those clothes, or kicked his feet about in that same awkward, melancholy humour. He was, he said, in charge of the sawmill, having been induced to come out into that country for 3 years. According to him, it was a wretched, miserable place. No man, he said, ever found himself in worse diggings. He earned $1.50 a day, and with that he could hardly buy shoes and have his clothes washed. Why did he not go home? I asked. Oh, he had come for 3 years, and he'd stayed his 3 years out. If so be he didn't die. The sawmill was not paying, he said, and never would pay, so that on the whole his account of Costa Rica was not encouraging. We had been recommended to stay the first night at a place called Esparza, where there is a decent inn. But before we left Punta Arenas, we learned that Don Juan Rafael Mora, the President of the Republic, was coming down the same road with a large retinue of followers to inaugurate the commencement of the works of the canal. He would be on his way to meet his brother president of the next republic, Nicaragua, at San Juan del Sur, and at a spot some little distance from thence, this great work was to be begun at once. He and his party were to sleep at Esparza. Therefore, we decided on going on further before we halted. And in truth, at that place we did meet Don Juan and his retinue. As both Costa Rica and Nicaragua are chiefly of importance to the eastern and western worlds, as being the district in which the isthmus between the two Americas may be most advantageously pierced by a canal, if it be ever so pierced, This subject naturally intrudes itself into all matters concerning these countries. Till the opening of the Panama Railway, the transit of passengers through Nicaragua was immense. At present, the railway has it all its own way. But the subject, connected as it has been with that of filibustering, mingles itself so completely with all interests in Costa Rica that nothing of its present doings or politics can be well understood till something is understood on this canal subject. Sooner or later, I must write a chapter on it, and it would almost be well if the reader would be pleased to take it out of its turn and get through it at once. The chapter, however, cannot well be brought until this, recording my travels in Costa Rica, are completed. End of section 26. Section 27 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 17. Central America, Panama to San Jose, Part 2. Don Juan Mora and his retinue had arrived some hours before us and had nearly filled the little hotel. This was kept by a Frenchman, and as far as provisions and beer were concerned, seemed to be well kept. Our requirements did not go beyond this. On entering the public sitting-room, a melodiously rich Irish brogue at once greeted my ears, and I saw seated at the table, Judges in a semi-military uniform, the O'Gorman Mahon, great as in bygone unemancipated days, when we heard erect and stentorian voice, he would make himself audible to half the county Clare. The head was still as erect, and the brogue as unexceptionable. He speedily introduced us to a brother workman in the same mission, the Prince Polignac. With the President himself I had not the honor of making acquaintance, for he speaks only Spanish, and my tether in that language is unfortunately very short. But the captain of the Vixen was presented to him. He seemed to be a courteous little gentleman, though rather flustered by the magnitude of the work on which he was engaged. There was something singular in the amalgamation of the three men who had thus got themselves together in this place to do honor to the coming canal. The President of the Republic, Prince Polignac, and the O'Gorman Mahon. I could not but think of the heterogeneous heroes of the Groves of Blarney. There were Nicodemus and Polyphemus, Oliver Cromwell and Leslie Foster. I am not quoting the words rightly, I fear, but the selection in the true song is miscellaneous in the same degree. And now, boys, ate a bit of what's going and take a drop of drink, said the O'Gorman, patting us on the shoulders with kind patronage. We did as we were bid, ate and drank, paid the bill, and went our way rejoicing. That night, on the next morning, rather about 2 a.m., we reached a wayside inn called San Mateo, and there rested for 5 or 6 hours. That we should obtain any such accommodation along the road astonished me, and as such as we got, we were very glad. But it must not be supposed that it was of a very excellent quality. We found 3 bedsteads in the front room, into which the door of the house opened. On these were no mattresses, not even a palliasse. They consisted of flat boards sloping away a little towards the feet, with some hard substance prepared for a pillow. In the morning we got a cup of coffee without milk. For these luxuries, and for pasturage for the mules, we paid about 10 shillings a head. Indeed, everything of this kind in Costa Rica is excessively dear. Our next day's journey was a very long one, and to my companions very fatiguing, for they had not latterly been so much on horseback as had been the case with myself. Our first stage before breakfast was of some 5 hours' duration, and from the never-ending questions put to the guide as to the number of remaining leagues, it seemed to be eternal. The weather also was hot, for we had not yet got into the highlands, and a continued seat of 5 hours on a mule under a burning sun is not refreshing to a man who is not accustomed to such exercise, and especially is not so when he is unaccustomed to the half-trotting, half-pacing steps of the beast. The Spaniard sits in the saddle without moving, and generally has his saddle well stuffed and padded, and then covered with a pillion. An Englishman disdains so soft a seat, and endeavors to rise in his stirrup at every step of the mule, as he would on a trotting horse at home. In these Hispano-American countries, this always provokes the ridicule of the guide, who does not hesitate to tell the poor wretch who is suffering his pillory that he does not know how to ride. With some of us the pillory was very bad, and I feared for the time that we should hardly have been able to mount again after breakfast. The place at which we were is called Atenas, and I must say in praise of this modern Athens and of the 3 modern Athenian girls who waited on us, that their coffee, eggs, and grilled fowl were very good. The houses of these people are exceedingly dirty, their modes of living comfortless and slovenly in the extreme. But there seems to be no lack of food, and the food is by no means of a bad description. Along this road from Punta Arenas to San Jose, we found it always supplied in large quantities and fairly cooked. The prices demanded for it were generally high, but then all prices are high, and it seems that, even among the poorer classes, small sums of money are not valued as with us. There is no copper coin. Half a real, equal to about 3 pence, is the smallest piece in use. A handful of reals hardly seems to go further, or to be thought more of, than a handful of pence with us. And $1, 8 reals, ranks hardly higher in estimation than a shilling does in England. At last, by the gradual use of the coffee and eggs, and by the application, external and internal, of a limited amount of brandy, the outward and the inward men were recruited, and we once more found ourselves on the backs of our mules, prepared for another stage of equal duration. These evils always lessen as we become more accustomed to them, so that when we reached a place called Assumption, at which we were to rest for the night, we all gallantly informed the muleteer that we were prepared to do another stage. Not so the mules, said the muleteer, and as his words were law, we prepared to spend the night at Assumption. Our road hitherto had been rising nearly the whole way, and had been generally through a picturesque country. We ascended one long severe hill, severe that is as a road, though to a professed climber of mountains it would be as nothing. From the summit of this hill we had a magnificent view down to the Pacific. Again, at a sort of fortress through which we passed, and which must have been first placed there by the old Spaniards to guard the hill passes, we found a very lovely landscape looking down into the valley. Here some show of a demand was made for passports, but we had none to exhibit, and no opposition was made to our progress. Except at these 2 places, the scenery, which was always more or less pretty, was never remarkable. And even at the 2 points named, there was nothing to equal the mountain scenery of many countries in Europe. What struck me most was the constant traffic on the road or track over which we passed. I believe I might call it a road, for the produce of the country is brought down over it in bullock carts, and I think that in South Wales I have taken a gig over one very much of the same description. But it is extremely rude, and only fit for solid wooden wheels, circles in fact of timber, such as are used, and for the patient, slow step of the bullocks. But during the morning and evening hours, the streams of these bullock carts were incessant. They travel from 4 till 10, then rest till 3 or 4, and again proceed for 4 or 5 hours in the cool of the evening. They are all laden with coffee, and the idea they give is that the growth of that article in Costa Rica must be much more than sufficient to supply the whole world. For miles and miles we met them, almost without any interval. Coffee, 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 coffee. It is grown in large quantities, I believe, only in the highlands of San Jose, and all that is exported is sent down to Punta Arenas, though by traveling this route it must either pass across the Isthmus railway at the vast coast, or else be carried round the Horn. At present half goes one way and half the other. But not the grain is carried, as it should all be carried, directly to the Atlantic. When I come to speak of the route from San Jose to Greytown, the reason for this will be understood. The bivouacs made on the roadside by the bullock drivers for their night and noon accommodation are very picturesque when seen filled by the animals. A piece of flat ground is selected by the roadside, about half an acre in size and close to a river or some running water. Into this 100 or 200 bullocks are taken and then released from their carts. But they are kept yoked together to prevent their straying. Here they are fed exclusively on sugar canes, which the men carry with them and buy along the road. The drovers patiently cut the canes up with their knives, and the beasts patiently munch them. Neither the men nor the animals roar as they would with us, or squabble for the use of the water course, or curse their own ill luck or the good luck of their neighbors. Drivers and driven are alike orderly, patient, and slow, spending their lives in taking coffee down to Punta Arenas and in cutting and munching thousands of sugar canes. We passed some of those establishments by moonlight, and they looked like large crowded fairs full of low, small booths. The men, however, do not put up tents, but sleep out in their carts. They told me that the soil in Costa Rica was very favorable to the sugar cane, and I looked out to see some sugar among the coffee. But not the hogshead came that way. We saw patches of the cane growing by the roadside, but no more was produced than what sufficed for the use of the proprietor himself and for such sale as the traffic on the road afforded. Indeed, I found that they do not make sugar, so called in Costa Rica, but import what they use. The article fabricated is called by them dulce. It comes from their hands in ugly round brown lumps, of the consistency of brick, looking, in truth, much more like a large brickbat than any possible saccharine arrangement. Nevertheless, the canes are fairly good, and the juice as sweet as that produced in first-rate sugar-growing soils. It seemed that the only use made of this dulce, excepting that of sweetening the coffee of the peasants, is for distillation. A spirit is made from it at San Jose, called by the generic name of aguardiente, and this doubtless would give considerable impulse to the growth of sugar canes, but for a little law made on this subject by the President of the Republic. The President himself is a cane grower, and by this law it is enacted that the only person in Costa Rica entitled to supply the distillery with dulce shall be Don Juan Mora. Now, Don Juan Mora is the President. Before I left the country, I came across an American who was desirous of settling there, with the view of producing cocoa. "Well," said I, "and what do you think of it?" "Why, I like the diggings," said he, "and guess I could make things fix well enough. But suppose the President should choose to grow all the cocoa as well as all the gin. Where would my cacao plants be then? At a discount, undoubtedly. These are the effects on a country of despotism in a small way." On my way into San Jose, I got off my mule to look at an old peasant making dulce, or in other words, grinding his sugar canes by the roadside. It was done in the most primitive manner. One bullock turned the mill, which consisted of 3 vertical wooden rollers. The juice trickled into a little cistern, and as soon as the old man found that he had enough, he bailed it out and boiled it down. And yet I imagine that as good sugar may be made in Costa Rica as is in British Guiana. But who will put his capital into a country in which the President can pass any law he pleases on his own behalf? In the neighborhood of San Jose, we began to come across the coffee plantations. They certainly give the best existing proof of the fertility and progress of the country. I had seen coffee plantations in Jamaica, but there they are beautifully picturesque, placed like hanging gardens on the steep mountain sides. Some of these seem to be almost inaccessible, and the plant always has the appearance of being a hardy mountain shrub. But here in Costa Rica it is grown on the plain. The secret, I presume, is that a certain temperature is necessary, and that this is afforded by a certain altitude from the sea. In Jamaica, this altitude is only to be found among the mountains, but it is attained in Costa Rica on the high plains of the interior. And then we jogged slowly into San Jose on the third day after our departure from Punta Arenas. Slowly, sorrowfully, and with minds much preoccupied, we jogged into San Jose. On leaving this sawmill at the end of the tramway, my two friends had galloped gallantly away into the forest, as though a brave heart and a sharp pair of spurs would have sufficed to carry them right through to their journey's end. But the muleteer with his pony and the baggage mule then lingered far behind. His heart was not so brave, nor were his spurs apparently so sharp. The luggage, too, was slipping every 10 minutes, for I, unfortunately, had a portmanteau of which no muleteer could ever make anything. It has been condemned in Holy Land, in Jamaica, in Costa Rica, wherever it has had to be fixed upon any animal's back. On this occasion it nearly broke both the heart of the muleteer and the back of the mule. But things were changed as we crept into San Jose. The muleteer was all life and led the way, driving before him the pack mule, now at length reconciled to his load. And then, at straggling intervals, our jibes all silenced, our showy canners all done, rising warily in our stirrups at every step, shifting from side to ease the gulls. That patient merit of the unworthy takes, for our merit had been very patient, and our saddles very unworthy. We jogged into San Jose. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Section 28. Chapter 18. Central America, Costa Rica, San Jose, Part 1. All travelers, when entering unknown towns for the first time, had felt that intense interest on the subject of hotel accommodation which pervaded our hearts as we followed our guide through the streets. We had been told that there were 2 inns in the town, and that we were to go to the Hotel San Jose, and accordingly we went to it. It was quite evident that the landlord at first had some little doubt as to the propriety of admitting us, and but for our guide, whom he knew, we should have had to explain at some length who we were. But under his auspices we were taken in without much question. The Spaniards themselves are not, in their own country, at all famous for their inns. No European nation has probably advanced so slowly towards civilization in this respect as Spain has done. And therefore, as these Costa Ricans are Spanish by descent and language, and as the country itself is so far removed from European civilization, we did not expect much. Had we fallen into the hands of Spaniards, we should probably have received less even than we expected. But, as it was, we found ourselves in a comfortable second-class little German inn. It was German in everything, its light-haired landlord, frequently to be seen with a beer tankard in hand, its tidy landlady, tidy at any rate in the evening, if not always so in the morning, its early hours, its cookery, its drink, and I think I may fairly add, its prices. On entering the first town I had visited in Central America, I had, of course, looked about me for strange sights. That men should be found with their heads under their shoulders, or even living in holes burrowed in the ground, I had not ventured to hope. But when a man has traveled all the way to Costa Rica, he does expect something strange. He does not look to find everything as tame and flat and uninteresting as though he were riding into a sleepy little borough town in Wiltshire. We cannot cross from Dover to Ostend without finding at once that we are among a set of people foreign to ourselves. The first glance of the eye shows this in the architecture of the houses and the costume of the people. We find the same cause for excitement in France, Switzerland, Italy, and when we get as far as the Tyrol, we come upon a genus of mankind so essentially differing from our own as to make us feel that we have traveled indeed. But there is little more interest to be found in entering San Jose than in driving through the little Wiltshire town above alluded to. The houses are comfortable enough. They are built with very ordinary doors and windows, of 1 or 2 stories, according to the wealth of the owners, and are decently clean outside, though apparently rather dirty within. The streets are broad and straight, being all at right angles to each other, and though not very well paved, are not rough enough to elicit admiration. There is a square, the plaza, in which stands the cathedral, the barracks, and a few of the best houses in the town. There is a large and tolerably well-arranged marketplace. There is a really handsome set of public buildings, and there are 2 moderately good hotels. What more can a man rationally want if he travel for business? And if he travel for pleasure, how can he possibly find less? It so happened that at the time of my visit to Costa Rica, Sir William Owsley was staying at San Jose with his family. He had been sent, as all the world that knows anything doubtless knows very well, as Minister Extraordinary from our court to the governments of Central America, with the view of settling some of those tough diplomatic questions as to the rights of transit and occupation of territory, respecting which such world-famous Clayton-Bulwer treaties and Cass-Irisari treaties have been made and talked of. He had been in Nicaragua, making no doubt an equally famous Owsley-something treaty, and was now engaged on similar business in the capital of Costa Rica. On the nature of this august work, for such work must be very august, I know nothing. I only hope that he may have at least as much success as those who went before him. But to me it was a great stroke of luck to find so pleasant and hospitable a family in so outlandish a place as San Jose. And indeed, though I have given praise to the hotel, I have given it with very little personal warrant as regards my knowledge either of the kitchen or cellar. My kitchen and cellar were beneath the British flag at the corner of the plaza, and I had reason to be satisfied with them in every respect. And I had abundant reason to be greatly gratified, for not only was there at San Jose a minister extraordinary, but also, attached to the mission, there was an extraordinary secretary of legation, a very prince of good fellows. At home he would be a denizen of the Foreign Office, and denizens of the Foreign Offices are swells at home. But at San Jose, where he rode on a mule, and wore a straw hat, and slept in a linen-draper's shop, he was as pleasant a companion as a man would wish to meet on the western, or indeed on any other side of the Atlantic. I shall never forget the hours I spent in that linen-draper's shop. The rooms over the shop, over that shop, and over 2 or 3 others, were occupied by Sir W. Owsley and his family. There was a chemist's establishment there, and another in the possession, I think, of a hatter. They had been left to pursue their business in peace, but my friend the secretary, finding no rooms sufficiently secluded for himself in the upper mansion, had managed to expel the haberdasher, and had located himself, not altogether uncomfortably, among the counters. Those who have spent 2 or 3 weeks in some foreign town in which they have no ordinary pursuits know what it is to have, or perhaps unlucky, know what it is to be without, some pleasant accustomed haunt, in which they can pretend to read, while in truth the hours are passed in talking, with some few short intervals devoted to contemplation and tobacco. Such to me was the shop of the expelled linen-draper at San Jose. In it, judiciously suspended among the counters, hung a Panama grass hammock, in which it was the custom of my diplomatic friend to lie at length and meditate his dispatches. Such, at least, had been his custom before my arrival. What became of his dispatches during the period of my stay, it pains me to think, for in that hammock I had soon located myself, and I fear that my presence was not found to be a salutary incentive to composition. The scenery round San Jose is certainly striking, but not sufficiently so to enable one to rave about it. I cannot justly go into an ecstasy and sing of Pelion or Ossa, nor can I talk of deep ravines to which the Via Mala is as nothing. There is a range of hills, respectably broken into prettiness, running nearly round the town, though much closer to it on the southern than on the other sides. 2 little rivers run by it, which here and there fall into romantic pools, or pools which would be romantic if they were not so very distant from home. if, having traveled so far, one did not expect so very much. There are nice walks, too, and pretty rides, only the mules do not like fast trotting when the weight upon them is heavy. About 1.5 miles from the town there is a savanna, so-called, or large square park, the Hyde Park of San Jose, and it would be difficult to imagine a more pleasant place for a gallop. It is quite large enough for a race course, and is open to everybody. Some part of the mountain range as seen from here is really beautiful. The valley of San Jose, as it is called, is 4,500 feet above the sea, and consequently, though within the tropics, and only 10 degrees north of the line, the climate is good, and the heat, I believe, never excessive. I was there in April, and at that time, except for a few hours in the middle of the day, and that only on some days, there was nothing like tropical heat. Within 10 days of my leaving San Jose, I heard natives at Panamá complaining of the heat as being altogether unendurable. But up there on that high plateau, the sun had no strength that was inconvenient even to an Englishman. Indeed, no climate can, I imagine, be more favorable to fertility and to man's comfort at the same time than that of the interior of Costa Rica. The sugar cane comes to maturity much quicker than in Demerara or Cuba. There it should be cut in about 13 or 14 months from the time it is planted. In Nicaragua and Costa Rica it comes to perfection in 9 or 10. The ground without manure will afford 2 crops of corn in a year. Coffee grows in great perfection, and gives a very heavy crop. The soil is all volcanic, or, I should perhaps say more properly, has been the produce of volcanoes, and is indescribably fertile. And all this has been given without that intensity of heat, which in the southern regions generally accompanies tropical fertility, and which makes hard work fatal to a white man, while it creates lethargy and idleness, and neutralizes gifts which would otherwise be regarded as the fairest which God has bestowed on his creatures. In speaking thus, I refer to the central parts of Costa Rica only, to those which lie some 1,000 feet above the level of the sea. Along the seashores, both of the Atlantic and Pacific, the heat is as great and the climate as unwholesome as in New Granada or the West Indies. It would be difficult to find a place worse circumstanced in this respect than Punta Arenas. But though the valley or plateau of San Jose and the interior of the country generally is thus favorably situated, I cannot say that the nation is prosperous. It seems to be God's will that highly fertile countries should not really prosper. Man's energy is brought to its highest point by the presence of obstacles to be overcome, by the existence of difficulties which are all but insuperable, and therefore a Scotch farm will give a greater value in produce than an equal amount of land in Costa Rica. When nature does so much, man will do next to nothing. Those who seem to do best in this country, both in trade and agriculture, are Germans. Most of those are carrying on business on a large scale as foreigners, that is, not Spanish by descent. There are English here, and Americans and French, but I think the Germans are most wedded to the country. The finest coffee properties are in the hands of foreigners, as also are the plantations of canes, and sawmills for the preparation of timber, but they have a very uphill task. Labor is extremely scarce and very dear. The people are not idle, as the negroes are, and they love to earn and put by money, but they are very few in number. They have land of their own, and are materially well off. In the neighborhood of San Jose, a man's labor is worth $1 a day, and even at that price it is not always to be had. It seems to be the fact that in all countries in which slavery has existed and has been abolished, this subject of labor offers the great difficulty in the way of improvement. Labor becomes unpopular, and is regarded as being in some sort degrading. Men will not reconcile it with their idea of freedom. They wish to work on their own land, if they work at all, and to be their own masters, to grow their own crops, be they ever so small, and to sit beneath their own vine, be the shade ever so limited. There are those who will delight to think that such has been the effect of emancipation, who will argue, and they have strong arguments on their side, that God's will with reference to his creatures is best carried out by such an order of things. I can only say that the material results have not hitherto been good. As far as we at present see, the struggle has produced idleness and sensuality rather than prosperity and civilization. It is hardly fair to preach this doctrine, especially with regard to Costa Rica, for the people are not idle. That, at least, is not specially their character. They are a humdrum, contented, quiet, orderly race of men, fond of money, but by no means fond of risking it, living well as regards sufficiency of food and raiment, but still living very close, anxious to effect small savings, and politically contented if the security of those savings can be insured to them. They seem to be little desirous, even among the upper classes, or what we would call the tradespeople, of education, either religious or profane. They have no enthusiasm, no ardent desires, no aspirations. If only they could be allowed to sell their dulce to the makers of aguardiente, if they might be permitted to get their little profit out of the manufacture of gin, that, at present, is the one grievance that affects them, but even that they bear easily. It will perhaps be considered my duty to express an opinion whether or no they are an honest people. In one respect, certainly. They steal nothing, at any rate make no great thefts. No one is attacked on the roads, no life is in danger from violence, houses are not broken open. Nay, a traveller's purse left upon a table is, I believe, safe, nor will his open portmanteau be rifled. But when you come to deal with them, the matter is different. Then their conscience becomes elastic, and as the trial is a fair one between man and man, they will do their best to cheat you. If they lie to you, can you not lie to them? And is it not reasonable to suppose that you do so? If they, by the aid of law, can get to the windy side of you, is that not merely their success in opposition to your attempt? For, of course, you do attempt to get to the windy side of them. And then bribes are in great vogue. Justice is generally to be bought, and when that is in the market, trade in other respects is not generally conducted in the most honest manner. Thus, on the whole, I cannot take upon myself to say that they are altogether an honest people, but they have that kind of honesty which is most essential to the man who travels in a wild country. They do not knock out the traveller's brains, or cut his throat for the sake of what he has in his pockets. Generally speaking, the inhabitants of Costa Rica are, of course, Spanish by descent. But here, as in all these countries, the blood is very much mixed. Pure Spanish blood is now, I take it, quite an exception. This is seen more in the physiognomy than in the color, and is specially to be noticed in the hair. There is a mixture of three races, the Spanish, the native Indian, and the Negro, but the traces of the latter are comparatively light and few. Negroes, men and women, absolutely black and of African birth or descent, are very rare, and though traces of the thick lip and the woolly hair are to be seen in the streets and marketplaces, they do not by any means form a staple of the existing race. The mixture is of Spanish and of Indian blood, in which the Spanish no doubt much preponderates. The general color is that of a white man, but of one who is very swarthy. Occasionally this becomes so marked that the observer at once pronounces the man or woman to be colored. But it is the coloring of the Indian, and not of the Negro. The hue is rich, and to a certain extent bright, and the lines of the face are not flattered and blunted. The hair also is altogether human, and in no wise sheepish. I do not think that the inhabitants of Costa Rica have much to boast of in the way of personal beauty. Indeed, the descendant of the Spaniard, out of his own country, seems to lose both the manly dignity and the female grace for which old Spain is still so noted. Some pretty girls I did see, but they could boast only the ordinary prettiness which is common to all young girls, and which our friends in France describe as being the special gift of the devil. I saw no fine, flaming, flashing eyes, no brilliant figures, such as one sees in Seville, around the altar rails in the churches. No profiles opening upon me struck me with mute astonishment. The women were humdrum in their appearance, as the men are in their pursuits. They are addicted to crinoline, as is the nature of women in these ages, but so long as their petticoats stuck out, that seemed to be everything. In the churches they squat down on the ground in lieu of kneeling, with their dresses and petticoats arranged around them, looking like huge turnips with cropped heads, like turnips that, by their persevering growth, had got half their roots above the ground. Now women looking like turnips are not specially attractive. End of section 28. Read by Douglas Wood in Utah.
Section 29 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, August 2024. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 18. Central America. Costa Rica. San Jose, Part 2. I was at San Jose during Passion Week and had therefore an opportunity of seeing the processions which are customary in Roman Catholic countries at that period. I certainly should not say that the Costa Ricans are especially a religious people. They are humdrum in this as in other respects, and have no enthusiasm either for or against the priesthood. Free thinking is not the national sin, nor is fanaticism. They are all Roman Catholics, most probably without an exception. Their fathers and mothers were so before them, and it is a thing of course. There used to be a bishop of Costa Rica. Indeed, they never were without one till the other day. But not long since the father of their church in some manner displeased the president. He had, I believe, taken it into his sacred head that he, as bishop, might make a second party in the state, and organise an opposition to the existing government, whereupon the president banished him, as the president can do to anyone by his mere word, and since that time there has been no bishop. And will they not get another? I asked. No, probably not. They don't want one. It will be so much money saved. Looking at the matter in this light, there is often much to be said for the expediency of reducing one's establishment. And who manages the church? It does not require much management. It goes on in the old way. When they want priests, they get them from Guatemala. If we could save all our bishoping and get our priests as we want them from Guatemala or any other factory, how excellent would be the economy. The Cathedral of San Jose is a long, low building, with side aisles formed by very rickety-looking wooden pillars. In substance, they are hardly more than poles, running from the ground to the roof. The building itself is mean enough, but the internal decorations are not badly arranged, and the general appearance is neat, orderly, and cool. We all know the usual manner in which wooden and waxen virgins are dressed and ornamented in such churches. There is as much of this here as elsewhere, but I have seen it done in worse taste both in France and Italy. The facade of the church, fronting the plaza, is hardly to be called a portion of the church, but is an adjunct to it, or rather, the church has been fixed onto the facade, which is not without some architectural pretension. In New Granada, Colombia that was, the cathedrals are arranged as they are in old Spain. The choir is not situated round the altar, or immediately in front of it, as is the custom in Christian churches in, I believe, all other countries, but is erected far down the centre aisle, near the western entrance. This, however, was not the case in any church that I saw in Costa Rica. During the whole of Passion Week, there was a considerable amount of religious activity, in the way of preaching and processions, which reached its acme on Good Friday. On that day, the whole town was processioning from morning, which means 4 o'clock, till evening, which means 2 hours after sunset. They had 3 figures, or rather 3 characters, for 2 of them appeared in more than one guise and form, each larger than life, those, namely, of our Saviour, the Virgin, and St. John. These figures are made of wax, and the faces of some of them were excellently moulded. These are manufactured in Guatemala, as the priests are, and the people there pride themselves on their manufacture, not without reason. The figures of our Saviour and the Virgin were in different dresses and attitudes, according to the period of the day which it was intended to represent, but the St. John was always represented in the dress of a bishop of the present age. The figures were supported on men's shoulders, and were carried backwards and forwards through every portion of the town, till at last, having been brought forth in the morning from the cathedral, they were allowed at night to rest in a rival, and certainly better built, though smaller church. I must notice one particularity of the church-going population of this country. The women occupy the nave and centre aisle, squatting on the ground, and looking, as I have said, like turnips, whereas the men never advance beyond the side aisles. The women of the higher classes, all those, indeed, who make any pretence to dress and finery, bring with them little bits of carpet, on which they squat, but there are none of those chairs with which churches on the continent are so commonly filled. It seemed that there is nothing that can be called society among the people of San Jose. They do not go out to each other's homes, nor meet in public. They have neither tea parties, nor dinner parties, nor dancing parties, nor card parties. I was even assured, though I cannot say that the assurance reached my belief, that they never flirt. Occasionally, on Sundays, for instance, and on holidays, they put on their best clothes and call on each other. But even then there is no conversation among them. They sit stiffly on each other's sofas and make remarks at intervals, like minute guns, about the weather. But what do they do? I asked. The men scrape money together, and when they have enough, they build a house, big or little according to the amount that they have scraped. That satisfies the ambition of a Costa Rican. When he wishes to amuse himself, he goes to a cockfight. And the women? They get married early if their fathers can give them a few ounces. The ounce is the old doubloon, worth here about £3 8 sterling. And then they cook and have children. And if the ounces be wanting and they don't get married, then they cook all the same, but do not have the children, as a general rule. And so people vegetate in Costa Rica. And now I must say a word or two about the form of government in this country. It is a republic, of course, arranged on the model plan. A president is elected for a term of years, in this case 6. He has ministers who assist him in his government, and whom he appoints, and there is a House of Congress, elected of course by the people, who make the laws. The president merely carries them out, and so utopia is realised. Utopia might perhaps be realised in such republics, or at any rate the realisation might not be so very distant as it is at present, were it not that in all of them the practice, by some accident, runs so far away from the theory. In Costa Rica, Don Juan Rafael Mora, familiarly called Juanito, is now the president, having been not long since re-elected for the 3rd time. We read in the Gazette on Tuesday morning that the election had been carried on Saturday, and that was all we knew about it. It is thus they elect a president in Costa Rica. No one knows anything about it or troubles his head with the matter. If anyone suggested a rival president, he would be banished. But such a thing is not thought of. No note is taken as to 5 years or 6 years. At some period that pleases him, the president says that he has been re-elected, and he is re-elected. Who cares? Why not Juanito as well as anyone else? Only it is a pity he will not let us sell our dulce to the distillers. The president's salary is $3,000 a year, an income which for so high a position is moderate enough. But then a further sum of $6,000 is added to this for official entertainment. The official entertainments, however, are not numerous. I was informed that he usually gives one party every year. He himself still lives in his private house, and still keeps a shop, as he did before he was president. It must be remembered that there is no aristocracy in this country above the aristocracy of the shopkeepers. As far as I could learn, the Congress is altogether a farce. There is a Congress, or collection of men, sent up from different parts of the country, some 10 or dozen of whom sit occasionally round a table in the great hall. But they neither debate, vote, nor offer opinions. Some one man, duly instructed by the President, lets them know what law is to be made or altered, and the law is made or altered. Should any member of Congress make himself disagreeable, he would, as a matter of course, be banished. Taken, that is, to Punta Arenas, and there told to shift for himself. Now this enforced journey to Punta Arenas does not seem to be more popular among the Costa Ricans than a journey to Siberia is among the Russians. Such is the model republic of Central America, admitted, I am told, to be the best administered of the cluster of republics there established. This, at any rate, may certainly be said for it, that life and property are safe. They are safe for the present, and will probably remain so, unless the filibusters make their way into the neighbouring state of Nicaragua in greater numbers and with better leaders than they have hitherto had. And it must be told to the credit of the Costa Ricans that it was by them and their efforts that the invasion of Walker and the filibusters into Central America was stopped and repelled. These enterprising gentlemen, the filibusters, landed on the coast of Nicaragua, having come down from California. Here they succeeded in getting possession of a large portion of the country, that portion being the most thickly populated and the richest. Many of the towns they utterly destroyed, and among them Granada, the capital. It seems that at this time the whole state of Nicaragua was paralysed and unable to strike any blow in its own defence. Having laid waste the upper or more northern country, Walker came down south as far as Rivas, a town still in Nicaragua, but not far removed from the borders of Costa Rica. His intention, doubtless, was to take possession of Costa Rica, so that he might command the whole transit across the Isthmus. But at Rivas he was attacked by the soldiery of Costa Rica, under the command of a brother of Don Juan Mora. This was in 1856, and it seems that some 3,000 Costa Ricans were taken as far as Rivas, but few of them returned. They were attacked by cholera, and what with that, and want, and the intense heat, to which of course must be added what injuries the filibusters could do them, they were destroyed, and a remnant only returned. But in 1857 the different states of Central America joined themselves in a league with the object of expelling these filibusters. I do not know that either of the three northern states sent any men to Rivas, and the weight of the struggle again fell upon Costa Rica. The Costa Ricans and Nicaraguans together invested Rivas, in which 500 filibusters under Walker for some time maintained themselves. These men were reduced to great straits, and might no doubt have been taken bodily, but the Central Americans also had their difficulties to contend with. They did not agree very well together, and they had but slender means of supporting themselves. It ended in a capitulation, under which Walker and his associates were to walk out with their arms and all the honours of war, and by which, moreover, it was stipulated that the 500 were to be sent back to America at the expense of the Central American states. The states, thinking no doubt that it was good economy to build a golden bridge for a flying enemy, did so send them back, and in this manner, for a while, Central America was freed from the locusts. Such was the capitulation of Rivas, a subject on which all Costa Ricans now take much pride to themselves, and indeed honour is due to them in this matter, for they evinced a spirit in the business when their neighbours of Nicaragua failed to do so. They soon determined that the filibusters would do them no good, could indeed by no possibility do them anything but harm. Consequently, they resolved to have the first blow, and they struck it manfully, though not so successfully as might have been wished. The total population of Central America is, I believe, about 2 millions, while that of Costa Rica does not exceed 200,000. Of the 5 states, Guatemala has by far the largest number of inhabitants, and indeed the town of Guatemala may still be regarded as the capital of all the Isthmus territories. They fabricate there not only priests and wax images, but doctors and lawyers, and all those expensive luxuries for the production of which the heir of a capital is generally considered necessary. The president of Guatemala is, they say, an Indian, nearly of pure descent. His name is Carrera. I have spoken of the army of Costa Rica. In point of accoutrement and outward show, they are on ordinary days somewhat like the troops that were not fit to march through Coventry. They wear no regimentals, and are only to be known when on duty by a very rusty-looking gun. On Sundays, however, and holidays, they do wear a sort of uniform, consisting of a neat cap and a little braiding upon their best clothes. This dress, such as it is, they are obliged to find for themselves. The clothing department, therefore, is not troublesome. These men are enrolled after the manner of our militia. The full number should be 9,000, and is generally somewhat above 6,000. Of this number, 500 are kept in barracks, the men taking it by turns, month by month. When in barracks, they receive about 1 shilling and 6pence a day. At other times, they have no pay. I cannot close my notice of San Jose without speaking somewhat more specifically of the range of public buildings. I am told that it was built by a German, or rather by 2 Germans, the basement and the upper story being the work of different persons. Be this as it may, it is a handsome building, and would not disgrace any European capital. There is in it a throne room. In England, at least, we should call it a throne. On this the President sits when he receives ambassadors from foreign countries. The velvet and gilding were quite unexceptionable, and the whole is very imposing. The sitting of Congress is held in the same chamber, but that, as I have explained, is not imposing. The chief produce of Costa Rica is coffee. Those who love statistics may perhaps care to know that the average yearly export is something under 100,000 quintals. Now, a quintal weighs 100 pounds, or rather, I believe, 99 pounds exact. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19. Central America, Costa Rica, Mount Irazu, Part 1. In the neighborhood of San Jose, there is a volcanic mountain, the name of which is the Irazu. I was informed that it still smoked, though it had discontinued for the present the ejection of flames and lava. Indeed, the whole country is full of such mountains. There is one, the Monte Blanco, the summit of which has never yet been reached, so rumor says in Costa Rica, far distant, enveloped among other mountains, and to be reached only through dense aboriginal forests, which still emits, and is always emitting, fire and burning floods of molten stones. Different excursions have been made with the object of ascending the Monte Blanco, but hitherto in vain. Not long since it was attempted by a French baron, but he and his guide were for 20 days in the woods, and then returned, their provisions failing them. "You should ascend the Monte Blanco," said Sir William Ouseley to me. "You are a man at large, with nothing to do. It is just the work for you." This was Sir William's satire on the lightness of my ordinary occupations. Light as they might be, however, I had neither time nor courage for an undertaking such as that, so I determined to satisfy myself with the Irazu. It happened, rather unfortunately for me, that at the moment of my arrival at San Jose, a large party, consisting of Sir William's family and others, were in the very act of visiting the mountain. Those, therefore, who were anxious to see the sight, and willing to undergo the labor, thus had their opportunity, and it became impossible for me to make up a second party. One hope I had. The Secretary of Legation had not gone. Official occupation, joined to a dislike of mud and rough stones, had kept him at home. Perhaps I might prevail. The intensity of that work might give way before a week's unremitting labor, and that sybarite propensity might be overcome. But all my eloquence was of no avail. An absence of a day and a half only was required, and 3 were spent in proving that this could not be effected. The stones and mud, too, were becoming worse and worse, for the rainy season had commenced. In fact, the Secretary of Legation would not budge. Le jeu ne vaut pas la chandelle, said the Secretary of Legation, whereupon he lighted another cigar and took a turn in the grass hammock. Now, in my mind, it must be a very bad game indeed that is not worth the candle, and almost any game is better than no game at all. I was thus in deep trouble, making up my mind to go alone, or rather alone with my guide, for the due appreciation of which state of loneliness it must be borne in mind that, as I do not speak a word of Spanish, I should have no possible means of communication with the guide, when a low and mild voice fell upon my ear, offering me its proprietor as my companion. "I went up with Sir William last week," said the mild voice, "and if you will permit me, I shall be happy to go with you. I should like to see it twice, and I live at Cartago on the way." It was quite clear that the owner of the voice was sacrificing himself and offering to repeat this troublesome journey merely out of good nature, but the service which he proposed to render me was too essential, and I could not afford to reject the offer. He lived in the country and spoke Spanish, and was, moreover, a mild, kind-hearted little gentleman, very suitable as a companion, and not given too pertinaciously to a will of his own. Now the Secretary of Legation would have driven me mad half a score of times during the journey. He would have deafened me with politics, and with such politics too, so that on the whole I knew myself to be well off with the mild voice. "You must go through Cartago," said the mild voice, "and I live there. We will dine there at the inn tomorrow, and then do a portion of our work the same evening." It was so arranged. I was to be with him the next day at 3, with a guide and 2 mules. On the next morning it rained provokingly. I ought to have started at 12, but at that time it was pouring, and neither the guide nor the mules showed themselves. "You will never get there," said the Secretary of Legation, looking up to the murky clouds with a gleam of delight. "The game is never worth such a candle as that." "I shall get there most assuredly," said I, rather sulkily, let the candle cost what it may. But still the mules did not come. Men have no idea of time in any country that is or has been connected with Spain. "Yes, senor, you said 12, and it is now only 2. Well, 3. The day is long, senor. There is plenty of time. Vámonos? Since you are in such a hurry, shall we make a start of it?" At 2:30, so spoke, not my guide, for, as will be seen by and by, he never spoke at all, but my guide's owner, who came accompanying the mules. In huge hurry, with sundry mute exclamations uttered by my countenance since my tongue was unintelligible, and with appeals to my watch, which should have broken the man's heart as I thrust it into his face, I clomb into my saddle. And then a poor-looking, shoeless creature, with a small straw hat tied onto his head by a handkerchief, with difficulty poised himself on the other beast. "Vamos!" I exclaimed, and trotted down the street, for I knew that in that direction lay the road to Cartago. "God be with you," said the Secretary of Legation. "The rainy season has set in permanently, I know, but perhaps you may have half an hour of sunshine now and again. I hope you will enjoy yourself." It was not raining when I started, and in fact did not rain again the whole afternoon. I trotted valiantly down the street, knowing my way so far, but at the bottom of the town the roads divided, and I waited for my guide. "Go on first," said I, pointing along the road, but he did not understand me and stood still. "Go on," said I, getting behind his mule as though to drive him, but he merely stared and shuffled himself to the other side of the road. "Cartago," I shouted, meaning that he was to show me the way there. "Si, senor," he replied, and backed himself into the ditch out of my way. He was certainly the stupidest man I ever met in my life, and I believe the Secretary of Legation had selected him on purpose. I was obliged to choose my own road out of 2, and luckily chose the right one. Had I gone wrong, I doubt whether the man would have had wit enough to put me right. I again trotted on, but in a quarter of an hour was obliged to wait, for my attendant was behind me, out of sight, and I felt myself bound to look after my traps, which were fastened to his mule. "Come on," I shouted in good broad English as soon as I saw him. "Why the mischief don't you come on?" and my voice was so pitched that on this occasion I think he did understand something of what I meant. "Come along," I repeated, as he gently drew up to me, and I hit his mule sharply on the crupper with my stick. "Spur him," I said, and I explained what I meant by sticking my own rowels into my own beast, whereupon the guide showed me that he had no spurs. Now, if there be one rule of life more strictly kept in Costa Rica than another, it is this, that no man ever mounts horse or mule without spurs. A man in England would as soon think of hunting without breeches. No muleteer was ever seen without them, and when a mule is hired, if the hirer have no saddle, he may chance to have to ride without one, but if he have no spurs, he will always be supplied. I took off one of my own, which, by the by, I had borrowed out of the Secretary of Legation's establishment, and offered it to the man, remembering the well-known doctrine of Hudibras. He then showed me that one of his hands was tied up, and that he could not put the spur on. Consequently, I was driven to dismount myself, and to act equerry to this knight. Thrice on the road I had to do so, for twice the spur slipped from off his naked foot. Even with this I could not bring him on. It is 4 leagues, or about 16 miles, from San Jose to Cartago, and with all my hastening, we were 3 hours on the road. The way lay through a rich and finely cultivated country. The whole of this is now called the Valley of San Jose, and consists in truth of a broad plateau, diversified by moderate hills and valleys, but all being at a considerable height, that is, from 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the sea. The road also is fairly good, so good that a species of omnibus runs on it daily, there being some considerable traffic between the places, for Cartago is the second town in the Republic. Cartago is now the second town, but not long since it was the capital. It was, however, destroyed by an earthquake, and though it has been rebuilt, it has never again taken its former position. Its present population is said to be 10,000, but this includes not only the suburbs, but the adjacent villages. The town covers a large tract of ground, which is divided into long, broad, parallel streets with a large plaza in the middle, as though it had been expected that a fine utopian city would have sprung up. Alas, there is nothing fine about it, and very little that is utopian. Lingering near the hotel door, almost now in a state of despair, I met him of the mild voice. Yes, he had been waiting for 3 hours, certainly, he mildly said, as I spurred my beast up to the door. Now that I was come, it was all right, and on the whole he rather liked waiting, that is, when it did not result in waiting for nothing. And then we sat down to dinner at the Cartago Hotel. This also was kept by a German, who after a little hesitation confessed that he had come to the country as a filibuster. "You have fallen on your legs pretty well," said I, for he had a comfortable house and gave us a decent dinner. "Yes," said he, rather dubiously, "but when I came to Costa Rica I intended to do better than this." He might, however, remember that not 1 in 500 of them had done so well. And then another guide had to be found, for it was clear that the one I had brought with me was useless, and I had a visit to make, for my friend lived with a widow lady who would be grieved, he said, if I passed through without seeing her. So I did call on her. I saw her again on my return through Cartago, as I shall specify. With all these delays, it was dark when we started. Our plan was to ride up to an upland pasture farm at which visitors to the mountain generally stop, to sleep there for a few hours, and then to start between 3 and 4 so as to reach the top of the mountain by sunrise. Now I perfectly well remember what I said with reference to sunrises from mountain tops on the occasion of that disastrous visit to the Blue Mountain Peak in Jamaica, how I then swore that I would never do another mountain sunrise, having always failed lamentably in such attempts. I remember and did remember this, and as far as the sunrise was concerned, would certainly have had nothing to do with the Irazu at 5 o'clock a.m. But the volcano and the crater made the matter very different. They were my attractions, and as the mild voice suggested an early hour, it would not have become me to have hesitated. "Start at 4? Certainly," I said. "The beds at the Potrero," such was the name they gave the place at which we stopped, will not be soft enough to keep us sleeping." "No," said the mild voice, "they are not soft." And so we proceeded. Our road was very rough and very steep, and the night was very dark. It was rough at first, and then it became slippery, which was worse. I had no idea that earth could be so slippery. My mule, which was a very fine one, fell under me repeatedly, being altogether unable to keep her footing. On these occasions she usually scrambled up, with me still on her back. Once, however, near the beginning of my difficulties, I thought to relieve her, and to do so I got off her. I soon found my mistake. I immediately slipped down on my hands and knees, and found it impossible to stand on my feet. I did not sink into the mud, but slipped off it, down, 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 as if I were going back to Carthago, all alone in the dark. It was with difficulty that I again mounted my beast, but when there I remained, let her fall as she would. At 11 o'clock we reached the Potrero. The house here was little more than a rancho or hut, one of those log farm buildings which settlers make when they first clear the timber from a part of their selected lots, intending to replace them in a year or two by such tidy little houses, but so rarely fulfilling their intentions. All through Costa Rica such ranchos are common. On the coffee plantations, and in the more highly cultivated part of the country, round the towns, for instance, and along the road to Punta Arenas, the farmers have a better class of residents. They inhabit long, low-built houses with tiled roofs and a ground floor only, not at all unlike farmers' houses in Ireland, only that there they are thatched or slated. Away from such patches of cultivation, one seldom finds any house better than a log-built rancho. But the rancho had a door, and that door was fastened. So we knocked and hallooed. "Dito," cried the guide, such being, I presume, the familiar sobriquet of his friend within. "Dito," sang out my mild friend with all his small energy of voice. "Dito," shouted I, and I think that my voice was the one which wakened the sleepers within. We were soon admitted into the hut and found that we were by no means the first comers. As soon as a candle was lighted, we saw that there were 4 bedsteads in the room and that 2 of them were occupied. There were, however, 2 left for my friend and myself, and it appeared also that the occupiers were friends of my friend. They were German savants, one by profession an architect and the other a doctor, who had come up into the woods looking for birds, beasts, and botanical treasures, and had already been there some 3 or 4 days. They were amply supplied with provisions, and immediately offered us supper. The architect sat up in bed to welcome us, and the doctor got up to clear the 2 spare beds of his trappings. There is a luck in these things. I remember once clambering to the top of Scafell Pike in Cumberland. If it chanced to be in Westmoreland, I beg the county's pardon. I expected nothing more than men generally look for on the tops of mountains, but to my great surprise I found a tent. I ventured to look in, and there I saw 2 officers of the engineers, friends of my own, sharpening their knives preparatory to the dissection of a roast goose, and beside the goose stood a bottle of brandy. Now I always looked on that as a direct dispensation of Providence. Walking down the mountain that same evening to Whitehaven, I stopped at a small public house on the side of Ennerdale and called for some whiskey and water. The article produced was not good, and so I said, appealing to an elderly gentleman in black, who sat by the hobside, very contemplative, "Ah," said he, "you can't get good drink in these parts, sir. I know that so well that I generally bring a bottle of my own." I immediately opened a warm conversation with that gentleman. He was a clergyman of a neighboring parish, and in a few minutes a magnum of port had made its appearance out of a neighboring cupboard. That, I thought, was another dispensation of Providence. It was odd that they should have come together, but the facts are as I state them. I did venture on a glass of brandy and water and a slight morsel of bread and meat, and then I prepared to throw myself on the bed immediately opposite to the doctor's. As I did so, I saw something move inside the doctor's bed. "My wife is there," said the doctor, seeing the direction of my eyes. "Oh," said I, and I at once became very moderate in the slight change which I made in my toilet. End of section 30. Section 31 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19. Central America, Costa Rica, Mount Irazu, Part 2. We were to start at 4, and at 4 precisely I woke. As my friend had said, there was little to tempt me to sleep. The great drawback to the comfort of these ranchos is the quantity of dirt which continually falls out of the roof into one's eyes. Then the boards are hard, of course, and of course also they are infested with vermin. They tell you indeed of scorpions and centipedes, of preternatural wasps, and mosquitoes as big as young ostriches, but I found none of these large looming beasts of prey. Of beasts of a smaller size I did find more than plenty. At 4 I was up, but my friend was very unwilling to stir. It was long before I could induce the mild voice to make itself heard in any way. At that time it was fine, but it was long before I could get the muleteer. When I had done so, and he had thrown their grass to the beasts, it began to rain, of course. It rains like the D-blank, said I, very crossly. Does it? Said the mild voice from the bed. I am so sorry. And in half a second he was again in the land of dreams. The doctor snored, but from the furthest remote corner I could see the eye of the doctor's wife looking out at me. It was between 6 and 7 when we started. At that time it was not raining, but the clouds looked as like rain as the Secretary of Legation could have desired, and the 2 Germans were anything but consolatory in their prophecies. You'll not see a stick or a stone, said the architect. You'd better stop and breakfast with us. It is very dangerous to be wet in the mountains, very dangerous, said the doctor. It is a bad morning, certainly, pleaded the mild voice piteously. The doctor's wife said nothing, but I could see her eyes looking out at the weather. How on earth was she to get herself dressed, it occurred to me then, if we should postpone our journey and remain there? It ended in our starting just 2 hours after the prescribed time. The road up from the Potrero is very steep almost the whole way to the summit, but it was not so muddy as that we had passed over on the preceding evening. For some little way there were patches of cultivation, the ground bearing sweet potatoes and Indian corn. Then we came into a tract of beautiful forest scenery. The land, though steep, was broken and only partially covered with trees. The grass in patches was as good as in an English park, and the views through the open bits of the forest were very lovely. In 4 or 5 different places we found the ground sufficiently open for all the requirements of a picturesque country house, and no prettier site for such a house could well be found. This was by far the finest scenery that I had hitherto seen in Costa Rica, but even here there was a want of water. In ascending the mountain we saw some magnificent forest trees, generally of the kind called cotton trees in Jamaica. There were oaks also, so called there, very nearly approaching our home oak in color and foliage, but much larger than that tree is with us. They were all more or less covered with parasite plants, and those parasites certainly add greatly to the beauty of the supporting trunk. By degrees we got into thick forest. Forest, I mean, so thick that it affords no views. You see and feel the trees that are close to you, but see nothing else. And here the path became so steep that we were obliged to dismount and let the beasts clamber up by themselves. And the mist became very thick, so much so that we could hardly trace our path. And then the guide said that he thought he had lost his way. People often do come out and go back again without ever reaching the crater at all, don't they? Said the mild voice. Very often, said the guide. But we won't be such people, said I. Oh, no, said the mild voice, not if we can help it. And we will help it. Allons, andiamos, vamos. The first word which an Englishman learns in any language is that which signifies a determination to proceed. And we did proceed, turning now hither and now thither, groping about in the mist, till at last the wood was all left behind us, and we were out among long grass on a mountainside. "And now," said the guide, "unless the mist clears, I can't say which way we ought to go." The words were hardly out of his mouth when the mist did clear itself away altogether from one side of us. Looking down to the left, we could see far away into the valleys beneath, over large forests and across a lower range of hills, till the eye could reach the cultivated plateau below. But on the other side, looking up to a mountain higher still than that on which we stood, all was not only misty, but perfectly dark and inscrutable. The guide, however, now knew the spot. We were near the summit of Irazu, and a further ride of a quarter of an hour took us there, and indeed here there was no difficulty in riding. The side of the hill was covered with grass, and not over steep. "There," said the mild voice, pointing to a broad, bushy, stumpy tree, "there is the place where Lady Ouseley breakfasted." And he looked at our modest haversack. "And we will breakfast there too," I answered, "but we will go down the crater first." "Oh, yes, certainly," said the mild voice, "but perhaps, I don't know, I am not sure I can go exactly down into the crater. The crater of the volcano is not at the top of the mountain, or rather it is not at what is now the top of the mountain, so that at first one has to look down upon it. I doubt even whether the volcano has ever affected the absolute summit. I may as well state here that the height of the mountain on which we were now standing is supposed to be 11,500 feet above the sea level. Luckily for us, though, the mist reached to us where we stood. Everything to the left of us was clear, and we could look down into the crater as into a basin. Everything was clear, so that we could count the different orifices, 8 in number, of which 2, however, had almost run themselves into one, and see, as far as it was possible to see, how the present formation of the volcano had been brought about. It was as though a very large excavation had been made on the side of a hill, commencing, indeed, not quite from the summit, but very near it, and leaving a vast hole, not deep in proportion to its surface, sloping down the mountain side. This huge excavation, which I take to be the extent of the crater, for it has evidently been all formed by the eruption of volcanic matter, is divided into 2 parts, a broken fragment of a mountain now lying between them, and the smaller of these 2 has lost all volcanic appearance. It is a good deal covered with bush and scrubby forest trees, and seems to have no remaining connection with sulfur and brimstone. The other part, in which the crater now absolutely in use is situated, is a large hollow in the mountainside, which might perhaps contain a farm of 600 acres. Not having been able to measure it, I know no other way of describing what appeared to me to be its size. But a great portion of this, again, has lost all its volcanic appendages, except indeed that lumps of lava are scattered over the whole of it, as they are, though more sparingly, over the mountain beyond. There is a ledge of rock running round the interior of this division of the excavation, halfway down it, like a row of seats in a Roman amphitheater, or an excrescence, if one can fancy such, halfway down a teacup. The ground above this ledge is, of course, more extensive than that below, as the hollow narrows toward the bottom. The present working mouth of the volcanic, and all those that have been working for many a long year, the 8 in number of which I have spoken, lie at the bottom of this lowest hollow. This, I should say, might contain a farm of about 200 acres. Such was the form of the land on which we looked down. The descent from the top to the ledge was easy enough, and was made by myself and my friend with considerable rapidity. I started at a pace which convinced him that I should break my neck, and he followed, gallantly resolving to die with me. "You'll surely kill yourself, Mr. Trollope, you surely will," said the mild voice, and yet he never deserted me. "Sir William got as far as this," said he, when we were on the ledge, "but he got no further." "We will do better than Sir William," said I. "We will go down into that hole where we see the sulfur." "Into the very hole?" "Yes. If we get to windward, I think we can get into the very hole. Look at the huge column of white smoke, how it comes all in this direction. On the other side of the crater, we should not feel it. The descent below the ledge into my smaller farm was not made so easily. It must be understood that our guide was left above with the mules. We should have brought 2 men, whereas we had only brought 1, and had therefore to perform our climbing unassisted. I at first attempted it in a direct line, down from where we stood, but I soon found this to be impracticable, and was forced to reascend. The earth was so friable that it broke away from me at every motion that I made, and after having gone down a few feet, I was glad enough to find myself again on the ledge. We then walked round considerably to the right, probably for more than 1/4 of a mile, and there is a little spur in the hillside, a buttress, as it were, to the ledge of which I have spoken, made the descent much easier, and I again tried. "Do not you mind following me," I said to my companion, for I saw that he looked much aghast. "None of Sir William's party went down there," he answered. "Are you sure of that?" I asked. "Quite sure," said the mild voice. "Then what a triumph we will have over Sir William." And so saying, I proceeded. "I think I'll come too," said the mild voice. "If I do break my neck, nobody'll be much the worse." And he did follow me. There was nothing very difficult in the clambering, but unfortunately, just as we got to the bottom, the mist came pouring down upon us, and I could not but bethink me that I should find it very difficult to make my way up again without seeing any of the landmarks. I could still see all below me, but I could see nothing that was above. It seemed as though the mist kept at our own level, and that we dragged it with us. We were soon in one of the 8 small craters or mouths of which I have spoken. Looking at them from above, they seemed to be nearly on a level, but it now appeared that 1 or 2 were considerably higher than the others. We were now in the one that was the highest on that side of the excavation. It was a shallow basin, or rather saucer, perhaps 60 yards in diameter, the bottom of which was composed of smooth, light-colored, sandy clay. In dry weather it would partake almost of the nature of sand. Many, many years had certainly rolled by since this mouth had been eloquent with brimstone. The place at this time was very cold. My friend had brought a large shawl with him, with which over and over again he attempted to cover my shoulders. I, having meditated much on the matter, had left my cloak above. At the present moment I regretted it sorely, but as matters turned out, it would have half smothered me before our walk was over. We had now nothing for it but to wait till the mist should go off. There was but one open mouth to this mountain, one veritable crater from which a column of smoke and sulphur did then actually issue, and this, though the smell of the brimstone was already oppressive, was at some little distance. Gradually the mist did go off, or rather it shifted itself continually, now ascending far above us, and soon returning to our feet. We then advanced between 2 other mouths, and came to that which was nearest to the existing crater. Here the aperture was of a very different kind. Though no smoke issued from it, and though there was a small tree growing at the bottom of it, showing, as I presume, that there had been no eruption from thence since the seed of that tree had fallen to the ground, yet the sides of the crater were as sharp and steep as the walls of a house. Into those which we had hitherto visited we could walk easily. Into this no one could descend even a single foot, unless, indeed, he descended somewhat more than a foot so as to dash himself to pieces at the bottom. They were, when compared together, as the interior of a plate compared to that of a tea-caddy. Now a traveler traveling in such realms would easily extricate himself from the plate, but the depths of the tea-caddy would offer him no hope. End of section 31. Section 32 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19, Central America, Costa Rica, Mount Irazu, Part 3. Having walked round this mute volcano, We ascended to the side of the one which was now smoking, for the aperture to this was considerably higher than that of the last one mentioned. As we were then situated, the smoke was bearing towards us, and every moment it became more oppressive. But I saw, or thought I saw, that we could skirt round to the back of the crater so as not to get its full volume upon us. And so I proceeded, he of the mild voice mildly expostulating, but always following me. But when we had ascended to the level of the hole, the wind suddenly shifted, and the column of smoke dispersing enveloped us altogether. Had it come upon us in all its thickest mass, I doubt whether it would not have first stupefied and then choked us. As it was, we ran for it, and succeeded in running out of it. It affected me, I think, more powerfully than it did my companion, for he was the first to regain his speech. Sir William, at any rate, saw nothing like that, said he, coughing triumphantly. I hope that I may never feel or smell anything like it again. This smoke is emitted from the earth at the bottom of a deep hole very similar to that above described. The sides of it all round are so steep that it is impossible to make even an attempt to descend it. By holding each other's hands, we could look over into it one at a time, and see the very jaws in the rock from which the stream of sulfur ascends. It comes out quite yellow, almost a dark yellow, but gradually blanches as it expands in its course. These jaws in the rock are not in the center of the bottom of the pit, but in a sharp angle, as it were, so that the smoke comes up against one side or wall, and that side is perfectly encrusted with the sulfur. It was at the end of the orifice, exactly opposite to this, that we knelt down and looked over. The smoke, when it struck upon us, immediately above this wall, was hot and thick and full of brimstone. The stench for a moment was very bad, but the effect went off at once, as soon as we were out of it. The mild voice grasped my hand very tightly as he crept to the edge and looked over. Ah, he said, rejoicing greatly, Sir William never saw that, nor any of his party. I am so glad I came again with you. I wonder whether anybody ever was here before. Hundreds doubtless have been, and thousands will be. 9 out of every 10 men in London, between the ages of 15 and 50, would think little of the trouble and less of the danger of getting there. But I could not interfere with the triumph of my friend, so I merely remarked that it certainly was a very singular place. And then we had to reascend. It was now past 11 o'clock, and as yet we had had no breakfast, for I cannot call that cup of coffee which we took at starting a breakfast, even though the German architect handed to each of us from out of his bed a hunch of beef and a crust of bread. Luckily the air was clear for a while, so that we could see what we were about, and we began to climb up on the side opposite to that by which we had descended. And here I happened to mention that Miss Ousley had commissioned me to get 2 bits of lava, one smooth and the other rough, unfortunately, for at once the mild voice declared that he had found 2 morsels which would exactly suit the lady's taste. I looked round, and lo, there was my small friend with 2 huge stones, each weighing about 20 pounds, which on the side of the mountain he was endeavoring to pack under his arms. Now the mountain here was very steep and very friable. The burnt shingle slipped from under our feet at every step, and to make matters worse, we were climbing in a slanting direction. My dear fellow, it would kill you to carry those lumps to the top, I said. Do not think of it. But he persevered. There were no lumps of lava such as those, he said, to be found at the top. They were just what Miss Ousley wanted. He thought he would be able to manage with them. They were not so very heavy, if only the ground did not slip so much. I said what I could, but it was of no avail, and he followed me slowly with his sore burden. I never knew the weather change with such rapidity. At this moment the sun was bright and very hot, and I could hardly bear my coat on my shoulders as I crept up that hill. How my little friend followed with his shawl in the lava rocks I cannot conceive, but to own the truth, going downhill suits me better than going up. Years and obesity tell upon the wind sooner than they do on the legs. So at least it is with me. Now my mild friend hardly weighed 15 ounces, while I... And then, when we were again on the ridge, it began to rain most gloriously. Hitherto we had had mist, but this was a regular downpour of rain, such moisture as the Secretary of Legation had been praying for ever since we started. Again and again the mild voice offered me the shawl, which, when I refused it, he wrapped round the lumps of lava, scorning to be drier than his companion. From the summit to the ledge we had come down fast enough, but the ascent was very different. I, at any rate, was very tired, and my friend was by no means as fresh as he had been. We were both in want of food, and our clothes were heavy with wet. We also still carried his lumps of lava. At last, all raining as it was, I sat down. How far we might still be from the top I could not see, but be it far or be it near, nature required rest. I threw myself on the ground, and the mild voice not unwillingly crouched down close to me. "Now we can both have the shawl," said he, and he put it over our joint shoulders. That is, he put the shawl on mine, while the fringe hung over his own. In half a minute we were both asleep, almost in each other's arms. Men, when they sleep thus on a mountainside in the rain, do not usually sleep long. 40 winks is generally acknowledged. Our nap may have amounted to 80 each, but I doubt whether it was more. We started together, rubbed our eyes, jumped to our feet, and prepared ourselves for work. But alas, where was the lava? My impression is that in my sleep I must have kicked the stones and sent them rolling. At any rate, they were gone. Dark and wet as it was, we both went down a yard or two, but it was in vain. Nothing could be seen of them. The mild voice handed me the shawl, preparing to descend in their search, but this was too much. "You will only lose yourself," said I, laying hold of him, "and I shall have to look for your bones. Besides, I want my breakfast. We will get other specimens above." "And perhaps they will be just as good," said he, cheerfully, when he found that he would not be allowed to have his way. "Every bit," said I, and so we trudged on, and at last reached our mules. From this point men see, or think that they see, the two oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific, and this sight to many is one of the main objects of the ascent. We saw neither the one ocean nor the other. We got back to the Potrero about 3 and found our German friends just sitting down to dinner. The architect was seated on his bed on one side of the table arranging the viands, while the doctor on the other scooped out the brains of a strange bird with a penknife. The latter operation he performed with a view of stuffing, not himself, but the animal. They pressed us to dine with them before we started, and we did so, though I must confess that the doctor's occupation rather set me against my food. "If it be not done at once," said he, apologizing, "it can't be done well." And he scraped and wiped his knife against the edge of the little table on which the dishes were placed. What had become of the doctor's wife I do not know, but she was not at the Potrero when we dined there. It was evening when we got into Cartago, and very tired we were. My mind, however, was made up to go on to San Jose that night, and ultimately I did so. But before starting, I was bound to repeat my visit to the English lady with whom my mild friend lived. Mrs. X was, and I suppose is, the only Englishwoman living in Cartago, and with that sudden intimacy which springs up with more than tropical celerity in such places, she told me the singular history of her married life. The reader would not care that I should repeat it at length, for it would make this chapter too long. Her husband had been engaged in mining operations, and she had come out to Guatemala with him in search of gold. From thence, after a period of partial success, he was enticed away into Costa Rica. Some speculation there, in which he or his partners were concerned, promised better than that other one in Guatemala, and he went, leaving his young wife and children behind him. Of course he was to return very soon, and of course he did not return at all. Mrs. X was left with her children, searching for gold herself. "Every evening," she said, "I saw the earth washed myself, and took up with me to the house the gold that was found." What an occupation for a young Englishwoman, the mother of 3 children. At this time she spoke no Spanish, and had no one with her who spoke English. And then tidings came from her husband that he could not come to her, and she made up her mind to go to him. She had no money, the gold washing having failed. Her children were without shoes to their feet. She had no female companion. She had no attendant but one native man. And yet, starting from the middle of Guatemala, she made her way to the coast, and thence by ship to Costa Rica. After that, her husband became engaged in what in those countries is called transit. Now, transit means the privilege of making money by transporting Americans of the United States over the Isthmus to and from California, and in most hands has led to fraud, filibustering, ruin, and destruction. Mr. X, like many others, was taken in, and according to his widow's account, the matter ended in a deputation being sent, from New York, I think, to murder him. He was struck with a life-preserver in the streets of San Jose, never fully recovered from the blow, and then died. He had become possessed of a small estate in the neighborhood of Cartago, on the proceeds of which the widow was now living. "And will you not return home?" I said. "Yes, when I have got my rights. Look here," and she brought down a ledger, showing me that she had all manner of claims to all manner of shares in all manner of mines. Aurum aurepertum et sic melius situm. As regards her, it certainly would have been so. For a coined sovereign, or $5 piece, I have the most profound respect. It is about the most faithful servant that a man can have in his employment, and should be held as by no means subject to those scurrilous attacks which a pharisaically moral world so often levels at its head. But of all objects of a man's ambition, uncoined gold, gold to be collected in sand, or picked up in nuggets, or washed out of earth, is, to my thinking, the most elusive and most dangerous. Who knows, or has known, or ever seen, any man that has returned happy from the diggings, and now sits contented under his own fig tree? My friend Mrs. X was still hankering after the flesh pots of Egypt, the hidden gold of the Central American mountains. She slapped her hands loudly together, for she was a man of much energy, and declared that she would have her rights. When she had gotten her rights, she would go home. Alas, alas, poor lady! "And you," said I, to the mild voice, "will not you return?" "I suppose so," said he, "when Mrs. X goes." And he looked up to the widow as though confessing that he was bound to her service, and would not leave her. Not that I think they had the slightest idea of joining their lots together as men and women do. He was too mild for that. I did ride back to San Jose that night, and a most frightful journey I had of it. I resumed, of course, my speechless, useless dolt of a guide, the man whom the Secretary of Legation had selected for me before I started. Again I put my spur on his foot, and endeavored to spirit him up to ride before me, so that I might know my way in the dark. But it was in vain. Nothing would move him out of a walk, and I was obliged to leave him. And then it became frightfully dark, pitch dark, as men say, dark so that I could not see my mule's ears. I had nothing for it but to trust to her, and soon found, by being taken down into the deep bed of a river and through deep water, that we had left the road by which I had before traveled. The beast did not live in San Jose, I knew, and I looked to be carried to some country rancho at which she would be at home. But in a time sufficiently short, I found myself in San Jose. The creature had known a shorter cut than that usually taken. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Central America, San Jose to Greytown. My purpose was to go right through Central America, from ocean to ocean, and to accomplish this, it was necessary that I should now make my way down to the mouth of the San Juan River, to San Juan del Norte as it was formerly called, or Greytown as it is now named by the English. This road, I was informed by all whom I inquired, was very bad, so bad as to be all but impracticable to English travelers.
And then, just at that moment, an event occurred which added greatly to the ill name of this route. A few days before I reached San Jose, a gentleman resident there had started for England with his wife, and they had decided upon going by the San Juan. It seems that the lady had reached San Jose, as all people do reach it, by Panamá and Punta Arenas, and had suffered on the route. At any rate, she had taken a dislike to it, and had resolved on returning by the San Juan and the Sarapiqui rivers, a route which is called the Sarapiqui Road. To do this, it is necessary for the traveler to ride on mules for 4, 5, or 6 days, according to his or her capability. The Sarapiqui River is then reached, and from that point the further journey is made in canoes down the Sarapiqui River till it falls into the San Juan, and then down that river to Greytown. This gentleman with his wife reached the Sarapiqui in safety, though it seems that she suffered greatly on the road. But when once there, as she herself said, all her troubles were over. That weary work of supporting herself on her mule, through mud and thorns and thick bushes, of scrambling over precipices and through rivers, was done. She had been very despondent, even from before the time of her starting. But now, she said, she believed that she should live to see her mother again. She was seated in the narrow canoe, among cloaks and cushions, with her husband close to her, and the boat was pushed into the stream. Almost in a moment, within 2 minutes of starting, not 100 yards from the place where she had last trod, the canoe struck against a snag, or upturned fragment of a tree, and was overset. The lady was borne by the stream among the entangled branches of timber, which clogged the river, and when her body was found, life had been long extinct. This had happened on the very day that I reached San Jose, and the news arrived 2 or 3 days afterwards. The wretched husband, too, made his way back to the town, finding himself unable to go on upon his journey alone, with such a burden on his back. What could he have said to his young wife's mother when she came to meet him at Southampton, expecting to throw her arms around her daughter? I was again lucky in having a companion for my journey. A young lieutenant of the Navy, Fitzham by name, whose vessel was lying at Greytown, had made his way up to San Jose on a visit to the Auxilies, and was to return at the same time that I went down. He had indeed travelled up with a bereaved man who had lost his wife, having read the funeral service over the poor woman's grave on the lonely shores of the Sarapiqui. The road, he acknowledged, was bad, too bad, he thought, for any female, but not more than sufficiently so to make proper excitement for a man. He, at any rate, had come over it safely, but then he was 24 and I 44, and so we started together from San Jose, a crowd of friends accompanying us for the first mile or two. There was that Secretary of Legation prophesying that we should be smothered in the mud. There was the consul and the consul's brother, nor was a female beauty wanting to wish us well on our road, and maybe to fling an old shoe after us for luck as we went upon our journey. We took 4 mules, that was 1 each for ourselves, and 2 for our baggage. We had 2 guides or muleteers, according to bargain, both of whom travelled on foot. The understanding was that 1 mule, lightly laden with provisions and a pair of slippers and toothbrush, should accompany us, 1 man also going with us, but that the heavy-laden mule should come along after us at its own pace. Things, however, did not so turn out. On the first day, both the men and both the mules lagged behind, and on one occasion we were obliged to wait above 1 hour for them. But after that, we all kept in a string together, having picked up a 3rd muleteer somewhere on the road. We had also with us a distressed British subject, who was entrusted to my tender mercies by the consul at San Jose. He was not a good sample of a Britisher. He had been a gold finder in California, then a filibuster, after that a teacher of the piano in the country part of Costa Rica, and lastly an omnibus driver. He was to act as interpreter for us, which, however, he did not do with much honesty or zeal. Our road, at first, lay through the towns of Heredia and Barba, the former of which is a pleasant-looking little village, where, however, we found great difficulty in getting anything to drink. Up to this, and for a few leagues further, the road was very fair, and the land on each side of us was cultivated. We had started at 8 a.m., and at about 3 in the afternoon there seemed to be great doubt as to where we should stop. The leading muleteer wished to take us to a house of a friend of his own, whereas the lieutenant and I resolved that the day's work had not been long enough. I take it that on the whole we were right, and the man gave in with sufficient good humor, but it ended in our passing the night in a miserable rancho. That at the Potrero, on the road to the volcanic mountain, had been a palace to it. And here we got into the forest. We had hitherto been ascending the whole way from San Jose, and had, by degrees, lost all appearance of tillage. Still, however, there had been open spaces, here and there cleared for cattle, and we had not as yet found ourselves enveloped by woods. This rancho was called Buena Vista, and certainly the view from it was very pretty. It was pretty and extensive, as I have seen views in Baden and parts of Bavaria, but again there was nothing about which I could rave. I shall not readily forget the night in that rancho. We were, I presume, between 7,000 and 8,000 feet above the sea level, and at night, or rather early in the morning, the cold was very severe. Footsome and I shared the same bed. That is, we lay on the same boards, and did what we could to cover ourselves with the same blankets. In that country, men commonly ride upon blankets, having them strapped over the saddles as pillions, and we had come so provided. But before the morning was over, I hardly wished for a double allowance. We had brought with us a wallet of provisions, certainly not too well arranged by Sir William Owsley's most reprehensible butler. Travellers should never trust to butlers. Our pièce de résistance was a ham, and lo, it turned out to be a bad one. When the truth of this fact first dawned upon us, it was in both our minds to go back and slay that butler. But there was still a piece of beef and some chickens, and there had been a few dozen of hard-boiled eggs. But Fitsum would amuse himself with eating these all along the road. I always found, when the ordinary feeding time came, that they had not had the slightest effect upon his appetite. On the next morning we again ascended for about a couple of leagues, and as long as we did so, the road was still good. The surface was hard, and the track was broad, and a horseman could wish nothing better. And then we reached the summit of the ridge over which we were passing. This we did at a place called Desenganos, and from thence we looked down into vast valleys, all running towards the Atlantic. Hitherto the fall of water had been into the Pacific. At this place we found a vast shed, with numberless bins and troughs lying under it in great confusion. The facts, as far as I could learn, were thus. Up to this point, the government, that is, Don Juan Mora, or perhaps his predecessor, had succeeded in making a road fit for the transit of mule carts. This shed had also been built to afford shelter for the postmen and accommodations for the muleteers. But here Don Juan's efforts had been stopped. Money probably had failed, and the great remainder of the undertaking will, I fear, be left undone for many a long year. And yet this, or some other road from the valley of San Jose to the Atlantic, would be the natural outlet of the country. At present, the coffee grown in the central highlands is carried down to Punta Arenas on the Pacific, although it must cross the Atlantic to reach its market. Consequently, it is either taken round the Horn, and its sale thus delayed for months, or it is transported across the Isthmus by railway at an enormous cost. They say there is a point at which the Atlantic may be reached more easily than by the present route of the Sarapiqui River. Nothing, however, has as yet been done in the matter. To make a road fit even for mule carts, by the course of the present track, would certainly be a work of enormous difficulty. And now our vexations commenced. We found that the path very soon narrowed, so much so that it was with difficulty we could keep our hats on our heads. And then the surface of the path became softer and softer, till our beasts were up to their knees in mud. All motion quicker than that of a walk became impossible, and even at this pace the struggles in the mud were both frequent and uncomfortable. Hitherto we had talked fluently enough, but now we became very silent. We went on following, each at the other's tail, floundering in the mud, silent, filthy, and down in the mouth. "I tell you what it is," said Fitsum at last, stopping on the road, for he had led the van. "I can't go any further without breakfast." We referred the matter to the guide, and found that Careblanco, the place appointed for our next stage, was still 2 hours distant. 2 hours? Why, half an hour since, you said it was only a league. But what is the use of expostulating with a man who can't speak a word of English? So we got off our mules, and draped out our wallet among the bushes. Our hard-boiled eggs were all gone, and it seemed as though the traveling did not add fresh delights to the cold beef. So we devoured another fowl, and washed it down with brandy and water. As we were so engaged, 3 men passed us with heavy burdens on their backs. They were tall, thin, muscular fellows with bare legs and linen clothes, one of them apparently of nearly pure Indian blood. It was clear that the loads they carried were very weighty. They were borne high up on the back and suspended by a band from the forehead, so that a great portion of the weight must have fallen on the muscles of the neck. This was the post, and as they had left San Jose some 8 hours after us, and had come by a longer route, so as to take in another town, they must have traveled at a very fast pace. It was our object to go down the Sarapiqui River in the same boat with the post. We had some doubt whether we should be able to get any other, seeing that the owner of one such canoe had been drowned, I believe, in an endeavor to save the unfortunate lady of whom I have spoken, and any boat taken separately would be much more expensive. So, as quick as might be, we tied up our fragments and proceeded. It was after this that I really learned how all-powerful is the force of mud. We came at last to a track that was divided crossways by ridges, somewhat like the ridges of plowed ground. Each ridge was perhaps 1.5 feet broad, and the mules invariably stepped between them, not on them. Stepping on them, they could not have held their feet. Stepping between them, they came at each step with their belly to the ground, so that the rider's feet and legs were trailing in the mud. The struggles of the poor brutes were dreadful. It seemed to me frequently impossible that my beast should extricate himself, laden as he was. But still he went on, patiently, slowly, and continuously. Splash, splash, slosh, slosh. Every muscle of his body was working, and every muscle of my body was working also. For it is not very easy to sit upon a mule under such circumstances. The bushes were so close upon me that one hand was required to guard my face from the thorns. My knees were constantly in contact with the stumps of trees, and when my knees were free from such difficulties, my shins were sure to be in the wars. Then the poor animal rolled so from side to side, in his incredible struggles with the mud, that it was frequently necessary to hold myself on by the pommel of the saddle. Added to this, it was essentially necessary to keep some sort of guide upon the creature's steps, or one's legs would be absolutely broken. For the mule cares for himself only, and not for his rider. It is nothing to him if a man's knees be put out of joint against the stump of a tree. Splash, splash, slosh, slosh. On we went in this way for hours, almost without speaking. On such occasions, one is apt to become mentally cross, to feel that the world is too hard for one, that one's own special troubles are much worse than those of one's neighbors, and that those neighbors are unfairly favored. I could not help thinking it very unjust that I should be 15 stone, while Fitsum was only 8, and as for that distressed Britisher, he weighed nothing at all. Splash, splash, slosh, slosh. We were at it all day. At Careblanco, the place of the white-faced pigs, I understood it to mean, they say that there is a race of wild hogs with white faces, which inhabit the woods hereabouts. We overtook the post and kept close to them afterwards. This was a pasture farm in the very middle of the forest, a bit of cleared land on which some adventurer had settled himself and dared to live. The adventurer himself was not there, but he had a very pretty wife, with whom my friend the lieutenant seemed to have contracted an intimate acquaintance on his previous journey up to San Jose. But at Careblanco we only stopped 2 minutes, during which, however, it became necessary that the lieutenant should go into the rancho on the matter of some article of clothes which had been left behind on his previous journey. And then, again, on we went. Slosh, slosh, splash, splash. My shins, by this time, were black and blue, and I held myself onto my mule chiefly by my spurs. Our way was still through dense forest, and was always either up or downhill. And here we came across the grandest scenery that I met with in the Western world. Scenery which would admit of raving if it were given to me to rave on such a subject. We were traveling, for the most part, along the side of a volcanic mountain, and every now and then the declivity would become so steep as to give us a full view down into the ravine below, with the prospect of the grand, steep, wooded hill on the other side, one huge forest stretching up the mountain for miles. At the bottom of the ravine, one's eye would just catch a river, looking like a moving thread of silver wire. And yet, though the descent was so great, there would be no interruptions to it. Looking down over the thick forest trees which grew almost from the side of a precipice, the eye would reach the river some 1,000 feet below, and then ascend on the other side over a like unbroken expanse of foliage. Of course, we both declared that we had never seen anything to equal it. In moments of ecstasy, one always does so declare, but there was a monotony about it, and a want of grouping which forbids me to place it on an equality with scenery really of the highest kind, with the mountains, for instance, round Calico, with the head of the lake of the Four Cantons, or even with the views of the upper waters of Killarney. And then, to speak the truth, we were too much engulfed in mud, too thoughtful as to the troubles of the road, to enjoy it thoroughly. Wonderful that, isn't it? Yes, very wonderful. Fine break. For heaven's sake, do get on. That is the tone which men are apt to adopt under such circumstances. 5 or 6 pounds of thick mud clinging round one's boots and inside one's trousers do not add to one's enjoyment of scenery. Mud, 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 mud. At about 5 o'clock we splashed into another pasture farm in the middle of the forest, a place called San Miguel, and there we rested for that night. Here we found that our beef also must be thrown away, and that our bread was all gone. We had picked up some more hard-boiled eggs at ranchos on the road, but hard-boiled eggs to my companion were no more than grains of gravel to a barn-door fowl. They merely enabled him to enjoy his regular diet. At this place, however, we were able to purchase fowls, skinny old hens which were shot for us at a moment's warning, the price being, here and elsewhere along the road, $1 a head. Tea and candles a ministering angel had given to me at the moment of my departure from San Jose. But for them, we should have indeed been comfortless, thirsty, and in utter darkness. Towards evening, a man gets tired of brandy and water when he has been drinking it since 6 in the morning. End of section 33, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 1, 2024. Section 34 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Our washing was done under great difficulties, as in these districts neither nature nor art seem to have provided for such emergencies. In this place, I got my head into a tin pot and could hardly extricate it. But even inside the houses and ranchos, everything seemed to turn into mud. The floor beneath one's feet became mud with the splashing of the water. The boards were begrimed with mud. We were offered coffee that was mud to the taste and touch. I felt that the blood in my veins was becoming muddy. And then we had another day exactly like the former, except that the ground was less steep, and the vistas of scenery less grand. The weather also was warmer, seeing that we were now on lower ground. Monkeys chattered on the trees around us, and the little Congo ape roared like a lion. Macaws flew about, generally in pairs, and we saw white turkeys on the trees. Up on the higher forests we had seen none of these animals. There are wild hogs also in these woods in ounces. The ounce here is, I believe, properly styled the puma. though the people always called them lions. They grow to about the size of a Newfoundland dog. The wild cat also is common here, the people styling them tigers. The zagua is, I take it, their proper name. None of these animals will, I believe, attack a man unless provoked or pressed in pursuit, and not even then, if a way of escape be open to them. We again breakfast at a forest clearing, paying $1 each for tough old hens, and in the evening we came to a cocoa plantation in the middle of the forest, which had been laid out and settled by an American of the United States, residing in Central America. This place is not far from the Serapeque River, and is called Pedregal. It was here that the young lieutenant had read the funeral service over the body of that unfortunate lady. I went with him to visit the grave. It was a spot in the middle of a grass enclosure, fenced off rudely so as to guard it from beasts of prey. The funeral had taken place after dusk. It had been attended by some 12 or 14 Costa Rican soldiers, who are kept in a fort a little below, on the banks of the Serapeque. Each of these men had held a torch. The husband was there, and another Englishman who was traveling with him, as was also, I believe, the proprietor of the place. So attended, the body of the Englishwoman was committed to its strange grave in a strange country. Here we picked up another man, an American, who also had been looking for gold, and perhaps doing a turn as a filibuster. Him too the world had used badly, and he was about to return with all his golden dreams unaccomplished. We had one more stage down to the spot at which we were to embark in the canoe, the spot at which the lady had been drowned, and this one we accomplished early in the morning. This place is called the Muelle, and here there is a fort with a commandant and a small company of soldiers. The business of the commandant is to let no one up or down the river without a passport, and as a passport cannot be procured anywhere nearer than San Jose, here may arise a great difficulty to travelers. We were duly provided, but our recently picked up American friend was not, and he was simply told that he would not be allowed to get into a boat on the river. "I never seed such a darned country in my life," said the American. "They would not let me leave San Jose till I paid every shilling I owed, and now I have paid, I ain't no better off. I wish I hadn't paid a darned cent." I advised him to try what some further operation in the way of payment would do, and with this view he retired with the commandant. In a minute or two they both returned, and the commandant said he would look at his instructions again. He did so, and declared that he now found it was compatible with his public duty to allow the American to pass. "But I shall not have a cent left to take me home," said the American to me. He was not a smart man, though he talked smart. For when the moment of departure came, all the places in the boat were taken, and we left him standing on the shore. "Well, I'm darned," he said, and we neither heard nor saw more of him. That passage down the Serapeque was not without interest, though it was somewhat monotonous. Here, for the first time in my life, I found my bulk and size to be of advantage to me. In the after part of the canoe sat the master boatman, the captain of the expedition, steering with a paddle. Then came the mails and our luggage, and next to them I sat, having a seat to myself, being too weighty to share a bench with a neighbor. I therefore could lean back among the luggage, and with a cigar in my mouth, with a little wooden beacher of weak brandy and water beside me, I found that the position had its charms. On the next thwart sat, cheek by jowl, the lieutenant and the distressed Britisher. Unfortunately, they had nothing on which to lean, and I sincerely pitied my friend, who, I fear, did not enjoy his position. But what could I do? Any change in our arrangements would have upset the canoe. And then, close in the bow of the boat, sat the two natives paddling, and they did paddle without cessation all that day, and all the next day, till we reached Greytown. The Serapeque is a fine river, very rapid, but not so much as to make it dangerous if care be taken to avoid the snags. There is not a house or hut on either side of it, but the forest comes down to the very brink. Up in the huge trees the monkeys hung jabbering, shaking their ugly heads at the boat as it went down, or screaming in anger at this invasion of their territories. The macaws flew high overhead, making their own music, and then there was a constant little splash of the paddles in the water. The boatmen spoke no word, but worked on always, pausing now and again for a moment to drink out of the hollow of their hands. And the sun became hotter and hotter as we neared the sea, and the mosquitoes began to bite, and cigars were lit with greater frequency. 'Tis thus that one goes down the waters of the Sarapiqui. About 3 we got into the San Juan. This is the river by which the great lake of Nicaragua empties itself into the sea, which has been the channel used by the transit companies who have passed from ocean to ocean through Nicaragua, which has been so violently interfered with by filibusters till all such transit has been banished from its waters, and which has now been selected by Mbeli as the course for his impossible canal. It has seen dreadful scenes of cruelty, wrong, and bloodshed. Now it runs along peaceably enough in its broad, shallow, swift course, bearing on its margin here and there the rancho and provision ground of some wild settler who has sought to overcome the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, by looking for bread and shelter on those sad, sunburnt, and solitary banks. We landed at one such place to dine, and at another to sleep, selecting, in each place, some better class of habitation. At neither place did we find the owner there, but persons left in charge of the place. At the first the man was a German, a singularly handsome and dirty individual, who never shaved or washed himself, and lived there, ever alone, on bananas and muskmelons. He gave us fruit to take into the boat with us, and when we parted we shook hands with him. Out here everyone always does shake hands with everyone, but as I did so I tendered him $1. He had waited upon us, bringing water and plates. He had gathered fruit for us, and he was, after all, no more than the servant of the river squatter. But he let the $1 fall to the ground, and that with some anger in his face. The sum was made up of the small silver change of the country, and I felt rather little as I stooped under the hot sun to pick it up from out the mud of the garden. Better that than seem to leave it there in anger. It is often hard for a traveler to know when he is wished to pay, and when he is wished not to pay. A poorer-looking individual in raiment and position than that German I have seldom seen, but he despised my $1 as though it had been dirt. We slept at the house of a Greytown merchant who had maintained an establishment up the river, originally with a view of supplying the wants of the American travelers passing in transit across the Isthmus. The flat-bottomed steamers, which did, some 5 or 6 years since, ply upon the river used to take in wood here and stop for the night, and the passengers were wont to come on shore and call for rum and brandy, and in this way much money was made, till after a time filibusters came instead of passengers, men who took all the wood that they could find there, hundreds of dollars' worth of sawn wood, and brandy also, took it away with them, saying that they would give compensation when they were established in the country, but made no present payment. And then it became tolerably clear that the time for making money in that locality had passed away. They came in great numbers on one such occasion, and stripped away everything they could find. Sawn wood for their steam boilers was especially desirable, and they took all that had been prepared for the usual wants of the river. Having helped themselves to this, and such other chattels as were at the moment needed and at hand, they went on their way grimly rejoicing. On the following day most of them returned, some without arms, some without legs, some even without heads, a wretched, wounded, mutilated, sore-struck body of filibusters. The boiler of their large steamer had burst, scattering destruction far and near. It was current among the filibusters that the logs of wood had been laden with gunpowder in order to effect this damage. It is more probable that, being filibusters, rough and ready as the phrase goes, they had not duly looked to their engineering properties. At any rate, they all returned. On the whole, these filibusters have suffered dire punishment for their sins. At any rate, the merchant under whose roof we slept received no payment for his wood. Here we found 2 men living, not in such squalid misery as that independent German, but nevertheless sufficiently isolated from the world. One was an old Swedish sailor who seemed to speak every language under the sun, and to have been in every portion of the globe, whether under the sun or otherwise. At any rate, we could not induce him to own to not having been in any place. Timbuktu? Yes, indeed, he had unfortunately been a captive there for 3 years. At Mecca he had passed as an Arab among the Arabs, having made the great pilgrimage in company with many children of Mahomet, wearing the green turban as a veritable child of Mahomet himself. Portsmouth he knew well, having had many a row about the head. We could not catch him tripping, though we put him through his facings to the best of our joint geographical knowledge. At present he was a poor gardener on the San Juan River, having begun life as a lieutenant in the Swedish Navy. He had seen too much of the world to refuse the dollar which was offered to him. On the next morning we reached Greytown, following the San Juan River down to that pleasant place. There is another passage out to the sea by the Colorado, a branch river which, striking out from the San Juan, runs into the ocean by a shorter channel. This also has been thought of as a course for the projected canal, preferable to that of the San Juan. I believe them to be equally impracticable. The San Juan River itself is so shallow that we were frequently on the ground even in our light canoe. And what shall I say of Greytown? We have a consul general there, or at least had one when these pages were written. A consul general whose duty it is, or was, to have under his special care the King of Mosquitia, as some people are pleased to call this coast, of the Mosquito Coast as it is generally styled. Bluefields, further along the coast, is the chosen residence of this sable tyrant, but Greytown is the capital of his dominions. Now it is believed that, in deference to the feelings of the United States, and to the American reading of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, and in deference, I may add, to a very sensible consideration that the matter is of no possible moment to ourselves, the protectorate of the Mosquito Coast is to be abandoned. What the king will do I cannot imagine, but it will be a happy day, I should think, for our consul, when he is removed from Greytown. Of all the places in which I have ever put my foot, I think that this is the most wretched. It is a small town, perhaps of 2,000 inhabitants, though this, on my part, is a mere guess, at the mouth of the San Juan, and surrounded, on every side, either by water or impassable forests. A walk of a mile in any direction would be impossible, unless along the beach of the sea, but this is of less importance, as the continual heat would prevent anyone from thinking of such exercise. Sundry Americans live here, worshipping the almighty dollar as Americans do, keeping liquor shops and warehouses, and with the Americans, sundry Englishmen and sundry Germans. Of the female population I saw nothing except some Negro woman, and one white, or rather red-faced owner of a rum shop. The native population are the Mosquito Indians, but it seems they are hardly allowed to live in Greytown. They are to be seen paddling about in their canoes, selling a few eggs and chickens, catching turtle, and not rarely getting drunk. They would seem, from their color and physiognomy, to be a cross between the Negro and the Indian, and such I imagine to be the case. They have a language of their own, but those on the coast almost always speak English also. My gallant young friend, Fetsum, was in command of a small schooner inside the harbor of Greytown. As the accommodation of the city itself was not inviting, I gladly took up my quarters under his flag until the English packet, which was then hourly expected, should be ready to carry me to Cologne and St. Thomas. I can only say that, if I was commander of that schooner, I would lie outside the harbor, so as to be beyond the ill usage of those frightful mosquitoes. The country has been well named, Mosquitia. There was an American man of war and also an English man of war, sloops of war both, I believe, technically, lying off Greytown, and we dined on board them both on 2 consecutive days. Of the American, I will say, speaking in their praise, that I never ate such bacon and peas. It may be that the old hens up the Sarapiqui River had rendered me peculiarly susceptible to such delights, but nevertheless, I shall always think that there was something peculiar about the bacon and peas on board the American sloop of war, St. Louis. And on the second day the steamer came in. The Trent, Captain Moir, we then dined on board of her, and on the same night she sailed for Cologne. And when shall I see that gallant young lieutenant again? Putting aside his unjust, and I must say miraculous consumption of hard-boiled eggs, I could hardly wish for a better traveling companion. End of section 34, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, June 6, 2024.
Section 35 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21, Central America, Railways, Canals and Transit. Part 1. How best to get about this world which God has given us is certainly one of the most interesting subjects which men have to consider, and one of the most interesting works on which men can employ themselves. The child, when born, is first suckled, then fed with a spoon. In his next stage, his food is cut up for him, and he begins to help himself. For some years after that, it is still carved under parental authority, and then, at last, he sits down to the full enjoyment of his own leg of mutton, under his own auspices. Our development in travelling has been much of the same sort, and we are now perhaps beginning to use our own knife and fork, though we hardly yet understand the science of carving, or at any rate can hardly bring our hands to the duly dexterous use of the necessary tools. We have at least got so far as this, that we perceive that the leg of mutton is to be cooked and carved. We are not to eat hunks of raw sheep cut off here and there. The meat to suit our palates should be put on a plate in the guise of a cleanly slice, cut to a certain thickness and not exceeding a certain size. And we have also got so far as this, that we know that the world must be traversed by certain routes, prepared for us originally not by ourselves, but by the hand of God. We were great heroes when we first got round the Cape of Good Hope, when we first crossed the Atlantic, when we first doubled Cape Horn. We were then learning to pick up our crumbs with our earliest knives and forks, and there was considerable peril in the attempt. We have got beyond that now, and have perceived that we may traverse the world without going round it. The road from Europe to Asia is by Egypt and the Isthmus of Suez, not by the Cape of Good Hope. So also is the road from Europe to the west of America, and from the east of America to Asia, by the Isthmus of Central America, and not by Cape Horn. We have found out this, and have, I presume, found out also that this was all laid out for us by the hands of the Creator, prepared exactly as the sheep have been prepared. It has been only necessary that we should learn to use the good things given us. That there are reasons why the way should not have been made absolutely open, we may well suppose, though we cannot perhaps at present well understand. How currents of the sea might have run so as to have impeded rather than have assisted navigation, had the two Americas been disjoined. How pernicious winds might have blown and injurious waters have flowed, had the Red Sea opened into the Mediterranean, we may imagine, though we cannot know. That the world's surface, as formed by God, is best for God's purposes, and therefore certainly best for man's purposes, that most of us must believe. But it is for us to carve the good things which are put before us, and to find out the best way in which they may be carved. We may perhaps fairly think that we have done much towards acquiring this knowledge, but we certainly know that there is more yet to be done. We have lines of railways from London to Manchester, from Calais across France and all the Germanies to Eastern Europe, from the coast of Maine through the Canadas to the central territories of the United States. But there are no lines yet from New York to California, nor from the coast of the Levant to Bombay and Calcutta. But perhaps the two greatest points which are at this moment being mooted, with reference to the carriage about the world of mankind and man's goods, concern the mode in which we may most advantageously pass across the isthmuses of Suez and Panama. These are the two land obstacles in the way of navigation, of direct water carriage round the earth's belt. Obstacles as they appear to us, though in truth so probably locks formed by the Almighty for the assistance of our navigation. For many years, it is impossible to say how many, but for some few centuries as regards Panama, and for many centuries as regards Suez, this necessity has been felt, and the minds of men in those elder days inclined naturally to canals. In the days of the old kings of Egypt, antecedent to Cleopatra, attempts were made to cut through the sands and shallow lakes from the eastern margin of the Nile's delta to the Red Sea, and the idea of piercing Central America in some point occurred to the Spaniards immediately on their discovering the relative position of the two oceans. But in those days men were infants, not as yet trusted with the carving knife. The work which unsuccessfully filled the brains of so many thoughtful men for so many years has now been done, at any rate to a degree. Railways have been completed from Alexandria on the Mediterranean to Suez on the Red Sea, and from Panama on the Pacific to Aspinwall or Colon on the Caribbean Sea. These railways are now at work, and passengers are carried across with sufficient rapidity. The Isthmus of Suez, over which the line of railway runs for something over 200 miles, creates a total delay to our Indian mails and passengers of 24 hours only, and the lesser distance of the American Isthmus is traversed in 3 hours. Were rapidity here as necessary as it is in the other case, and it will doubtless become so, the conveyance from one sea to the other need not create a delay of above 12 hours. But not the less are many men, good and scientific men too, keenly impressed with the idea that the two isthmuses should be pierced with canals, although these railways are at work. All mankind has heard much of Monsieur Lesseps and his Suez Canal. On that matter I do not mean to say much here. I have a very strong opinion that such canal will not and cannot be made, that all the strength of the arguments adduced in the matter are hostile to it, and that steam navigation by land will and ought to be the means of transit through Egypt. But that matter is a long way distant from our present subject. It is with reference to the transit over the other isthmus that I propose to say a few words. It is singular, or perhaps if rightly considered, not singular, that both the railways have been constructed mainly by Anglo-Saxon science and energy, and under the pressure of Anglo-Saxon influence, while both the canal schemes most prevalent at the present day owe their repute to French eloquence and French enthusiasm. Monsieur Lesseps is the patron of the Suez Canal, and Monsieur Belly of that which is, or is not to be, constructed from San Juan del Norte, or Greytown, to the shores of the Pacific. There are 3 proposed methods of crossing the isthmus: that by railway, that by canal, and a third by the ordinary use of such ordinary means of conveyance as the land and the waters of the country afford. As regards railway passage, one line being now open and at work, has those 9 points in its favour which possession gives. It does convey men and goods across with great rapidity, and is a reality, doing that which it pretends to do. Its charges, however, are very high, and it would doubtless be well if competition, or fear of competition, could be made to lower them. £5 is charged for conveying a passenger less than 50 miles. No class of passengers can cross at a cheaper fare, and the rates charged for goods are as high in comparison. On the other side, it may be said that the project was one of great risk, that the line was from its circumstances very costly, having been made at an expense of about £32,000 a mile. I believe, however, that a considerable portion of the London and Birmingham line was equally expensive, and that trains by which money can be made cannot run often, perhaps only 6 or 7 times a month each way. It is, however, very desirous that the fares should be lowered, and the great profits accruing to the railway prove that this may be done. Eventually they doubtless will be lowered. The only other line of railway which now seems to be spoken of as practicable for the passage of the Isthmus is one the construction of which has been proposed across the Republic of Honduras, from a spot called Port Cortes in the Bay of Honduras on the northern or Atlantic side, to some harbour to be chosen in the Bay of Fonseca on the southern or Pacific side. Mr. Squire, who was chargé d'affaires from the United States to Central America, and whose work on the republics of Central America is well known, strongly advocates this line, showing in the first place that from its position it would suit the traffic of the United States much better than that of Panama, as undoubtedly it would, seeing that the transit from New York to California via Panama must go down south as far as latitude 7 degrees north, whereas by the proposed route through Honduras it need not descend below latitude 13 degrees north, thus saving double that distance in the total run each way. Footnote. Not that we may take all that Mr. Squire says on this subject as proved. His proposed route for the traffic of the United States is from the western coast of Florida to the chosen port, Port Cortes in Honduras, and he attempts to show that this is pretty nearly the only possible passage in those seas free from hurricanes and danger. But this passage is right across the Gulf of Mexico, and vessels would have to stem the full force of the Gulf Stream on their passage down from Florida. In all such matters where a man becomes warm on a scheme, he feels himself compelled to prove that the gods themselves have pointed out the plan as the only one fit for adoption, as the only one free from all evil and blessed with every advantage. We are always overproving our points. Mr. Squire then goes on to prove that the country of Honduras is in every way suited for the purposes of a railway, but here I am not sure that he carries me with him. The road would have to ascend nearly 3,000 feet above the sea level, and though it may be true that the grades themselves would not be more severe than many that are now being found on railways in full work in other countries, nevertheless it must be felt that the overcoming such an altitude in such a country, and the working over it when overcome, would necessarily add greatly to the original cost of the line and the subsequent cost of running. The Panama line goes through a country comparatively level. Then the distance across Honduras is 150 miles, and it is computed that the line would be 200 miles. The length of the Panama line is 47 or 48 miles. The enormous cost of the Panama line arose from the difficulty of obtaining the necessary sort of labour. The natives would not work as they were wanted, and Europeans died there, so that at last labour was imported from the coast of New Granada. At the high level named as the summit of the Honduras route, the climate would no doubt be comparatively mild, and labour easy to be borne. But near the coast of the bays, both of Honduras and Fonseca, the heat would be as great as at Aspinwall and Panama, and the effects probably the same. As regards our British traffic, the route by the Isthmus of Panama is the better situated of the two. Looking at a map of the world, and it is necessary to take in the whole world in order that the courses of British trade may be seen, it does not seem to be of much consequence, as regards distance, whether a bale of goods from London to Sydney should pass the Isthmus by Honduras or Panama. But in fact, even for this route, the former would labour under great disadvantages. A ship in making its way from Honduras up to Jamaica has to fight against the trade winds. On this account, our mail steamer from Belize to Jamaica is timed at only 4 miles an hour, though the mail to Honduras is timed at 8 miles an hour. This would be the direct route from the terminus of the Honduras line to Europe, and matters would be made only worse if any other line were taken. But the track from Panama to Jamaica is subject to what sailors call a soldier's wind, even working to St. Thomas, and thereby getting a stronger slant of the trade winds against them. Our mail steamers can make 8 or 9 miles an hour. As regards our trade to Chile and Peru, it is clear that Honduras is altogether out of our way, and as regards our coming trade to Fraser River and Vancouver's Island, though the absolute distance via Honduras would be something shorter, that benefit would be neutralized by the disadvantageous position of the Bay of Honduras, as above explained. But the great advantage which the Panama line enjoys is the fact of its being already made. It has the 9 points which possession gives it. Its 48 miles cost £1,600,000. It cannot be presumed that 200 miles through Honduras can be made for double that sum, and seeing that the Honduras line would be in opposition to the other, and only be used if running at fares lower than those of its rival, I cannot see how it would pay, or where the money is to be procured. I am not aware that the absolute cost of the proposed line through Honduras has been accurately computed. As regards the public interest, 2 lines would no doubt be better than 1. Competition is always beneficial to the consumer. But in this case, I do not expect to see the second line made in our days. That there will in future days be a dozen ways of commodiously crossing the Isthmus, when we have thoroughly learned how best to carve our leg of mutton, I do not at all doubt. It may be as well to state here that England is bound by a treaty with Honduras, made in 1836, to assist in furthering the execution of this work by our countenance, aid, and protection, on condition that when made, we Britishers are to have the full use of it, as much so, at least, as any other people or nation. And that, as I take it, is the sole and only meaning of all those treaties made on our behalf with Central America, or in respect to Central America, Clayton-Buller Treaty, New Ousley Treaty, and others, namely that we, who are desirous of excluding no person from the benefits of this public world road, are not ourselves to be excluded on any consideration whatever. And may we not boast that this is the only object looked for in all our treaties and diplomatic doings? Is it not for that reason that we hold Gibraltar, are jealous about Egypt, and resolved to have Perim in our power? Is it not true that we would fain make all ways open to all men? That we would have them open to ourselves, certainly, but not closed against any human being? If that, and such like, be not what our diplomatists are doing, then I, for one, misunderstand their trade. So much for the 2 railways. And now as to the proposed canals. Here no happy undertaking can boast of the joys of possession. No canal is as yet open carrying men and goods with, shall we say, 25% profit on the outlay. Ah, that is an Elysium which does not readily repeat itself. O thou thrice happy Colonel Totten, who hast constructed a railway resulting in such celestial beatitude. The name of canals projected across the Isthmus has been legion, and the merits of them all have in their time been hotly pressed by their special advocates. That most to the north, which was the passage selected by Cortes and pressed by him on the Spanish government, would pass through Mexico. The line would be from the Gulf of Campeche up the river Coatzacoalcos to Tehuantepec on the Pacific. This was advocated as lately as 1845, but has now, I believe, been abandoned as impracticable. Going south down the map, the next proposition of which I can find mention is for a canal from the head of the Lake of Dulce through the state of Guatemala, the lake or Gulf of Dulce being at the head of the Gulf of Honduras. This also seems to have been abandoned. Then we come to the proposed Honduras Railway, of which mention has been made. Next below this we reach a cluster of canals, all going through the great inland lake of Nicaragua. This scheme, or one of these schemes, has also been in existence since the times of the early Spaniards, and has been adhered to with more or less pertinacity ever since. This lake of Nicaragua was to be reached either direct by the river San Juan, or by entering the river San Juan from the ocean by the river Colorado, which is in effect a branch of the San Juan. The projected canal would thus ascend to the lake. From thence to the Pacific, various passages for egress have been suggested. At first it was intended, naturally, to get out at the nearest practicable point, that probably being at San Juan del Sur. They have San Juans and San Joses quite at pleasure about these countries. Then came the grand plan of the present French emperor, bearing at least his name, and first published, I think, in 1846. This was a very grand plan, of course. The route of transit was to be right up the lake of Nicaragua to its northern point. Then the canal was to enter the river Tipitapa and come out again in the northern lake of Managua. From thence it was to be taken out to the Pacific at the port of Rialto. This project included the building of an enormous city, which was to contain the wealth of the New World, and to be, as it were, a new Constantinople between the two lakes. But the scheme has been abandoned as being too costly, too imperial. And now we have Monsieur Belly's scheme, his scheme and pamphlet of which I will say a few words just now, and therefore I pass on to the others. The line of the river Chagres, and from thence to the town of Panamá, being very nearly the line of the present railway, was long contemplated with favour, but has now been abandoned as impracticable, as has also the line over the Isthmus of Darien, which was for a while thought to be the most feasible, as being the shortest. The lie of the land, however, and the nature of the obstacles to be overcome have put this scheme altogether out of the question. Next and last is the course of the river Atrato, which runs into the Gulf of Darien, but which is, in fact, the first of the great rivers of South America. First, that is, counting them as commencing from the Isthmus. It runs down from the Andes parallel to the coast of the Pacific, and is navigable for many miles. The necessary surveys, however, for connecting this river with the Pacific have never yet been made, and even if this plan were practicable, the extremely low latitude at which the Pacific Ocean would be reached would make such a line bad for our trade and quite out of the question for the chief portion of the American transit. End of part 1. End of section 35. Section 36 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21, Central America, Railways, Canals and Transit, Part 2. It appears, therefore, that there are insuperable objections to all these canal routes, unless it be to some route passing through the Lake of Nicaragua. By reference to a map of Central America, it will be seen that the waters of this lake, joined to those of the San Juan River, comprise the breadth of nearly the whole isthmus, leaving a distance not exceeding 20 miles to be conquered by a canal. At first sight, this appears to be very enticing, and Monsieur Belly has been enticed. He has been enticed, or at any rate writes as though this were the case. Anything worded more eloquently, energetically, and grandiloquently than his pamphlet in favour of this route I have not met, even among French pamphlets. Monsieur Félix Belly describes himself as a publiciste and Chevalier of the Order of Saint Maurice and Lazarus and of the Order of Medici. As such, he has made a convention with Don Thomas Martinez, President of the Republic of Nicaragua, and with Don Juan Rafael Mora, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, in accordance with which he, Chevalier Belly, is to cut a canal or water route for ships through the territories of those potentates, obtaining thereby certain vast privileges, including the possession of no small portion of those territories, and the right of levying all manner of tolls on the world's commerce which is to pass through his canal. And the potentates above named are in return to receive from Monsieur Belly very considerable subsidies out of these tolls. They bind themselves, moreover, to permit no other traffic or transit through their country, securing to Monsieur Belly for 99 years the monopoly of the job, and granting to him the great diplomatic privilege of constituting his canal, let it be here or there, the boundaries of the realms of these two potentates. What strikes me with the greatest wonder on reading, not the pamphlet, for that is perhaps more wonderful in other respects, but the articles of the convention, is that these three persons, the potentates aforesaid and the chevalier, should have among them the power of doing all this, or that they should even have had the power of agreeing to do all this. For really, up to this period, one seems hardly to have heard in England much about any one of them. That there should be presidents of these two republics is supposed, as there are also doubtless of San Salvador and Venezuela and all the other Western republics. But it is to be presumed that as presidents of republics they can have themselves no more power to give away a 99 years' possession of their lands and waters than can any other citizen. Mr. Buchanan could hardly sell to any Englishman, however enterprising, the right of making a railway from New York to San Francisco. The convention does certainly bear two other signatures, which purport to be those of the ministers of foreign affairs attached to those two republics. But even this hardly seems to give us a sufficient guarantee of power. What if we should put our money into the canal, and future presidents should refuse to be bound by the agreement? But Monsieur Belly's name stands on his side alone. No foreign minister or aide-de-camp is necessary to back his signature. The two potentates having agreed to give the country, he will agree to make the canal. He, Monsieur Belly, publiciste and chevalier. It is to cost altogether, according to his account, 120 million francs, say £4,800,000 sterling. Of a company, chairman and directors, we hear nothing. We cannot find that the shares are in the market. Probably they may be too valuable. On our own stock exchange the matter does not seem to be much known, nor do we perceive that it is quoted among French prices. Nevertheless, Monsieur Belly has the £4,800,000 already in his breeches pockets, and he will make the canal. I wonder whether he would drain London for us if we were to ask him. But wonderful as is the fact that these three gentlemen should be about to accomplish this magnificent undertaking for the world, the eloquence of the language in which the undertaking is described is perhaps more wonderful still. On the 1st of May, 1858, at Rivas, in Nicaragua, in the midst of a concourse of circumstances full of grandeur, a convention was signed which opens to civilization a new view and unlimited horizons. The hour has come for commencing with resolution this enterprise of cutting the Isthmus of Panamá. The solution of the problem must be no longer retarded. It belongs to an epoch which has given to itself the mission of pulling down barriers and suppressing distances. It must be regarded not as a private speculation, but as a creation of public interest, not as the work of this people or that party, but as springing from civilization itself. Then Monsieur Belly goes on to say that this project, emanating from a man sympathetic with the cause and a witness of the heroism of Central America, namely himself, possesses advantages, which of course could not attach to any scheme devised by a less godlike being. It may be seen that I have no great belief in the scheme of Monsieur Belly, neither have I in many other schemes of the present day, emanating from Englishmen, Americans, and others. But it is not that disbelief, but my admiration for French eloquence, which urges me to make the above translation. Alas! I feel that I have lost so much of the Gallic fragrance. The Parisian aroma has escaped from the poor English words. Is not this peculiar eloquence used in propagating all French projects for increased civilization? From the invention of a new constitution to that of a new shirt, is it even wanting? We, with our stupid, unimaginative platitudes, know no better than to write up Eureka when we think we have discovered anything. But a Frenchman tells his countrymen that they need no longer be mortals. A new era has come. Let them wear his slippers, and they will walk as gods walk. How many new eras have there not been? Who is not sick of the grandiloquence of French progress? Now we have taken the one great step. The dove at length may nestle with the kite, the lamb drink with the wolf. Men may share their goods, certain that others will share with them. Labour and wages, work and its reward, shall be systematized. Now we have done it, and the world shall be happy. Well, perhaps the French world is happy. It may be that the liberty which they have propagated, the equality which they enjoy, and the fraternity which they practice, is fit for them. But when has truly mighty work been heralded by magniloquence? Did we have any grand words from old George Stephenson, from his "vera awkward for the coup"? Was there aught of the eloquent sententiousness of a French marshal about the lines of Torres Vedras? Was Luther apt to speak with great phraseology? If words ever convey to my ears a positive contradiction of the assertion which they affect to make, it is when they are grandly antithetical and magnificently verbose. If, in addition to this, they promise to mankind new epochs, new views, and unlimited horizons, surely no further proof can be needed that they are vain, empty, and untrue. But the language in which this proposal for a canal is couched is hardly worth so much consideration, would be worth no consideration at all, did it not come before us now as an emblem of that which at this present time is the most pernicious point in the French character, a false boasting of truth and honesty, with little or no relish for true truth and true honesty. The present question is whether Monsieur Belly's canal scheme be feasible, and, if feasible, whether he has or can attain the means of carrying it out. In the first place, it has already come to pass that the convention signed with such unlimited horizons has proved to be powerless. It is an undoubted fact that it was agreed to by the two presidents, and as far as one of them is concerned, it is, I fear, a fact also that for the present he has sufficient power in his own territory to bind his countrymen, at any rate for a time, by his unsupported signature. Don Juan Rafael Mora, in Costa Rica, need care for no Congress. If he were called dictator instead of president, the change would only be in the word. But this is not exactly so in Nicaragua. There, it seems, the Congress has refused to ratify the treaty as originally made. But they have, I believe, ratified another, in which Monsieur Belly's undertaking to make the canal is the same as before, but from which the enormous grant of land and the stipulations as to the boundary line of the territories are excluded. In Monsieur Belly's pamphlet he publishes a letter which he has received from Lord Malmesbury as Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, or rather, a French translation of such a letter. It is this letter which appears to have given in Central America the strongest guarantee that something is truly intended by Monsieur Belly's project. Both in the pamphlet and in the convention itself, repeated reference is made to the French government, but no document is given, nor even is any positive assertion made, that the government of the Emperor in any way recognizes the scheme. But if this letter be true and truly translated, Lord Malmesbury has done so to a certain extent. "And I am happy," says the letter, "to be able to assure you that the stipulations of the treaty made between Great Britain and the United States, commonly called the Clayton-Buller Treaty, are in my opinion applicable to your project, if you put it in execution." And then this letter, written to a private gentleman holding no official position, is signed by the Secretary of State himself. Monsieur Belly holds no official position, but he is addressed in his translation of Lord Malmesbury's letter as Concessionaire du Canal de Nicaragua. Such a letter from such a quarter has certainly been very useful to Monsieur Belly. In the minds of the presidents of the republics of Central America, it must have gone far to prove that England, at any rate, regards Monsieur Belly as no adventurer. There are many of the clauses of the convention to which I should have imagined that the English Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs would not have given an assent, although he might not be called on to express dissent. In the 26th article, it is stipulated that during the making of the canal, which if it were to be made at all would be protracted over many years, 2 French ships of war should lie in the Lake of Nicaragua, it having been stipulated by Article 24 that no other ships of war should be admitted, thus giving to France a military occupation of the country, and by Article 28 it is agreed that any political squabble relative to this convention should be referred to a tribunal of 7, 2 to be named by the company, and 1 each by France, England, the United States, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. It is, I imagine, hardly probable that the English government would send 1 member to such a tribunal, in which France would have 3 voices to her 1, 2 of which voices would be wholly irresponsible. Of course, the letter does not bind Lord Malmesbury or any Secretary for Foreign Affairs to the different articles of the Convention, but if it be a genuine letter, I cannot but think it to have been imprudent. Footnote. Monsieur Belly speaks of his convention as having been adopted by France, England, and the United States. Adopted, as it already is, by the United States, by England, and by France, and as it soon will be by the contracting powers of the Treaty of Paris, it will become the saviour of the world, etc., etc. What basis there is for this statement as regards France and the United States, I do not know. As regards England, I presume Lord Malmesbury's letter affords that basis. The assistance of Lord Malmesbury has been obtained by the easy progress of addressing a letter to him. But to seduce the presidents of Central America, a greater effort has been made. They are told that they are the wisest of the earth's potentates. Carrera of Guatemala, though an Indian and uneducated, is a man of natural genius, and has governed for 15 years with a wisdom which has attracted to him the unanimous adherence of his colleagues. Don Juan Mora of Costa Rica, the hero of Rivas, has not had to spill a drop of blood in maintaining in his cities an order much more perfect than any to be found in Europe. He is a man hors de ligne, altogether out of the common, and although he counts scarcely 40 years, but few political examples of old Europe can be compared to him. And as for General Martinez, President of Nicaragua, Since he has arrived at the direction of affairs there, he would have healed all the wounds of the country, had not the fatal influence of North American spirit paralyzed all his efforts. What wonder that presidents so spoken of should sign away their lands and waters? But presuming all political obstacles to be removed, and that as regards the possession of the land and the right of making a canal through it, everything had been conceded, there remained two considerable difficulties. In the first place, the nature of the waters and land, which seems to prohibit the cutting of a canal, except at an expense much more enormous than any that has been ever named. And secondly, the amount of money to be collected, even if Monsieur Belly's figures be correct. He states that he can complete the work for £4,800,000. From whence is that sum to be procured? As regards the first difficulty, I, from my own knowledge, can say nothing, not being an engineer, and having seen only a small portion of the projected route. I must therefore refer to Monsieur Belly's engineer, and those who hold views differing from Monsieur Belly. Monsieur Belly's engineer-in-chief is Monsieur Thomas de Gamont, who, in the pamphlet above alluded to, puts forward his calculations, and sends in his demand for the work at £4,800,000. The route is by the river San Juan, a portion of which is so shallow that canoes in their course are frequently grounded when the waters are low, and other parts which consist of rapids. It then goes through the lake, a channel through which must be dredged or cleared with gunpowder before it can carry deep-sea ships, and then out to the Pacific by a canal which must be cut through the mountains. There is nothing in the mere sound of all this to make a man, who is ignorant on the subject as I, and most men are, feel that the work could not be done for the sum named. But before investing cash in the plan, one would like to be sure of the engineer and to know that he has made his surveys very accurately. Now it appears that Monsieur Thomas de Gamont has never set foot in Central America, or, if he has done so now, and I do not know whether he has or has not, he never had done so when he drew out his project. Nor, as it would appear, has he even done his work, trusting to the eyes and hands of others. As far as one can learn, no surveys whatsoever have been taken for this gigantic scheme. The engineer tells us that he has used marine charts and hydrographical drawings made by officers of various nations, which enable him to regard his own knowledge as sufficiently exact as far as shores and levels of the rivers, etc., are concerned, and that with reference to the track of his canal, he has taken into his service, utilisé, the works of various surveying engineers, among them Colonel Child, the American. They, to be sure, do leave him at a loss as to the interior plateau of the Mosquito country, and some regions to the east and south of the lake. The canal must enter the lake by the southeast. But this is a matter of no moment, seeing that all these countries are covered by virgin forests, and can therefore easily be arranged. Gentlemen capitalists, will you on this showing take shares in the concern? The best real survey executed with reference to any kindred project was that made by Colonel Child, an officer of engineers belonging to the United States. I believe I may say this without hesitation, and it is to Colonel Child's survey that Monsieur Belly most frequently refers. But the facts, as stated by Colonel Child, prove the absolute absurdity of Monsieur Belly's plan. He was employed in 1851 by an American company, which, as it went to the considerable expense of having such work absolutely done, was no doubt in earnest in its intentions with reference to a canal. Colonel Child did not actually report against the canal. He explained what could be done for a certain sum of money, leaving it to others to decide whether, in effecting so much, that sum of money would be well laid out. He showed that a canal 17 feet deep might be made, taking the course of the San Juan and that of the lake, as suggested by Monsieur Belly, for a sum of $31 millions, or £6,200,000. But when the matter came to be considered by men versed in such concerns, it was seen that a canal with a depth of only 17 feet of water would not admit of such vessels as those by which alone such a canal could be beneficially used. Passengers, treasure, and light goods can easily be transshipped and carried across by railway. The canal, if made at all, must be made for the passage of large vessels built for heavy goods. For such vessels, a canal must hold not less than 25 feet of water. It was calculated that a cutting of such depth would cost much more than double the sum needed for that intended to contain 17 feet. More, that is, than £12,400,000. The matter was then abandoned on the conviction that no ship canal made at such a cost could by any probability become remunerative. In point of time, it could never compete with the railway. Colonel Child had calculated that a delay of 2 days would take place in the locks, and even as regards heavy goods, no extreme freight could be levied, as saving of expense with them would be of much greater object than saving of time. That this decision was reached on good grounds, and that the project then, at any rate, was made bona fide, there can, I believe, be no doubt. In opposition to such a decision, made on such grounds, and with no encouragement but that given by the calculations of an engineer who has himself made no surveys, I cannot think it likely that this new plan will ever be carried out. The eloquence even of Monsieur Belly, backed by such arguments, will hardly collect £4,800,000, and even if it did, the prudence of Monsieur Belly would hardly throw such an amount of treasure into the San Juan River. End of Part 2. End of Section 36. Section 37 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21, Central America, Railways, Canals and Transit, Part 3. As I have said before, there appears to have been no company formed. Monsieur Belly is the director, and he has a bureau of direction in the Rue de Provence. But though deficient as regards chairman, directors, and shareholders, he is magnificently provided with high-sounding officials. Then again comes a blank. Though the corps of officers was complete when I was in Costa Rica, at any rate as regards their names, the workmen had not arrived. Not even the skilled labourers who were to come in detachments of 45 by each mail packet. The mail packets came, but not the skilled labourers. Shortly before my arrival at San Jose, there appeared in the journal published in that town a list of officers to be employed by Monsieur Felix Belli, the Director General de la Compagnie del Canal Atlántico Pacifico. The first of these is Don Andrés Levasseur, Minister Plenipotentiary, veteran officer of the Guard Imperial, Commander of the Legion of Honour, and Knight of the Order of St. Gregory. He is the Secretary General of the Direction. Then there are other secretaries. In the first place, Prince Polignac, veteran officer of the cavalry of the Cazadores in Africa, etc. He at any rate is a fact. For did I not meet him, and the O'Gorman man, Nicodemus and Polyphemus, not standing naked in the open air, but drinking brandy and water at that little inn at Esparza? Arcades ambo. The next secretary is Don Henrique Levasseur. He is dubayador photographo, which I take to mean photographical artist, and then Don Andrés Leritière. He is the private secretary. We next come to the engineers. With reference to geology and mineralogy, Monsieur Belly has employed Don José du Rocher, whose titles, taken from the Faculty of Science at Rennes, the Legion of Honour, etc., are too long to quote. Don Eugenio Ponsard, who also is not without his titles, is the working engineer on these subjects. And then joined to them as adjutant engineer is Don Henrique Pudefer, whose name is also honoured with various adjuncts. The engineers who are to be entrusted with the surveys and works of the canals are named next. There are 4 such, to whom are joined 5 conductors of the works and 8 special masters of the men. All these composed an expedition which left Southampton on the 17th of February 1859, or which should so have left it, had they acted up to Monsieur Belly's promises. Then, by the packet of the 2nd of March 1859, there came, or at least there should have come, for we are told that they sailed, another expedition. I cannot afford to give all the names, but they are full-sounding and very honourable. Among them there was a maker of bricks, who in his own country had been a chief of the works in the imperial manufactory of porcelain at Sèvres. Having enticed him from so high a position, it is to be hoped that Monsieur Belly will treat him well in Central America. There are, or were, hydrographical engineers and agricultural engineers, master carpenters, and masters of various other specialties. I fear all these gentlemen came to grief on the road, for I think I may say that no such learned troops came through with the mail packets which left Southampton on the days indicated. Then by the following steamers there would, it is stated, be dispatched in succession an inspector of telegraphs, an engineer for making gas, an engineer to be charged with the fabrication of the ironway, an agriculturalist in chief, a scientific commission for geology, mineralogy, meteorology, and natural history in general. And attached to all the engineers will come, or now long since should have come, the conductors of works and special masters of men, who are joined with them in their operations. These are to consist principally of veteran soldiers of the engineers and the artillery. These gentlemen also must, I fear, have been cast away between Southampton and St. Thomas, if they left the former port by either of the 2 mail steamers following those 2 specially indicated. I think I may say positively that no such parties were forwarded from St. Thomas. The general inspection of the works will be entrusted ultimately to a French and to an English engineer. The Frenchman will of course be Monsieur Thomas de Gamond. The Englishman is to be Mr. Locke, Member of Parliament. If, indeed, this latter assertion were true, but I think I may take upon myself to say that it is untrue. All the above certainly sounds very grand, especially when given at full length in the Spanish language. Out there in Central America, the list is effective. Here in England, we should like to see the list of the directors as well, and to have some idea how much money has been subscribed. Mankind perhaps can trust Monsieur Belly for much, but not for everything. In the month of May, Don Juan Rafael Mora, the president of Costa Rica, left his dominions and proceeded to Rivas in Nicaragua to assist at the inauguration of the opening of the works of the canal. When I and my companion met him at Esparza, accompanied by Nicodemus and Polyphemus, he was making this journey. Monsieur Belly has already described in eloquent language how on a previous occasion this potentate condescended to leave his own kingdom and visit that of a neighbour, thus sacrificing individual rank for the benefit of humanity and civilization. He was willing to do this even once again. Having borrowed a French man-of-war to carry him from Punta Arenas in his own territories to San Juan del Sur in the territory of Nicaragua, he started with his suite, of whom the Prince and the O'Gorman were such distinguished members. But lo! When he arrived at Rivas, a few miles up from San Juan del Sur, at Rivas, where, with gala holiday triumph, the canal was to be inaugurated, the canal from whence were to come new views and unlimited horizons, lo! When he there arrived, no brother president was there to meet him, no Monsieur Belly, attended by engineers-in-chief and brickmakers from Sèvres, to do him honour. There was not even one French pupil from the Polytechnic School to turn a sod with a silver spade. In lieu of this, some custom house officer of Nicaragua called upon poor Don Juan to pay the usual duty on bringing his portmanteau into Rivas. Other new views and other unlimited horizons had, it seems, been dawning on Monsieur Belly. One of the first words of which a man has to learn the meaning on reaching these countries is transit. Central America can only be great in the world, as Egypt can be only great, by being a passage between other parts of the world which are in themselves great. We Englishmen all know Crewe. Crewe has become a town of considerable importance, as being a great railway junction. Men must reach Crewe and leave Crewe continually, and the concourse there has rendered labour necessary. Labourers of all sorts must live in houses and require bakers and grocers to supply them. So Crewe has grown up and grown important, and so will Central America become important. Aspinwall, Colon as we call it, has become a town in this way within the last 10 years. Transit in these parts means the trade of carrying people across Central America, and a deal of transit has been done and money made by carrying people across Nicaragua by way of the Great Lake. This has hitherto been effected by shallow-bottomed boats. I will say one word or so on the subject when I have done, as I very soon shall have done, with Monsieur Belly. Now, it is very generally thought that Monsieur Belly, when he speaks of this canal, means transit. There can be no question but that a great carrying trade might be opened, much to the advantage of Nicaragua and to the advantage of Costa Rica also, though not to the same extent. If all this canal grandiloquence would pave the way to transit, might it not be well? What if another agreement could be made, giving to Monsieur Belly and his company the sole right of transit through Nicaragua, till the Grand Canal should be completed, a very long lease? Might not something be done in this way? But Don Juan Mora there, Don Juan of Costa Rica, that man altogether hors de ligne, grand as he is, need know nothing about this. Let him, left quite in darkness as to this new view, these altered unlimited horizons, go to Rivas if he will, and pay his custom dues. It may be that I have written at too great length, and with an energy disproportionate to the subject, on this matter of the Nicaraguan canal scheme. I do not know that the English public generally, or at any rate that portion of it which may perhaps read my book, is very interested in the subject. We hear now and then something of the Clayton-Buller Treaty, and a word or two is said about the Panama route to Australia, but the subject is not generally interesting to us, as is that of the passage through Egypt. We can reach Australia by another and a shorter route. And as for Vancouver's Island and Fraser River, they as yet are very young. But the matter will become of importance, and to a man in Central America, let his visit to that country be ever so short, it becomes at once important. To me it was grievous to find a work so necessary to the world as this of opening a way across the Isthmus tampered with, and to a degree hindered by a scheme which I cannot but regard as unreal. But unreal as it may be, this project has reached dimensions which make it in some way worthy of notice. A French ship of war was sent to take the President Mora and his suite on their unfortunate journey to Rivas, and an English ship of war was sent to bring them back. The extension of such privileges to the President of a republic in Central America may be very well, but men, seeing on what business this President was travelling, not unnaturally regarded the courtesy as an acknowledgment of the importance of Monsieur Belly's work. I do not wish to use hard names, but I cannot think that the project of which I have been speaking covers any true intention of making a canal, and such schemes, if not real, if not true in the outward bearings which they show to the world, go far to deter others which might be real. And now I will say nothing further about Monsieur Belly. As I have before stated, there was some few years since a considerable passenger traffic through Central America by the route of the Lake of Nicaragua. This, of course, was in the hands of the Americans, and the passengers were chiefly those going and coming between the eastern states and California. They came down to Greytown at the mouth of the San Juan River in steamers from New York, and I believe from various American ports, went up the San Juan River in other steamers with flat bottoms prepared for those waters, across the lake in the same way, and then by a good road over the intervening neck of land between the lake and the Pacific. Of course, the Panama Railway has done much to interfere with this. In the first place, a rival route has thus been opened, though I doubt whether it would be a quicker route from New York to California if the way by the lake were well organized. And then the company possessing the line of steamers running to Aspinwall from New York has been able to buy off the line which would otherwise run to Greytown. But this rivalship has not been the main cause of the total stoppage of the Nicaraguan route. The filibusters came into that land and destroyed everything. They dropped down from California on Riello, Leon, Managua, Granada, and all the western coast of Nicaragua. Then others came from the southeastern states, from Mobile and New Orleans, and swarmed up the San Juan River, devouring everything before them. There can be no doubt that Walker's idea, in his attempt to possess himself of this country, was that he could thus become master of the passage across the Isthmus. He saw, as so many others have seen, the importance of the locality in this point of view, and he probably felt that if he could make himself lord of the soil by his own exertions and on his own bottom, his mother country, the United States, would not be slow to recognize him. "I," he would have said, "have procured for you the ownership of the road which is so desirable for you. Pay me by making me your lieutenant here and protecting me in that position." The idea was not badly planned, but it was, of course, radically unjust. It was a contemplated filching of the road. And Walker found, as all men do find, that he could not easily get good tools to do bad work. He tried the job with a very rough lot of tools, and now, though he has done much harm to others, he has done very little good to himself. I do not think that we shall hear much more of him. And among the worst of the injuries which he has done is this disturbance of the lake traffic. This route has been altogether abandoned. There, in the San Juan River, is to be seen one old steamer with its bottom upwards, a relic of the filibusters and their destruction. All along the banks tales are told of their injustice and sufferings, how recklessly they robbed on their journey up the country, and how they returned back to Greytown, those who did return, whose bones are not whitening the lake shores, wounded, maimed, and miserable. Along the route traders were beginning to establish themselves, men prepared to provide the travellers with food and drink, and the boats with fuel for their steam. An end for the present has been put to all this. The weak governments of the country have been able to afford no protection to these men, and placed as they were beyond the protection of England or the United States, they have been completely open to attack. The filibusters for a while have destroyed the transit through Nicaragua, and it is hardly matter of surprise that the presidents of that and the neighbouring republics should catch at any scheme which proposes to give them back this advantage, especially when promise is made of the additional advantage of effectual protection. It is much to be desired on all accounts that this route should be again opened. Here, I think, is to be found the best chance of establishing an immediate competition with the Panama Railway. For although such a route will not offer the comfort of the Panama line, or, till it be well organized, the same rapidity, it would nevertheless draw to it a great proportion of the traffic, and men and women going in numbers would be carried at cheaper rates, and these cheaper rates in Nicaragua would probably at once lessen the fares now charged by the Panamá Railway. Competition would certainly be advantageous, and for the present I see no other opening for a competitive route. A railway along the banks of the San Juan would, I fear, be too expensive. The distance is above 150 miles, and the line would be very costly. But a line of rails from the lake to the Pacific might be made comparatively at a small outlay, and would greatly add to the comfort and rapidity of the passage. To us Englishmen, it is a matter of indifference in whose hands the transit may be, so long as it is free and open to all the world, so long as a difference of nationality creates no difference in the fares charged or in the facilities afforded. For our own purposes, I have no doubt the Panama line is the best and will be the route we shall use. But we should be delighted to see a second line opened. If Mr. Squire can accomplish his line through Honduras, we will give him great honour and acknowledge that he has done the world a service. In the meantime, we should be very happy to see the lake transit re-established. End of Part 3. End of Section 37.
Section 38 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22. The Bermudas, Part 1. In May, I returned from Greytown and the waters of the San Juan to St. Thomas, spending a few days at Aspinwall and Panama on my journey, as I have before explained. And on this occasion, that of my fourth visit to St. Thomas, I was happy enough to escape without any long stay there. My course now lays to the Bermudas, to which islands a steamer runs once a month from that disagreeable little depot of steam navigation. But as this boat is fitted to certain arrivals and dispatches, not at St. Thomas but at Halifax, and as we reached St. Thomas late on the night of the day on which she should have sailed, and as my missing that vessel would have entailed on me another month's sojourn, and that a summer month among those islands, it may be imagined that I was rather lively on entering the harbour, keenly lively to ascertain whether the Delta, such is the name of the Bermuda boat, was or was not gone on her mission. "I see her red funnel right across the harbour," said the chief officer, looking through infinite darkness. I disbelieved him and accused him of hoaxing me. "Look yourself," said he, handing me his glass. But all the glasses in the world won't turn darkness into light. I know not by what educational process the eyes of sailors become like those of cats. In this instance, the chief officer had seen aright, and then, after a visit to the Delta, made at 2 a.m., I went to bed a happy man. We started the next day at 2 p.m., or rather I should say the same day, and I did no more than breakfast on shore. I then left that favoured island, I trust for the last time, an island which I believe may be called the white man's grave with quite as much truth as any place on the coast of Africa. We steamed out, and I stood on the stern taking a last look at the 3 hills of the panorama. It is certainly a very pretty place, seen from a moderate and safe distance, and seen as a picture. But it should be seen in that way, and in no other. We started, and I at any rate with joy. But my joy was not of long duration, for the Delta rolled hideously. Screw boats, propellers as the Americans call them with their wonted genteel propriety, always do roll, and have been invented with the view of making sea passages more disagreeable than they were. Did any one of my readers ever have a berth allotted to him just over the screw? If so, he knows exactly the feeling of being brayed in a mortar. In 4 days we reached Bermuda and made our way into St. George's Harbour. Looking back at my fortnight's sojourn there, it seems to me that there can be no place in the world as to which there can be less to be said than there is about this island, sayings at least of the sort in which it is my nature to express itself. Its geological formation is, I have no doubt, mysterious. It seems to be made of soft white stone, composed mostly of little shells, so soft indeed that you might cut Bermuda up with a handsaw, and people are cutting Bermuda up with handsaws. One little island, that on which the convicts are established, has been altogether so cut up already. When I visited it, 2 fat convicts were working away slowly at the last fragment. But I am no geologist, and can give no opinion, favourable or otherwise, as to that doctrine that these islands are the crater of an extinct volcano. Only, if so, the seas in those days must have held a distance much more respectful than at present. Everyone, of course, knows that there are 365 of these islands, all lying within 20 miles in length and 3 in breadth. They are surrounded too by reefs or rocks hidden by water, which stretch out into the sea in some places for 8 or 10 miles, making the navigation very difficult, and, as it seemed to me, very perilous. Nor am I prepared to say whether or no the Bermudas was the scene of Ariel's tricksy doings. They were first discovered in 1522 by Bermudez, a Spaniard, and Shakespeare may have heard of them some indistinct surmises, sufficient to enable him to speak of the still-vexed Bermudez. If these be the veritable scenes of Prospero's incantations, I will at any rate say this, that there are now to be found stronger traces of the breed of Caliban than of that of Ariel. Strong, however, of neither, for though Caliban did not relish working for his master more keenly than a Bermudian of the present day, there was nevertheless about him a sort of energy which is altogether wanting in the existing islanders. A gentleman has lately written a book, I am told a very good book, called Bermuda as a Colony, a Fortress, and a Prison. This book, I am sure, gives accurately all the information which research could collect as to these islands under the headings named. I made no research, and pretend only to state the results of cursory observation. As a fortress, no doubt it is very strong. I have no doubt on the matter, seeing that I am a patriotic Englishman, and as such believe all English fortifications to be strong. It is, however, a matter on which the opinion of no civilian can be of weight, unless he have deeply studied the subject, in which case he so far ceases to be a civilian. Everything looked very clean and apple pie. A great many flags were flying on Sundays and the Queen's birthday, and all seemed to be ship-shape. Of the importance to us of the position there can be no question. If it should ever come to pass that we should be driven to use an armed fleet in the western waters, Bermuda will be as serviceable to us there as Malta is in the Mediterranean. So much for the fortress. As to the prison, I will say a word or two just now, seeing that it is in that light that the place was chiefly interesting to me. But first for the colony. Snow is not prevalent in Bermuda, at least not in the months of May and June. But the first look of the houses in each of its 2 small towns, and indeed all over the island, gives one the idea of a snowstorm. Every house is white, up from the ground to the very point of the roof. Nothing is in so great demand as whitewash. They whitewash their houses incessantly, and always include the roofs. This becomes a nuisance from the glare it occasions, and is at last painful to the eyes. They say there that it is cleanly and cheap, and no one can deny that cleanliness and economy are important domestic virtues. There are 2 towns situated on different islands called St. George and Hamilton. The former is the headquarters of the military, the latter of the governor. In speaking of the place as a fortress, I should have said that it is the summer headquarters of the admiral in command of the Halifax station. The dockyard, which is connected with the convict establishment, is at an island called Ireland, but the residence of the admiral is not far from Hamilton, on that which the Bermudians call the continent. I spent a week in each of these towns, and I can hardly say which I found the most triste. The island, or islands, as one must always say, using the plural number, have many gifts of nature to recommend them. They are extremely fertile. The land, with a very moderate amount of cultivation, will give 2 crops of ordinary potatoes and 1 crop of sweet potatoes in the year. Most fruits will grow here, both those of the tropics and of the more northern latitudes. Oranges and lemons, peaches and strawberries, bananas and mulberries thrive, or would thrive equally well if they were even slightly encouraged to do so. No climate in the world probably is better adapted for beetroot, potatoes, onions, and tomatoes. The place is so circumstanced geographically that it should be the early market garden for New York, as to a certain small extent it is. New York cannot get her early potatoes in May and June, from her own soil, but Bermuda can give them to her in any quantity. Arrowroot also grows here to perfection. The Bermudians claim to say that their arrowroot is the best in the world, and I believe that none bears a higher price. Then the land produces barley, oats, and Indian corn, and not only produces them, but produces 2, sometimes 3 crops a year. Let the English farmer with his fallow field think of that. But with all their advantages, Bermuda is very poor. Perhaps I should say that on the whole she's contented with her poverty, and if so, why disturb such contentment? But nevertheless, one cannot teach oneself not to be desirous of progress. One cannot but feel it sad to see people neglecting the good things which are under their feet. Lemons and oranges there are now none in Bermuda. The trees suffered a blight some year or 2 since, and no effort has been made to restore them. I saw no fruit of any description, though I am told I was there in the proper season, and heard much of the fruit that there used to be in former days. I saw no vegetables but potatoes and onions, and was told that, as a rule, the people are satisfied with them. I did not once encounter a piece of meat fit to be eaten, excepting when I dined on rations supplied by the convict establishment. The poultry was somewhat better than the meat, but yet of a very poor description. Both bread and butter are bad, the latter quite uneatable. English people whom I met declared that they were unable to get anything to eat. The people, both white and black, seem to be only half awake. The land is only half cultivated, and hardly half is tilled of that which might be tilled. The reason of this neglect, for I maintain that it is neglect, should however be explained. Nearly all the islands are covered with small stunted bushy cedar trees, not cedars such as those of Lebanon, nor the cedar trees of Central America, nor those to which we are accustomed in our gardens at home. In Bermuda they are, as I've said, low bushy trees, much resembling stunted firs. But the wood, when it can be found large enough, is, they say, good for shipbuilding, and as shipbuilding has for years been a trade in these islands, the old owners of the property do not like to clear their land. That was all very well as long as the land had no special virtue, as long as a market such as that afforded by New York was wanting. But now that the market has been opened, there can be no doubt, indeed nobody does doubt, that if the land were cleared, its money value would be greatly more than it is now. Everyone to whom I spoke admitted this, and complained of the backwardness of the island in improvements, but no one tries to remedy this now. They had a governor there some years ago who did much to cure this state of things, who did show them that money was to be made by producing potatoes and sending them out of the island. This was Sir W. Reed, the man of storms. He seems to have had some tolerably efficient idea of what a governor's duty should be in such a place as Bermuda. To be helped first at every table, and to be called Your Excellency, and then to receive some thousands a year for undergoing these duties is all very well. It is very nice for a military gentleman in the decline of years. It is very well that England can so provide for a few of her old military gentlemen. But when the military gentleman selected can do something else besides, it does make such a difference. Sir W. Reed did do much else, and if there could be found another Sir W. Reed or two to take their turns in Bermuda for 6 years each, the scrubby bushes would give way, and the earth would bring forth her increase. The sleepiness of the people appeared to me the most prevailing characteristic of the place. There seemed to be no energy among the natives, no idea of going ahead, none of that principle of constant motion which is found so strongly developed among their great neighbours in the United States. To say that they live for eating and drinking would be to wrong them. They want their energy for the gratification of such vicious tastes. To live and die would seem to be enough for them. To live and die as their fathers and mothers did before them, in the same houses, using the same furniture, nurtured on the same food, and enjoying the same immunity from the dangers of excitement. I must confess that during the short period of my sojourn there, I myself was completely overtaken by this same sort of lassitude. I could not walk a mile without fatigue. I was always anxious to be supine, lying down whenever I could find a sofa, ever anxious for a rocking chair, and solicitous for a quick arrival of the hour of bed, which used to be about 9:30 o'clock. Indeed, this feeling became so strong with me that I feared I was ill, and began to speculate as to the effects and pleasures of a low fever and a Bermuda doctor. I was comforted, however, by an assurance that everybody was suffering in the same way. When the south wind blows, it is always so. The south wind must be very prevalent, then, I suggested. I was told that it was very prevalent. During the period of my visit, it was all south wind. The weather was not hot at least to me who had just come up from Panamá and the fiery furnace of Aspinwall, but the air was damp and muggy and disagreeable. To me it was the most trying climate that I'd encountered. They have had yellow fever there twice within the last 8 years, and on both occasions it was very fatal. Singularly enough, on its latter coming, the natives suffered much more than strangers. This is altogether opposed to the usual habits of the yellow fever, which is imagined to be ever cautious in sparing those who are indigenous to the land it visits. The working population here are almost all Negroes. I should say that this is quite as much a rule here as in any of the West Indies. Of course, there are coloured people, men and women of mixed breed, but they are not numerous as in Jamaica, or if so, they are so nearly akin to the Negro as not to be observed. There are, I think, none of those all but white ladies and gentlemen whose position in life is so distressing. The Negroes are well off. As a rule, they can earn 2 shillings 6 a day, from that to 3 shillings. For exceptional jobs, men cannot be had under $1 or 4 shillings and 2 pence. On these wages they can live well by working 3 days a week, and such appears to be their habit. It seems to me that no enfranchised Negro entertains an idea of daily work. Work to them is an exceptional circumstance, as to us may be a spell of 15 or 16 hours in the same day. We do such a thing occasionally for certain jobs, and for certain jobs they are willing to work occasionally. The population is about 11,000. That of the Negroes and coloured people does not much exceed that of the whites. That of the females greatly exceeds that of the males, both among the white and coloured people. Among the Negroes I notice this, that if not more active than their brethren in the West Indies, they are at least more civil and less sullen in their manner. But then again, they are without the singular mixture of fun and vanity which makes the Jamaican Negro so amusing for a while. These islands are certainly very pretty, or I should perhaps say that the sea, which forms itself into bays and creeks by running in among them, is very pretty. The water is quite clear and transparent, there being little or no sand on those sides on which the ocean makes its entrance, and clear water is in itself so beautiful. Then the singular way in which the land is broken up into narrow necks, islands, and promontories, running here and there in a capricious, half-mysterious manner, creating a desire for amphibiosity, necessarily creates beauty. But it is mostly the beauty of the sea, and not of the land. The islands are flat, or at any rate there is no considerable elevation in them. They are covered throughout with those scrubby little trees, and although the trees are green, and therefore when seen from the sea gives a freshness to the landscape, they are uninteresting and monotonous on shore. I must not forget the oleanders, which at the time of my visit were in full flower, which, for aught I know, may be in full flower during the whole year. They are so general through all the islands, and the trees themselves are so covered with the large, straggling, but bright blossoms, as to give quite a character to the scenery. The Bermudas might almost be called the Oleander Isles. End of section 38. Section 39 of The West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22, The Bermudas, Part 2. The government consists of a governor, council, and House of Assembly, king, lords, and commons again. 20 years ago I should thoroughly have approved of this, but now I am hardly sure whether a population of 10 or 12,000 individuals, of whom much more than half are women, and more than half the remainder are Negroes, require so composite a constitution. Would not a strict governor, with due reference to Downing Street, do almost as well? But then to make the change, that would be difficulty. We have them pretty well in hand, a gentleman whispered to me, who was in some shape connected with the governing powers. He was alluding, I imagine, to the House of Assembly. Well, that is a comfort. A good majority in the lower house is a comfort to all men, except the minority. There are 9 parishes, each returning 4 members to this House of Assembly. But though every parish requires 4 members, I observe that half a clergyman is enough for most of them. But then the clergyman must be paid. The council here consists chiefly of gentlemen holding government offices, or who are in some way connected with the government, so that the Crown can probably contrive to manage its little affairs. If I remember rightly, Gibraltar and Malta have no lords or commons. They are fortresses, and as such under military rule, and so is Bermuda a fortress. Independently of her purely military importance, her size and population is by no means equal to that of Malta. The population of Malta is chiefly native and foreign to us, and the population of Bermuda is chiefly black. But then Malta is a conquered colony, whereas Bermuda was settled by Britons, as the word goes. That makes all the difference. That such a little spot as Bermuda would in real fact be better without a constitution of its own, if the change could only be managed, that I imagine will be the opinion of most men who have thought about the matter. And now for the convict establishment. I received great kindness and hospitality from the controller of it. But this, luckily, does not prevent my speaking freely on the matter. He had only just then newly arrived from England, had but now assumed his new duties, and was therefore neither responsible for anything that was amiss, or entitled to credit for what had been permanently established there on a good footing. My own impression is that of the latter there was very little. In these days, our penal establishments and jail arrangements generally are, certainly, matters of very vital importance to us. In olden times, and I include the last century and some part of this among olden times, we certainly did not manage these matters well. Our main object then was to get rid of our ruffians, to punish them also certainly, but as a chief matter, to get rid of them. The idea of making use of them, present or future use, had hardly occurred to us, nor had we begun to reflect whether the roguery of coming years might not be somewhat lessened by curing the rogues, by making them not rogues. Nowadays, we are reflecting a good deal on this question. Our position now has been all altered. Circumstances have done much to alter it. We can no longer get rid of the worst class of criminals by sending them to Botany Bay. Botany Bay has assumed a will of its own, and won't have them at any price. But philanthropy has done more even than circumstances, very much more. We have the will, the determination as well as the wish to do well by our rogues, even if we have not as yet found the way, and this is much. In this, as in everything else, the way will follow the will sooner or later. But in the meantime, we have been trying various experiments with more or less success, forgiving men half their terms of punishment on good behaviour, giving them tickets of leave. Crank-turning, solitary confinement, pietising, what may be called a system of jail sanctity, perhaps the worst of all schemes, as being a direct advertisement for hypocrisy. Work without result, the most distressing punishment going, one may say, next to that of no work at all. Enforced idleness, which is horrible for human nature to contemplate. Work with result, work which shall pay. Good living, pound of beef, pound of bread, pound of potatoes, ounce of tea, glass of grog, pipe of tobacco, resulting in much fat, excellent if our prisoners were stalled oxen to be eaten. Poor living, bread and water, which has its recommendations also, though it be so much opposed to the material humanity of the age. Going to school, so that life, if possible, may be made to recommence. Very good also, if life would recommence. Corporal punishment, flogging of the body, horrible to think of, impossible to be looked at. Spirit punishment, flogging of the soul, best of all if one could get at the soul so as to do it effectually. All these schemes are being tried, and as I believe that they are tried with an honest intent to arrive at that which is best, so also do I believe that we shall in time achieve that which is, if not heavenly best, at any rate terrestrially good, shall at least get rid certainly of all that is hellishly bad. At present, however, we are still groping somewhat uncertainly. Let us try for a moment to see what the Bermuda groping has done. I do not in the least doubt that the intention here also has been good, the intention, that is, of those who have been responsible for the management of the establishment. But I do not think that the results have been happy. At Bermuda there are in round numbers 1,500 convicts. As this establishment is one of penal servitude, of course it is to be presumed that those sent there are either hardened thieves whose lives have been used to crime, or those who have committed heavy offences under the impulse of strong temptation. In dealing with such men, I think we have three things to do. Firstly, to rid ourselves of them from amongst us, as we do of other nuisances. This we should do by hanging them. This we did do when we sent them to Botany Bay. This we certainly do when we send them to Bermuda. But this, I would say, is the lightest of the three duties. The second is with reference to the men themselves, to divest them, if by any means it may be possible, of their roguery, to divest them even of a little of their roguery, if so much as that can be done, to teach them that trite lesson of honesty being the best policy, so hard for men to learn when honesty has been, as it were, for many years passed out of their sight and even beyond their understanding. This is very important, but even this is not the most important. The third and most important object is the punishment of these men. Their punishment, sharp, hard to bear, heavy to body and mind, disagreeable in all ways, to be avoided on account of its odiousness by all prudent men. Their condign punishment, so that the world at large may know and see and clearly acknowledge, even the uneducated world, that honesty is the best policy. That the first object is achieved, I have said. It is achieved as regards those 1,500, and as far as I know, at a moderate cost. Useful work for such men is to be found at Bermuda. We have dockyards there, and fortifications which cannot be made too strong and weathertight. At such a place, works may be done by convict labour which could not be done otherwise. Whether the labour be economically used is another question, but at any rate, the 1,500 rogues are disposed of well out of the way of our pockets and shop windows. As to the second object, that of divesting these rogues of their roguery, the best way of doing that is the question as to which there is at the present moment so much doubt. As to what may be the best way, I do not presume to give an opinion, but I do presume to doubt whether the best way has as yet been found at Bermuda. The proofs, at any rate, were not there. Shortly before my arrival, a prisoner had been killed in a row. After that, an attempt had been made to murder a warder. And during my stay there, one prisoner was deliberately murdered by two others after a faction fight between a lot of Irish and English, in which the warders were for some minutes quite unable to interfere. 24 men were carried to the hospital dangerously wounded, as to the life of some whom the doctor almost despaired. This occurred on a day intervening between two visits which I made to the establishment. Within a month of the same time, 3 men had escaped, of whom 2 only were retaken. One had got clear away, probably to America. This tells little for the discipline and very little for the moral training of the men. There is no wall round the prison. I must explain that the convicts are kept on 2 islands, those called Boaz and Ireland. At Boaz is the parent establishment at which live the controller, chaplains, doctors, and head officers. But here is the lesser number of prisoners, about 600. They live in ordinary prisons. The other 900 are kept in 2 hulks, old men of war moored by the breakwaters at the dockyard establishment in Ireland. It was in one of these that the murder was committed. The labour of these 900 men is devoted to the dockyard works. There is a bridge between the 2 islands over which runs a public road, and from this road there are ways equally public, as far as the eye goes, to all parts of the prison. A man has only to say that he is going to the chaplain's house, and he may pass all through the prison, with spirits in his pocket if it so please him. That the prisoners should not be about without warders is no doubt a prison rule, but where everything is done by the prisoners, from the building of stores to the picking of weeds and lighting of lamps, how can any moderate number of warders see everything, even if they were inclined? There is nothing to prevent spirits being smuggled in after dark through the prison windows, and the men do get rum, and drunkenness is a common offence. Prisoners may work outside prison walls, but I remember no other prison that is not within walls, that looks from open windows onto open roads, as is here the case. And who shaves them? I happened to ask one of the officers. Oh, every man has his own razor, and they have knives too, though it is not allowed. So these gentlemen, who are always ready for faction fights, whose minds are as constantly engaged on the family question of Irish versus English, which means Protestant against Catholic, as were those of Father Tom Maguire and Mr. Pope, are as well armed for their encounters as were those reverend gentlemen. The 2 murderers will, I presume, be tried, and if found guilty, probably hanged, but the usual punishment for outbreaks of this kind seems to be, or to have been, flogging. A man would get some 70 lashes. The governor of the island would go down and see it done, and then the lacerated wretch would be locked up in idleness till his back would again admit of his bearing a shirt. But they'll venture their skin, said the officer. They don't mind that till it comes. But do they mind being locked up alone? I asked. He admitted this, but said that they had only 6 cells, of which 2 or 3 were occupied by madmen. They had no other place for lunatics. Solitary confinement is what these men do mind, what they do fear. But here there is not the power of inflicting that punishment. What a piece of work for a man to step down upon, the amendment of the discipline of such a prison as this. Think what the feeling among them will be when knives and razors are again taken from them, when their grog is first stopped, their liberty first controlled. They sleep together, 100 or more within talking distance, in hammocks slung at arm's length from each other, so that one may excite 10 and 10 50. Is it fair to put warders among such men, so well able to act, so ill able to control their actions? It is a sore task, said the controller, who had fallen down new upon this bit of work. It is dreadful to have to add misery to those who are already miserable. It is a very sore task, but at the moment I hardly sympathize with his humanity. So much for the Bermuda practice of divesting these rogues of their roguery. And now a word as to the third question, the one question most important as I regard it, of their punishment. Are these men so punished as to deter others by the fear of similar treatment? I presume it may be taken for granted that the treatment, such as it is, does become known and the nature of it understood among those at home who are, or might be, on the path towards it. Among the lower classes, from which these convicts do doubtless mostly come, the goods of life are chiefly reckoned as being food, clothing, warm shelter, and hours of idleness. It may seem harsh to say so thus plainly, but will any philanthropical lover of these lower classes deny the fact? I regard myself as a philanthropical lover of those classes, and as such I assert the fact. Nay, I might go further and say that it is almost the same of some other classes. That many have knowledge of other good things, wife-love and children-love, heart goods, if I may so call them, knowledge of mind goods and soul goods also, I do not deny. That such knowledge is greatly on the increase, I verily believe. But with most among us, back and belly, or rather belly and back, are still supreme. On belly and back must punishment fall when sinners such as these are to be punished. But with us, very often I fear elsewhere, but certainly at that establishment of which we are now speaking, there is no such punishment at all. In scale of dietary among subjects of our Queen, I should say that honest Irish labourers stand the lowest. They eat meat twice a year, potatoes and milk for 6 months, potatoes without milk for 6, and fish occasionally if near the shore. Then come honest English labourers. They generally have cheese, sometimes bacon. Next above them, we may probably rank the inhabitants of our workhouses. They have fresh meat perhaps 3 times a week. Whom shall we name next? Without being anxious to include every shade of English mankind, we may say soldiers, and above them sailors, then perhaps ordinary mechanics. There must be many another ascending step before we come to the Bermuda convict, but it would be long to name them. But now let us see what the Bermuda convict eats and drinks every day. He has a pound of meat. He has good meat too, lucky dog, while those wretched Bermudians are tugging out their teeth against tough carcasses. He has 1 pound and 3 ounces of bread. The amount may be questionable advantage, as he cannot eat it all, but he probably sells it for drink. He has 1 pound of fresh vegetables. He has tea and sugar. He has a glass of grog, exactly the same amount that a sailor has, and he has an allowance of tobacco money, with permission to smoke at midday and evening as he sits at his table or takes his noontide pleasant saunter. So much for belly. Then as to back, under which I include a man's sinews. The convict begins the day by going to chapel at 7:15. His prayers do not take him long, for the chaplain on the occasion of my visit read small bits out of the prayer book here and there, without any reference to church rule or convict establishment reason. At 7:30 he goes to his work, if it does not happen to rain, in which case he sits till it ceases. He then works till 5, within an hour and a half interval for his dinner, grog, and tobacco. He then has the evening for his supper and amusements. He thus works for 8 hours, barring the rain, whereas in England a day labourer's average is about 10. As to the comparative hardness of their labour, there will of course be no doubt. The man who must work for his wages will not get any wages unless he works hard. The convict will at any rate get his wages, and of course spares his sinews. As to clothes, they have and should have exactly what is best suited to health. Shoes, when worn out, are replaced. The straw hat is always decent, and just what one would wish to wear oneself in that climate. The jacket and trousers have the word Boaz printed over them in rather ugly type, but one would get used to that. The flannel shirts, etc., are all that could be desired. Their beds are hammocks like those of sailors, only not subject to be swung about by the winds, and not hung quite so closely as those of some sailors. Did any of my readers ever see the beds of an Irish cotter's establishment in County Cork? Or of some English cotter's establishments in Dorsetshire, Wiltshire and Somersetshire? The hospital arrangements and attendance are excellent as regards the men's comfort, though the ill arrangement of the buildings is conspicuous and must be conspicuous to all who see them. And then these men, when they take their departure, have the wages of their labour given to them, so much as they have not spent either licitly in tobacco or illicitly in extra grog. They will take home with them £16, £18 or £20. Such is convict life in Bermuda, unless a man chance to get murdered in a faction fight. As to many of the comforts above enumerated, it will of course be seen that they are right. The clothes, the hospital arrangements, and sanitary provision are, and should be, better in a prison than they can, unfortunately, be at present among the poor who are not prisoners. But still they must be reckoned among the advantages which convicted crime enjoy. It seems to be a cruel task, that of lessening the comforts of men who are, at any rate, in truth not to be envied, are to be pitied rather, with such deep, deep pity. But the thing to look to, the one great object, is to diminish the number of those who must be sent to such places. Will such back and belly arrangements as those I have described deter men from sin by the fear of its consequences? Why should not those felons, for such they all are, I presume, till the term of their punishment be over, why should they sleep after 5? Why should their diet be more than strong health requires? Why should their hours of work be light? Why that drinking of spirits and smoking of tobacco among men whose term of life in that prison should be a term of suffering? Why those long 12 hours of bed and rest spent in each other's company with noise and singing and jollity? Let them eat together, work together, walk together if you will, but surely at night they should be separated. Faction fights cannot take place unless the fighters have time and opportunity to arrange them. I cannot but think that there should be great changes in this establishment, and that gradually the punishment, which undoubtedly is intended, should be made to fall on the prisoners. Look at the prisoners' rations, the soldiers say in Bermuda, when they complain of their own, and who can answer them? I cannot understand why the island governor should have authority in the prison. He from his profession can know little or nothing about prisons, and even for his own work, or no work, is generally selected either from personal favour or from military motives, whereas the prison governor is selected, probably with much care, for his specialities in that line. And it must be as easy and as quick for the prison governor to correspond with the Home Office as for the island governor to correspond with the Colonial Office. There has undoubtedly been mischief done by the antagonism of different authorities. It would seem reasonable that all such establishments should be exclusively under the Home Office. End of section 39. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 5th of August 2024.
Section 40 of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 23. Conclusion. From Bermuda I took a sailing vessel to New York, in company with a rather large assortment of potatoes and onions. I had declared during my unlucky voyage from Kingston to Cuba that no consideration should again tempt me to try a sailing vessel. But such declarations always go for nothing. A man in his misery thinks much of his misery, but as soon as he is out of it, it is forgotten, or becomes matter for mirth. Of even a voyage in a sailing vessel, one may say that at some future time it will perhaps be pleasant to remember that also. And so I embarked myself along with the potatoes and onions on board the good ship Henrietta. Indeed, there is no other way of getting from Bermuda to New York, or of going anywhere from Bermuda except to Halifax and St. Thomas, to which places a steamer runs once a month. In going to Cuba, I had been becalmed, starved, shipwrecked, and very nearly quarantined. In going to New York, I encountered only the last misery. The doctor who boarded us stated that a vessel had come from Bermuda with a sick man, and that we must remain where we were till he had learnt what was the sick man's ailment. Our skipper, who knew the vessel in question, said that one of their crew had been drunk in Bermuda for 2 or 3 days, and had not yet worked it off. But the doctor called again in the course of the day, and informed us that it was intermittent fever, so we were allowed to pass. It does seem strange that sailing vessels should be subjected to such annoyances. I hardly think that one of the mail steamers going into New York would be delayed because there was a case of intermittent fever on board another vessel from Liverpool. It is not my purpose to give an Englishman's ideas of the United States, or even of New York, at the fag end of a volume treating about the West Indies. On the United States I should like to write a volume, seeing that the government and social life of the people there, of that people who are our children, afford the most interesting phenomena which we find as to the New World, the best means of prophesying, if I may say so, what the world will next be, and what men will next do. There, at any rate, a new republic has become politically great and commercially active, whereas all other new republics have failed in those points, as in all others, but this cannot be attempted now. From New York I went by the Hudson River to Albany, and on by the New York Central Railway to Niagara, and though I do not mean to make any endeavor to describe that latter place as such descriptions should be, and doubtless are and have been, written, I will say 1 or 2 words which may be of use to any one going thither. The route which I took from New York would be, I should think, the most probable route for Englishmen, and as travelers will naturally go up the Hudson River by day, and then on from Albany by night train, seeing that there is nothing to be seen at Albany, and that these trains have excellent sleeping accommodation, a lady, or indeed a gentleman, should always take a double sleeping berth. A single one costs $half, and a double one $1. This outlay has nothing to do with the traveling ticket. It will follow that he, she, or they will reach Niagara at about 4 a.m. Note: it would be well, however, to visit Trenton Falls by the way, which I did not do. They are but a short distance from Utica, a town on this line of railway. End note. In that case, let them not go on to what is called the Niagara Falls station, but pass over at a station called the Suspension Bridge, very well known on the road, to the other or Canada side of the water, and thence go to the Clifton Hotel. There could be no doubt as to this being the site at which tourists should stop. It is one of those cases in which to see is to be sure. But if the traveler be carried on to Niagara Falls station, he has a long and expensive journey to make back, and the United States side of the water will be antagonistic to him in doing so. The ticket from Albany to Niagara cost me $6. The carriage from Niagara to the Clifton Hotel cost me $5. It was better to pay the $5 than to remain where I was, but it would have been better still to have saved them. I mention this as passengers to the falls have no sort of intimation that they should get out at the Suspension Bridge, though they are all duly shaken out of their berths and inquired of whether or not they be going west. Nothing ever disappointed me less than the Falls of Niagara, but my raptures did not truly commence for the first half day. Their charms grew upon one like the conversation of a brilliant man. Their depth and breadth and altitude, their music, color, and brilliancy are not fully acknowledged at the first moment. It may be that my eye is slow, but I can never take in to its full enjoyment any view or any picture at the first glance. I found this to be especially the case at Niagara. It was only by long gazing and long listening that I was able to appreciate the magnitude of that waste of waters. My book is now complete, and I am not going to do the falls, but I must bid such of my readers as may go there to place themselves between the rocks and the waters of the Horseshoe Fall after sunset. Well, after sunset, and there remain, say for half an hour, and let every man do this alone, or if fortune have kindly given him such a companion with one who may leave him as good as alone. But such companions are rare. The spot to which I allude will easily make itself known to him, nor will he have any need of a guide. He will find it, of course, before the sun shall set. And indeed, as to guides, let him eschew them, giving a 25-cent piece here and there, so that these men be not ruined for want of custom. Into the spot I made my way, and stood there for an hour, dry enough. The spray did reach my coat, and the drops settled on my hair, but nevertheless, as a man not over delicate, I was dry enough. Then I went up, and when there was enticed to put myself into a filthy oilskin dress, hat, coat, and trousers, in order that I might be conducted under the falls. Under the falls! Well, I had been under the falls, but still wishing to see everything, I allowed myself to be caparisoned. A sable conductor took me exactly to the spot where I had been before, but he took me also 10 yards further, during which little extra journey I became soaking wet through, in spite of the dirty oilcloth. The ducking cost me 60 cents, or half a crown. But I must be allowed one word as to that visit after sunset, one word as to that which an obedient tourist will then see. In the spot to which I allude, the visitor stands on a broad, safe path, made of shingles, between the rock over which the water rushes and the rushing water. He will go in so far that the spray rising back from the bed of the torrent does not incommode him. With this exception, the further he can go, the better. But here also circumstances will clearly show him the spot. Unless the water be driven in by a very strong wind, 5 yards make the difference between a comparatively dry coat and an absolutely wet one. And then let him stand with his back to the entrance, thus hiding the last glimmer of the expiring day. So standing, he will look up among the falling waters, or down into the deep misty pit, from which they reascend in almost as palpable a bulk. The rock will be at his right hand, high and hard, and dark and straight, like the wall of some huge cavern, such as children enter in their dreams. For the first 5 minutes he will be looking but at the waters of a cataract. At the waters, indeed, of such a cataract as we know no other, and at their interior curves, which elsewhere we cannot see. But by and by all this will change. He will no longer be on a shingly path beneath a waterfall, but that feeling of a cavern wall will grow upon him, of a cavern deep, deep below roaring seas, in which the waves are there, though they do not enter in upon him, or rather not the waves, but the very bowels of the deep ocean. He will feel as though the floods surrounded him, coming and going with their wild sounds, and he will hardly recognize that though among them he is not in them. And they, as they fall with a continual roar, not hurting the ear, but musical withal, will seem to move as the vast ocean waters may perhaps move in their internal currents. He will lose the sense of one continued descent, and think that they are passing round him in their appointed courses. The broken spray that rises from the depth below rises so strongly, so palpably, so rapidly, that the motion in every direction will seem equal. And then, as he looks on, strange colors will show themselves through the mist. The shades of gray will become green and blue, with ever and anon a flash of white. And then, when some gust of wind blows in with greater violence, the sea-girt cavern will become all dark and black. Oh, my friend, let there be no one there to speak thee then, no, not even a heart's brother. As you stand there, speak only to the waters. So much for Niagara. From thence I went along Lake Ontario and by the St. Lawrence to Montreal, being desirous of seeing the new tubular railway bridge which is being erected there over the St. Lawrence, close to that town. Lake Ontario is uninteresting, being altogether too large for scenery, and too foggy for sightseeing, if there were anything to see. The traveling accommodations, however, is excellent. The points of interest in the St. Lawrence are the Thousand Islands, among which the steamer glides as soon as it enters the river, and the rapids, of which the most singularly rapid is the one The vessel descends as it nears Montreal. Both of these are very well, but they do not require to be raved about. The Canadian towns at which one touches are interesting as being clean and large and apparently prosperous, also as being English, for we hardly reach the French port of Canada till we get down to Montreal. This tubular bridge over the St. Lawrence, which will complete the whole trunk line of railway from Portland on the coast of Maine through the two Canadas to the states of Michigan and Wisconsin, will certainly be one of the most wonderful works of scientific art in the world. It is to consist of different tubes resting on piers placed in the river bed at intervals sufficient to provide for the free navigation of the water. Some of these, including the center and largest one, are already erected. This bridge will be over 1.5 miles in length and will cost the enormous sum of £1,400,000, being but £200,000 short of the whole cost of the Panama Railway. I only wish that the shareholders may have as good a dividend. From Montreal I went down Lake Champlain to Saratoga Springs, the great resort of New Yorkers when the weather in the city becomes too hot for endurance. I was there late in June, but was very glad at that time to sit with my toes over a fire. The country about Saratoga is by no means pretty. The waters, I do not doubt, are very healthy, and the hotels very good. It must, I should think, be a very dull place for persons who are not invalids. From Saratoga I returned to New York, and from New York sailed for Liverpool in the exceedingly good ship Africa, Captain Shannon. I have sailed in many vessels, but never in one that was more comfortable or better found. And on board this most comfortable of vessels I have now finished my book, as I began it on board that one, of all the most uncomfortable, which carried me from Kingston in Jamaica to Cienfuegos in the island of Cuba. End of chapter 23. End of The West Indies and the Spanish Main by Anthony Trollope.